20 years of Spongebob Squarepants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Well, it's actually a little over 20 years because the actual anniversary of this game was Sunday, and I originally had hoped on streaming this game on Sunday. Unfortunately, Sonic Superstars, I forgot the name of it for a second, kind of knocked the wind out of my sails. So I did not end up streaming on Sunday. So we're going to make up for that today by streaming the entire game today on Halloween. Everyone's favorite scary game, Spongebob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. But I think I've done my share of, I've contributed my share of horror for the month. I played Resident Evil 7 for the first time, which was amazing, and then I revisited FNAF VR. So today we're just gonna chill and we're just gonna play Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is one of my all-time favorites. It is number 2 on my list of favorite games. It is number 2. So I will never pass up the opportunity to revisit this game, especially when the occasion suggests it, like it does today. It is always going to annoy me slightly that I didn't stream it on the exact 20th anniversary like I did for Dragon's Earth 3D. But it's close enough.
And if Bikini Bottom happens to get demolished in the process...
Will I do any audio commentaries for Halloween? No. No, I will not. There was... I did contemplate for a little bit whether or not I should rope the Space Rangers into watching the FNAF movie since it came out on Peacock the same day as it came out in theaters, and then have that out in time for Halloween. The problem is, 1, I don't want to watch that again for any reason, and problem 2 is I would have an extremely small amount of time to actually get that edited, something that goes beyond the realm of even what I think I'm capable of as far as efficiently getting things done. I've accomplished some incredibly arduous editing tasks in an unbelievably short amount of time in the past, but even that is pushing it for me. Cosmic Shake thoughts. I kind of want to revisit it, because I replayed it very, very slowly over the course of this year. I started playing it I started playing it in January, and I played like one level roughly every couple months, I think.
Wouldn't it be great if we had real robots to play with, Patrick?
Like, I think I did it maybe every month or two. I would come back to it and play a level. So it didn't hook me to the point where I was like, I gotta finish as fast as I possibly can. But I think it was also a benefit that I didn't blow through it that fast, because it gave me more time to really sit with it and enjoy it at my own pace rather than just speed running my way to the end. But overall, my thoughts are that it's fine. It's a solid platformer. Decent overall. The later levels are... The earlier levels didn't really sit with me that well. The side-scrolling downtown karate level really didn't sit well with me. But the later levels were a lot better. I appreciated the second half of the game a lot more than I did the first half. Even though I still don't like how fetch questy some of them feel. They also felt very linear compared to the ones in this game. In Battle for Bikini Bottom, the levels are very open-ended. And since Cosmic Shake was framed as being a successor to Battle for Bikini Bottom, that was kind of disappointing, but I mean, the platforming was still fun. Movement was solid, camera was solid. A couple of gripes here and there with some of the camera jankiness that carried over a bit from Rehydrated, but overall really good. I like the soundtrack, not as much as the soundtrack from this game, of course, but that's too high a bar to surpass. Oh, I guess, to avoid sounding repetitive, my overall thoughts on everything about the game is most of that it's good overall, but nothing that I'm, like, itching to replay. I certainly didn't have the desire to go back and 100% everything like I did for this game. Oh, also, I will say, the one thing I'll say that's, like, I just straight up don't like is the combat. The combat is very, very clunky. I'm also not quite a fan of how over-animated the characters are, if that makes any sense, but I think that's just a symptom of modern-day SpongeBob. Like, season whatever. I saw some people will comment about how season 10, I think, either season 10 or 11 had, like, super over-animated character expressions in the show. And I guess that just carried over into the games, which makes sense, but if that is what the show looks like now, I'm kind of glad I don't watch it as regularly as I used to anymore. So yeah, that's my my general thoughts on Cosmic Shake. They've released a Series X version recently, like this week, so I might go back and check it out and see how my thoughts change with a second playthrough. I'd say it's definitely something I could recommend to someone. I don't know if it's worth the full price though, because it released at $40, which is $10 more than Rehydrated was released at, and I don't know for sure if I think it's worth it. But it's like, I didn't hate it or anything. If I were forced to replay it, I would not be opposed to doing so, if that makes sense. Thoughts on the Truth or Square game? I played it for like 10 minutes and then I quit when I played it as a kid. So, I guess I don't really have any thoughts about it other than that it wasn't entertaining enough to captivate my attention when I was a kid. Oop. Missed that switch. Off to a great start. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on Truth or Square. I mean, the thing is, most SpongeBob games that I've played I haven't really been too fond of. Playing this Erotic Revenge was alright. It's very, very monotonous, very, very tedious gameplay, but it has something of a special place in my heart since it was one of the first games I ever played on the channel. But generally speaking, SpongeBob games don't have the best quality going for them. Lights, Camera, Pants is a fun party game. Battle for Bikini Bottom is a classic. And playing this Erotic Revenge is meh. Cosmic Shake is solid. But beyond that, I can't really think of any other SpongeBob video games that I've really, really enjoyed.
There's nothing like the
FNAF movie thoughts. Fucking terrible. Never want to watch it again.
Go away.
As both an adaptation and a movie, it was a colossal disappointment. Also, one other note, I'm not going to be... This game is very easily speedrunnable. I'm not going to be speedrunning it. I do know some speedrunning tricks, if I can actually execute on them. Like, you can pretty much skip this entire first challenge by just climbing up the top of the building like that. And then hopping here, and then hopping here, and there's your spatula. I know of some speedrunning tricks, but I am not, as you saw right there, I am not well practiced in any of them. So we're not going to be speedrunning today, we're just going to be a very, very casual playthrough. Which is probably not how people are used to watching this, because obviously this is a very reputable game for its speedrunning community and how fast it can be beaten with cruise boosting. But I can't cruise boost to save my life, and I will probably demonstrate to you how terrible I am at cruise boosting when we actually unlock the cruise bubble at some point today. But yeah, I might show off a couple speedrunning tricks here and there, just the ones that I can do. But I made a conscious effort to really try to speedrun this game a couple years ago. I think that was one of the things that when the pandemic hit in 2020, I was like, you know what? I have all this time. What should I do? Let me try to speedrun one of my favorite games of all time. Why not? That lasted for like a week, and then I gave up. But felt while it lasted, I suppose. Isn't Robotic Revenge the one with the guns? Yes, it is. You have like 1 million guns and enough time to upgrade maybe 2 or 3 of them. Is the best way I can put it. Who else does not care about the new Marvel film? I think most people don't care about the new Marvel film. Even people who like Captain Marvel. The Marvel kind of shot themselves in the foot with the fact that the new Marvel's movie is predicated on 2 characters from 2 TV shows that I'm guessing the vast majority of movie-going audiences haven't seen. And I didn't even hate Miss Marvel. In fact, if I were to go see the Marvels, it would be for Kamala, not for any of the others. But basing it on things people haven't watched, or that a lot of people probably haven't watched, is an interesting choice for sure. Is this the Xbox version? No. The Xbox version is the definitive way to play, because it has the fastest loading times, and it's just overall the highest quality. But I'm not playing that today, because A, it's easier to stream not on Xbox, and B, I actually don't have the means to capture from Xbox right now. I can record footage from it. If I needed to get gameplay footage for something, I can do that. But for some reason, with the newest Elgato, I mean, it was already a miracle that the Elgatos that I had been using for the last few years still worked with a 6th generation console. I had to jump through some hoops to get that to actually work properly. So it was only a matter of time before it eventually Elgato hardware outran the pace of the original Xbox. So yeah, I can't, the audio doesn't quite, I mean, if you want to hear what it sounds like with my current setup, you can go watch the first episode of my Sonic Heroes LP. That was recorded on Xbox, and I didn't realize until after I had actually recorded it that the audio was completely inaudible. Or it was, like, you could hear things, but it wasn't the game. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't stream it from Xbox. So this is the GameCube version, as it were. Thoughts on Boating Bash? Is that the name of an episode, or is that the name of a game? Either way, I don't recognize it. Have I played Revenge of the Flying Dutchman? No, but I've heard terrible, terrible things. So I don't think I'm ever gonna play it. I've also seen some gameplay and it looks interesting, to put it lightly. I currently have no plans to play Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. But who knows? Okay, so here's something. You're supposed to use Patrick to grab the freeze fruit to the left and then jump out and then freeze the lake and then skate out to get the sock. Or you can just jump to it from Spongebob with the trampoline. Now they actually fixed that in the remake. They moved the sock far enough away to where you can't actually do that anymore. You can no longer exploit the trampoline system to get that sock early, which is good. They fix little. Well, I mean, it's kind of weird, because in Rehydrated, they fix some level design things like that to where you can't just exploit it, you have to play the game the way that they want you to. But then they also created new exploits and made some things even easier to sequence break, so yeah, I don't know. You played on the Switch? Oh, it's the worst version then. Okay, yeah, I don't know if they fixed this. I guess you can tell me if they did. But I remember when Rehydrated first came out, I saw clips of the Switch version taking, like, Persona 5 Strikers / Sonic 06 amounts of time to load. I don't know if they fixed that. I hope they did. I imagine they did, or else you probably would have mentioned it by now, but that was a major problem at launch. I mean, granted, this game had a lot of major problems, and Rehydrated had a lot of major problems at launch, but that was one of the big ones for the Switch version. The OG BFBB looks very muddy. I don't know what version you played on, but the original Xbox version looks very, very good. The version I'm playing right now, not as much, but that's just why it looks better because, you know, GameCube version. But if you actually compare the original GameCube version to the Xbox version, the Xbox has by far has the strongest visual fidelity of the three: Xbox, PS2, and GameCube. But yeah, then you get to Kelp Forest, where if you play on GameCube, you just can't see actually anything. The remake really turned up the saturation. Oh yeah, oh yeah. If your only exposure to this game is through Rehydrated, you are in for something of a shell shock when it comes to some of the design of these levels. Like, they really, really cranked up the saturation. I think the clearest contrast is Goo Lagoon. Goo Lagoon is like the big one. Actually, should I show off another? Well, let's show off another speedrunning trick. Why not? I don't know if. I should also clarify that I don't know how updated any of these strats are. Because I talked about the keys bump when I streamed Combat Evolved with FG last year. And it turns out that was a super outdated strat. So I don't know if people actually do this anymore. But you're supposed to, like, run off here and then scale the rock like this to sequence break the mushroom or the flower trampoline section up here. So yeah, that's a thing you can do. You also should not look to me as an example of how to do any of these tricks, because I couldn't, a lot of it has to do with just muscle memory. I'm not the person to go to for speedrunning tutorials. especially because I barely know how to do any of them. What is the best thing about LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga? It made me appreciate its complete saga more. Have I played Creature of the Krusty Krab? I think I owned that game as a kid. Let's see if I can do this. Nope, I could not. If you jump at the right angle there, you can hit the button without destroying the Duplicatotron. I did not do that, but it's a thing you can do. I know I owned Creature of the Krusty Krab as a kid, and I know I played it. I don't think I played it for very long, but I remember putting the disc in my console and booting it up. I don't remember anything about it, though.
Wow,
And I finished with Zelda, Borderlands, and Ratchet & Clank will continue the series. I do plan to finish all of those before the end of the year. That is the goal, is to get those cleaned up by the end of 2023, and then try to regain some semblance of consistency in 2024. But the other thing is that I would just rather, instead of trying to consistently do 3 LPs a day or 2 LPs a day, I'd rather just do them when I feel like doing them. Alright, where do people jump off here? There's a section that people jump off at this part to skip the cutscene. And I think I almost did it. Oh, I did do it, actually. Cool, okay. If you jump off at the right angle there, like, you can jump into the cutscene and fall off the cliff to skip that. To skip, because you can't skip. That's one thing I like about Rehydrate, is that pretty much, I think every single cutscene you can skip. Whereas that's not the case in this game. Some things like that, where they pan to all the different Duplicatotrons, cannot be skipped. Unless you do that exploit, which is pretty cool. For Rehydrated. Also, I've never actually successfully managed to do that until this stream. So there's that. You like the fact that Skywalker Saga added a very fun glitch from the release back into the game as a cheat code? I do not know what that is, but it sounds neat.
fresh like a spring breeze.
GameCube's not bad, but doesn't look as good as Xbox. Oh yeah, I never meant to imply the GameCube looked bad. It definitely doesn't. It didn't look bad, but it definitely did not look as good as the Xbox version. If you want to play Battle for Bikini Bottom, the Xbox version is the definitive way to play. You 100% LEGO Star Wars Complete Saga once and never again because the amount of repetition made you not want to play it ever again. I understand that completely. I made a 100% walkthrough for that game, and yeah, it was. I gotta be honest, I kind of got sick of the story mode levels after I had to do the super story for whatever. I played through, because you have to do it story mode, you have to do it free play mode, you have to do it challenge mode, you have to do the super story. And it's a lot of replaying through the same levels again and again and again. Which is what I like about LEGO Indiana Jones, is that it's free play mode once. Like, if you search the levels thoroughly, you only need to play through the levels once for story mode, and then quickly breeze through them on free play mode to mop up everything that you missed. In LEGO Star Wars, there's just so much. There's so many things. And it's not inherently a bad thing to have more stuff for you to do to 100% it. But it's more of a matter of quality over quantity, and I don't really think that a lot of the stuff you need to do in Complete Saga 100% it is of quality. Also, I didn't ask, is audio good? I assume so if no one's said anything, but do I need to raise game audio or anything? I don't know. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. So here's the thing about that song. I know of it, but I've never actually listened to it in full, because the version of that song that I'm familiar with is This Is Aperture, the parody song, because Portal is good. Me like Portal quite a bit. What's more insulting, Last of Us Part 2 or FNAF Security Breach? I feel like it's gotta be Last of Us Part 2. I don't know why I threw this here, I guess just to get these things. Oh, that's the other thing. I will be using cheat codes occasionally. The only cheat code I plan on using is the one to give me extra shiny objects, because I don't particularly feel like grinding all day for shiny objects. And I don't know how to do SBA. Actually, I might vaguely remember how to do it. I don't know, maybe we'll try SBA once just for the lulz. but I'm probably just going to end up resorting to using the cheat codes to get me shiny objects, so I don't have to sit here and grind all day. Which is one thing that, unfortunately, you can't do in Rehydrated. You do have to grind for all the shiny objects. Which was extra dumb at release because they price hiked Mr. Krabs' spatulas by an exorbitant amount. Which just made the already the worst part of Bikini Bottom, which is grinding for shiny objects. They made it even worse in the remake, which was certainly a choice. That was indeed a choice that they went with. Am I going to play the new Persona 5 spin-off game when it comes out? Probably not. I'm not really interested in it. From what I've seen, it doesn't particularly interest me, but maybe if it comes out and everyone says it's the greatest thing ever and you absolutely need to play it or else I'm going to come to your house and steal all your candy or something, then maybe I'll check it out. I think it's coming to Game Pass, so, you know, it wouldn't really be much of a waste if I did check it out, assuming it is coming to Game Pass and I didn't just make it up out of thin air. Yo, I enjoy Resident Evil 8 Village VR. You're planning to get a PSVR 2 in the Black Friday deals. Yeah, I'm hoping to snag a PSVR 2 sometime in the coming months. Because I do not want to experience that game unless I can play it in VR. That just seems like the way to go for that game. Because Resident Evil 7, I'm positive would not have had the same impact on me if I didn't play it in virtual reality. So I wanted the same for Village. Plus, I mean, it'll be an excuse to check out the PSVR 2 anyway, to see if it's... Because I've heard mixed things. I've heard some people say that it's a total waste of money and there's no good games for it, and you shouldn't buy it. And some people have said that those people don't know what they're talking about, and it's actually great. But one thing I hate about it, for sure, without even needing to buy it, is that it's not backwards compatible with the base PSVR, and that developers had to make separate versions of it, which is really, really annoying. But as far as the headset itself... Don't know. How's the house review going? Still trapped in copyright hell, hoping to escape any day now. But also, because it's been trapped in copyright hell for so long, I've also been going back and adding some stuff to it. So, making use out of the fact that it hasn't been released yet, may as well polish up what I can while it's still not able to be released. Didn't even have candy. Well, I have candy right now, because, you know, trick-or-treaters. It would be of poor taste of me to not have candy in my possession at this current point in time, because, you know, trick-or-treaters do nasty things if they don't get their candy. But, correct, on an average day, I don't eat candy. So, on any other day, it would not be inaccurate to say I do not have candy. That is correct. But today is a different story. What are my thoughts on the Angry Birds movies? My thoughts on the Angry Birds movies are I have not seen the Angry Birds movies, but I've heard that they're actually not terrible. I've also heard that they're actually terrible, so I don't know. They don't seem to have the same level of vitriolic hatred that some other video game adaptations do. The music's a jam? Yes, it is. I do love the Bikini Bottom soundtrack. Tactical will be on Game Pass at release. Okay, yeah, I didn't just make that up. So, maybe I'll check it out for a day, but I don't currently have any plans to play it. Like, it's not something I'm actively looking forward to. In fact, I don't think there's any games for the rest of the year that I'm actively looking forward to, unless you count Resident Evil 4's VR mode, the remake, I mean. But I don't even own Resident Evil 4 in base. Why did I switch to Spongebob? I think that's muscle memory from when I come back here after I get the cruise bubble. You need to switch to Spongebob here so that you can go up and get the sock on the ledge above, but we don't have that yet, so I don't know why I switched to him. The only thing you know about Skywalker Saga is that David Menken voices Luke Skywalker. You don't know how good his performance is in the game, but he deserves more roles. The one thing I've heard about the voice acting is that it doesn't sound like the voice actors really understood the roles they were going for. But I'm not one to comment on that because I'm not a Star Wars fan, so I wouldn't really be able to say much on that note. Have I reached draft 200? Yes, unfortunately I have. Super Mario Wonder was great too. Definitely recommend it if I ever get the time. I have heard so. I actually tried to trade it with Avert last night. Unfortunately, our plans were foiled by cloud versions of games. Which, by the way, if you're thinking about playing Resident Evil 7 and your only means of accessing it are through the cloud version on Switch, let me give you some free advice. Don't. It's terrible. I wanted to try it last night because I've never actually tried Switch cloud versions before. I figured, let's see how it is. It can't be that bad, right? It's bad. It's very bad, actually. Ignoring, but the thing is, my internet connection is stable enough to where I can play it without being constantly told, your internet connection is not stable enough to play this game. Please try again. Never. But even with a stable connection, there's still rampant input delay, and it's borderline unplayable. So, don't is the takeaway here. Don't play Resident Evil 6. I mean, if it's like literally the only way you can play it, and you're used to input delay in cloud versions, then I guess go for it. But it's not how I would want someone to experience that game, if that makes sense. Please don't miss the jump. Almost missed it. Switch cloud versions are a scam. It sure feels that way, that's for sure. I looked away from the screen and I fell. Unfortunate. 1 is good, 2 is hilarious. Followed up with the second one is very bad. So yeah, I don't know what to think about the Angry Birds movies. I haven't seen them. But maybe I'll watch them one day. Maybe. No plans to, but who knows. Do I like the Angry Birds games? Yes. Asterisk. Asterisk being, I like some of the Angry Birds games. I do not like all of the Angry Birds games. I like the ones I played the most as a kid were the original Angry Birds, the classic. Angry Birds Rio, because I guess I was in a Rio phase, and I liked the going through the movie as those characters. Also, another speedrunning, I say trick, but it's not really a trick, it's just like, let's not fall, please. Exploring the level design. If you tip the seesaw in this direction and then backtrack, you can just jump up here to grab the spatula and bypass the entire section. Right down there. So there's that. Although I don't know, I don't remember if this automatically turns you to Spongebob when you pass through this turnstile. I think it does. So I don't need to go switch it. Maybe? Yep, we're good, okay. Because the cutscene's there, it switches you to Spongebob automatically. Oh, this one thing I also don't really like about Rehydrated. You can't really see, like, at some parts of the game, when you reach the next section of the level, and you look back to the previous section of the level, you can't really see where you came from. A lot of it is obscured by dense fog. But I always liked being able to see kind of where you came from. Even if it's in a more abstract way, just the sense of the level, the world around you, making it feel more interconnected was something I really appreciated. So yeah, I like Angry Birds 1, I like Angry Birds Seasons, and I like Angry Birds Rio. I don't remember, I didn't play Angry Birds 2, I don't think. Angry Birds Space felt very gimmicky, and I didn't play it for very long. Angry Birds Star Wars, I think I tried for even less time. So, yeah, I mean, I would say I was definitely a fan. I remember many times when I was a kid, and my parents would take me out to a restaurant where it was like the last place on earth I wanted to be. I hated it because restaurants just take so long, so I hated going out to them as a kid. So many a restaurant visit was spent playing Angry Birds either on my dad's laptop or on the iPad or something like that as a way to bypass the time. It was either that or playing games on my PSP, namely the Toy Story 3 video game. Lego Batman was another PSP regular. So yeah, I am a fan of the Angry Birds games. What makes this game specifically my second favorite game of all time? The movement and camera is, oh my, some of the smoothest. Okay, well I say that as I jump off the edge, but the movement controls and camera controls are stellar. Some of like the smoothest I've experienced in a platformer. I love the open-ended nature of the level design and how it's not. It doesn't just ramrod you. I don't need to do this, so I'm not going to. I'm just gonna jump the normal way. You only need to take that passageway once you get the sock, or in order to get the sock, which I already have. So we're good. I like the open-ended level design. Obviously, the music is amazing. If you want to hear more in-depth thoughts, you can go check out my best games of all time video. I lay out my thoughts pretty cleanly there. Really, just being an open-ended 3D platformer is the major reason why. But I also love the atmosphere, especially Kelp Forest in particular is one that I point to for just incredible atmosphere that really pulls you into all the environments. Sliding mechanics are a lot of fun. 100% it never feels like a task or a chore, with the exception of the Mr. Krabs Shiny Objects ones, one of which we're going to get right now. So yeah, if you want to hear more in-depth thoughts that aren't just me sputtering randomly in the heat of the moment, then you can check out my best games video, where I go into it a bit more in depth. But those are the key highlights. Open-ended level design, awesome music, smooth as hell movement and camera. And of course, there is I can't deny that there is also part of it that's just like, this is a game I played a lot as a kid, so there is that nostalgia associated with it. But even if I remove my nostalgia, this game still holds up on under its own weight. Anyway, let's see. What's the scariest film I've ever seen? Do I have enough for this? I do not, so let's fix that problem. Let's... If you're wondering what the cheat code is to give yourself extra shiny objects, it's YXXYYXXY. But you gotta do it fast.
So that's quality craftsmanship, that is.
Scariest film I've ever seen. My answer is usually Requiem for a Dream, but that's not technically a horror film, it's a drama film. But it's the one that, the one that's left me the most psychologically disturbed of all the films I've seen, I think. Although I did watch Get Out this week, and that one also really struck a chord with me. Yo, the Switch version is a demo I played it actually before. Oh no, God, no. I didn't pay a cent to play RE7 on Switch. I downloaded the demo. That's what Avert tried, was the demo, so I wanted to try the demo as well. I didn't make it very far.
SpongeBob, the robots are
like seconds after I started moving, I'm like, yep, this is shit. I refuse to play this anymore. I'll push ZR to pull the trigger. Almost a full second will go by before it actually fires the damn bullet. It's crap. Also, I did not move out of the way of that. My dad brings laptops to a restaurant. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a massive laptop. It was just a very, it was something that was designed to be portable. And yes, he did. You're a bigger fan of Bad Piggies in the main games? I don't think I think I had like a vague idea of what that is, but I never played it myself.
Push, 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 push.
You glitched a puzzle in Kelp Forest once. I assume you're referring to how you can skip the entire Tiki puzzle by just stacking two of them on top of each other and then jumping up to the golden spatula. In which case, yeah, that is an oversight in design, which, for some reason, they didn't fix that in Rehydrated. They fixed, like I said, they fixed some things. Like, they fixed the sock in Jellyfish Fields by moving it further away from the trampoline so you can't jump to it. But then they didn't fix that, which I think more people probably know about the Tiki puzzle thing than they do about the sock in Jellyfish Fields, because if there's one level that is probably the most contentious in this game, it's Kelp Forest, because most people played the game on GameCube, and if you play the game on GameCube, you can't see jack shit in Kelp Forest, so it has led to a lot of people really, really hating Kelp Forest, which is also why they massively overcorrected and rehydrated with making it just really, really bright in a lot of areas. Do I have any interest in the Godfather film trilogy? Not really. Also, can I do this? I can, yeah. And the reason I do that is because otherwise you have to jump off that ledge with Sandy and then retrace your steps all the way back to get up there again. I'll show you what I mean when we get there. It's really annoying, and I don't want to do it, so I did a little exploit right there to get myself the. I didn't do that correctly. I jumped. I bubble bounced way too early there. Yeah, I don't really. I know everyone says they're amazing. I don't have any interest in them, unfortunately. Maybe Avert will trade them to me one day. But beyond that, I probably won't ever watch them. Still your favorite SpongeBob game even 20 years later? It is also my favorite SpongeBob game. And I don't... It's not much of a competition, honestly. Oh, well, I do like Lights, Camera, Pants quite a bit as well. As a party. I think I might get... I want to organize a co-op stream with some people at some point in the future playing that game. Because I have very fond memories of playing that game with friends and family as a kid, but I don't know if it's just nostalgia holding it up, or if it would actually be fun to revisit with friends. And I kind of want to see how it would go. Although, given how the Saturday co-op stream went, I don't know how international latency would go for that, but we'll sort that out some other time. You kind of enjoyed the FNAF movie. It seems like a lot of people did, which is confusing, but I think most people who came away enjoying it are like, yeah, it's riddled with flaws, but I still loved it, which is fine. Where I get confused is when I see people saying that it was a perfect love letter to the fans, and it was completely worth the 8-year wait. And I'm just sitting there like, did we watch the same movie? I'm not sure we did. Maybe it was an Across the Spider-Verse thing where they released multiple versions of the FNAF movie into theaters, and I saw the shit one. Oh, no. Can I still do the exploit? Yes, I can. Okay. They kind of obscured my path there, but I still managed to do a little skippy skip. Don't want to do this. Let's just knock the sea needle out of the way now. Get this annoying task done. The bungee gauntlet. Least favorite SpongeBob character? Pearl, I think? I'm gonna go with Pearl. I pretty much like everyone. Well, I mean, everyone at their best. I mean, obviously, later seasons, I think, kind of... I don't know if flanderized is the right word, but maybe didn't treat the characters with as much respect as they had previously. But at their best, I like pretty much all SpongeBob characters. The only one I can think of that I'm like, I'm not crazy about you is Pearl. I don't really, not big on Pearl, I don't think. What's next, a Bendy film? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, I guess. But I think what the FNAF movie made me realize is that I don't need or want necessarily some of my favorite games to be adapted into movies, because like they were designed to work in the medium of a video game, and there's usually not much to be gained by trying to translate it into another medium, with the exception being one of the main reasons, because like regardless of how good or bad the FNAF movie ended up being, it was never gonna replace the games in my mind, right? Like the thing I always thought of whenever I think of FNAF was going to be the original games made by Scott Cawthon and FNAF VR made by Steelwool. That was what helped define my middle school and high school days as a kid, and that's always what I'm going to think of first. Also, fuck Chuck, I hate Chuck, Chuck sucks. But also, they made him too easy in the remake, so I don't know. He's almost too OP in the original, but he's like a joke and rehydrated, so I don't know. Anyway, that was always going to be what I thought of when I think of FNAF. So the real thing that interested me about a movie wasn't even so much as seeing the characters on the big screen, although I can't lie and say that I wasn't looking forward to that, because I saw the behind-the-scenes video that Dawko put out of seeing the animatronics designed in full scale in real life, operating fully functional, and, like, of course I love that. That was awesome. Seeing, undoubtedly the best part of the movie was being able to see the animatronics in real life functioning as intended. Not CGI, but, like, real practical animatronics designed by the Jim Henson Corporation. That was amazing. However, the big thing about that I was interested in was getting this story that I had loved so much broadcast to a wider demographic of people. Because, like, for instance, my parents don't play games, but they watch TV and they watch movies. So while they would never play the Halo games and they would never play the Five Nights at Freddy's games, they would watch a Halo TV show, and they would watch a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, and there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that just don't like playing games, but they love watching TV and movies. So being able to bring that story to that audience is the main reason why I was looking forward to it, is being able to be like, hey, more people can experience this, more people might fall in love with the series, and maybe some of them will be interested in checking out the games after this. Maybe it would encourage them to even get into games as a whole. There's a lot of potential that can be drawn from that, but in the case, especially in the FNAF, for Halo as well, but especially for the FNAF movie, the mainstream audience just hated it. Like, it was completely rightfully so, it was completely trashed by critics. And it seems like the main people who are willing to come to its defense are hardcore fans of the franchise, which is still kind of confusing to me, but putting that to one side, it just shows me that the only thing that I was even, like, marginally hopeful for has just fallen right to the floor. But I, as a fan, don't really need to see some of my favorite games be brought to a different medium when it already works well enough in the medium that it was designed for. So there's that. Which is the better throwback game, Mania or Generations? So the better game is Mania. As far as which one is, like, better as a throwback, Generations feels more purposefully crafted to be the anniversary game, because that's what it was. Lost Co-op stream is kind of a mess. Yes. Don't play Sonic Superstars in co-op. Don't do it. It's a mistake. Like, honestly, the game itself is fun when you aren't dealing with the god-awful co-op camera controls. So if you want to play Superstars, I say go for it. I think you'll enjoy it. But don't ever play it cooperatively. Just don't do it. You will regret your life choices and you'll want to die. Anyway, this is what I was talking about earlier. So what you're supposed to do is drop off the ledge right here and then grab the wheel, and then you have to walk all the way back around here and trampoline yourself up top. Or you can do what I did right there, which is trigger the checkpoint and then die by drowning in the hot sauce, which then warps you up here anyway. Either way, I didn't want to waste time doing that, so I just grabbed it early. And now we're going along our merry little way. You also remember the Kelp Forest version being dark in PS2 version? Yeah, I think it was also dark. The main one that I know people point to is just the PS2 version being the one that's like, yeah, this is real dark. Sorry, I mean the GameCube version, the one people point to is like, this is real dark, but I believe PS2 also was pretty dimly lit in that area. It's fine on Xbox, and Xbox, because like I said, the Xbox is the way to go if you want to experience Battle for Bikini Bottom. And in that version, it's perfectly fine, but the other one's not so much. What's my favorite Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrun? Whatever Shift's world record run is, because he's the best at this game. Just he's top of the leaderboard in, I'm pretty sure, all categories, or at least all the ones that matter. Watching him play this game is mesmerizing. He has a mastery over its mechanics that I can only dream to have. I guess it just is the case for any game you love that has really, really interesting movement tech. But the level of precise fluidity with which he can blitz around the levels with cruise boosting is insane. And if I can think of two key examples of that are in Kelp Forest and Dutchman's Graveyard. The way he clears the opening wood section of Dutchman's Graveyard and the way he clears the opening Graveyard Lake is exceptional. I almost made that unfortunate. So, I don't know if that's in his most recent runs, but if it is, then go check it out. Okay. There is a way that you can, like, if you jump right at the right time, you can jump on top of this thing, but I think you gotta jump, like, right away, or else you hit a ceiling. Like that. Perfect. And that skips one of the challenges with Sandy later. Who's Chuck? Chuck was the really annoying guy who was floating in the middle of the Sea Needle. He threw a missile at me. We're gonna see him again up here, actually, in a second, so I'll show you a better example of what Chuck looks like. But he is probably the most annoying enemy in the game, because he just it's not even that he lasers onto where you are with his missiles, he lasers onto where you're going. He predicts where you're going to move, and he cuts you off. Which, I mean, it's a good challenge, but it's also kind of annoying. And here's Chuck right here. Have I read the articles about the totally real instances of the animatronics malfunctioning or doing stuff on their own? Yeah, I'm sure that happened. I believe that wholeheartedly. It definitely wasn't manufactured for the sake of generating some false hype around, oh, they're real, it's actually haunted, ooh, spooky. 1, 2, or 3. What would I give the FNAF movie? I would give it a 2. It's the redeeming qualities I would point to are that the animatronics and set design are phenomenal, and the opening 8-bit credit sequence was a very, very nice way to get the audience up to speed for kind of the general gist of what's going on in a way that feels respectful to the games. Like, honestly, at that point when I saw the 8-bit stuff, I was like, alright, we're in good hands. I had nothing to worry about. I know how wrong I was, but, you know, it was a nice temporary reprieve, I suppose. Tricking myself into temporarily believing that maybe it wouldn't actually be complete and utter dog shit. What's the worst Synthetic Man video? I mean, the one I hated the most was his Halo Infinite video for obvious reasons, because, like, I actually have a personal investment in that game. But seeing some of the stuff he said about God of War Ragnarok, I mean, also, it's worth noting I also haven't seen all his videos. I've only seen the Halo Infinite one and the God of War Ragnarok one. But of the ones that I have seen, I feel like it's probably gotta be God of War. Batman has a villain named Killer Croc. Yes. Yes, he does. I have encountered him in Batman Arkham VR and in Lego Batman. He is significantly less menacing in Lego Batman compared to Batman. Excuse me, sorry, Arkham VR. What review am I planning to do after YouTube allows the house to be released? I honestly don't know. I can tell you with complete and total sincerity, I actually don't know what I'm going to do after I get the Owl House video released. I will cross that bridge when there's a lot of things I'm going back and forth between, but I don't really know where I want to spend my time after I finally get this video out the door. You have a lot of Ratchet & Clank 2002 speedrun stuff to send me later, hopefully. Interesting. I never would have suspected that one to be a highly speedrunnable game. Because, to my knowledge, the movement in that game isn't... And I guess you have, like, the step jump thing where you walk forward, when you hold R2 while walking forward and you kind of jump forward a little bit. But I never would have thought that was one that was highly speedrunnable. Like Spyro, for instance, Spyro I can see being speedrunnable because of the things you can do as Spyro as a character. Crash I can see being speedrunnable because obviously the time relics are a thing, and the appeal there is just getting through the levels as fast as possible. So that would have been that's a bit of a surprise to me. I think I almost jumped off the edge there. Let's see. I should watch Summoning Salt's video history of Halo 2 speedrunning. Maybe. I feel like I'm pretty familiar with a lot of Halo 2 speedrunning stuff, but there's always room to grow and room to... I definitely don't know everything about Halo 2 speedrunning, but I actually did... I knew a lot of Halo 2 speedrunning tricks back in 2016 and 2017, because I hated playing it so much that the only way I could get through it in a Legendary was by speedrunning it. So I knew, I still do, no, I didn't want to, I wanted to lasso Mr. Skinny Boy, I didn't want to, of course, and then he just kills himself. Great. I wanted the Lasso G-Love, not the Tikis. But I actually did used to know a lot of speedrunning stuff for Halo 2, and I still do. I can still do Outskirts Skip, where you glitch out of bounds. I think I can probably still do the Metropolis Scarab Jump. Oh no, oh well. Let's see what else. I can consistently do the Oracle Pressure Launch in the elevator. Delta Halo is probably the one I'm most familiar with speedrunning. I know that, like... Oh, that's not true. Sacred Icon and Quarantines are the ones I'm most familiar with. But I love doing the Delta Halo Ghost Launch. Regret I wasn't ever that good at speedrunning. I could never really nail the grenades. The thing where you have to... I could do the first grenade jump where you get over to the right building where the Chewbacca sniper's in it, but I could never nail the precise angle you needed to throw the grenades into the sky to stick the elites as they spawned, and then get onto the gondola and leave. But Sacred Icon was easy. I mean, really, the way to play Sacred Icon, even normally, is to speedrun it, because so much of it is just running through rooms of enemies that just spawn all around you, so it's not like that out of the ordinary to run through it anyway. Quarantine Zone, I still pretty much exclusively speedrun that level, because it's so easy, and that level sucks so much ass that I can't be bothered to actually play it. And I love just glitching through the top of the gondola, and then watching the Flood just go to town with the elites. Oh no, I missed. Oh, shit, I screwed up. I had such a good run up until that point, and then I blew it. I missed the Duplicatotron on this level. Alright, let's see if I can make up for it right here. Alright, I made up for it. All's well. Whoa! But then I blew it again. Again, this is one that you can easily speedrun, and it's really satisfying to watch someone go through all the levels at like breakneck speed. Because you can memorize where all the Duplicatotrons are and just hit them one after the other. That's not what I did here, but there was an attempt at least. It's a solid 5 out of 10 attempt to do that. Anyway, next level. Gravemind. Gravemind is just... I never did the quadruple wave despawn thing, where you hide in the room at the beginning and despawn all the enemies. But I did do the stuff towards the end where you jump out of the bounds of the level and walk over the battles below. It's when you're on the connecting bridges between the buildings leading to the mausoleum, when you can see High Charity to your left, and when an Amberclad flies in, and Cortana says, "It's an Amberclad!" Uprising, I pretty much exclusively would speedrun, because it's, again, so easy to do. You just skip the entire second half of the level, and the second half of the level sucks. High Charity, another one. Thinking about it, I guess I do still incorporate a lot of speedrun tech into my runs of Halo 2 these days anyway. Is this one the OG release or the remaster? It is the original. While I do respect Rehydrated a lot for bringing it to a wider audience, and for giving a lot of people a nostalgic rush, because not everyone has the means to be able to play the original anymore, I respect Rehydrated a lot for giving that opportunity to people to re-experience their childhood in a new way, and seeing it with all the levels remastered and redone, and new everything. And I do still enjoy playing Rehydrated, and I loved it when I first played it. However, the more I've played it, the more I've come to be like, we got some problems here. I like it less and less the more I think about it, but I still respect it as much as I did when it came out.
Spongebob.
I still have a lot of respect for it, even if it's fallen through the ranks in terms of its actual quality. The other thing there is that I got kind of lucky, because I know a lot of people have had really, really bad bugs with the game. I never did. I never experienced any. I think I experienced one weird camera thing in either the Sea Needle or Rock Bottom in my playthrough, but nothing that was all that obnoxious. Okay. The first 2 and 3 may have bigger communities. First 3 RC games, very healthy speedrun community in general. I did not know that. I was not aware of that information. Ratchet & Clank never really, because like when I think of speedrunnable games, I think of stuff like this, Spyro, Mario Odyssey, Mario Sunshine, stuff where the core aspect of the game is movement, and like the appeal and in improving your times is mastering your movement and your understanding of the levels in the most optimal order to accomplish objectives and that kind of stuff. Ratchet & Clank, while I have enjoyed playing it so far, never really struck me as a game where that was the core appeal, so I'd be interested to see what a speedrun of that would look like. Rift Apart I can see, because Rift Apart you have the hover boots, and that I can see unlocking a bit more speedrunning potential, but not so much for the other ones. The addition of time relics in Crash 1 wasn't that good, unfortunately. Well, as someone who very recently played through Crash 1 going after all the time relics this week, you are correct. It was terrible. It was a horrible, horrible idea, and I hated every minute of it, and I don't ever want to do that again. I got gold or better on all the levels. I even got platinum relics on some of them, the ones I could stand to do it for. And yeah, never again is the takeaway. I don't ever want to do that again. That was miserable. Special shoutouts to the High Road and the lab. Fuck both of those respectively. The lab, the only way to get the relic on the lab is by waiting the exact amount of time. So like it's because everything on Crash 1 runs on cycles, so you need to get the perfect cycle so that you can run through the level while all the platforms just appear in front of you at the exact moment they need to. So if you're even like a nanosecond off of that perfect cycle, you lose. You just lose. What are all the shows on my I'm going to watch this eventually list? I actually can tell you exactly what that is because I have the list right here. I have that exact list. Okay, so on my to watch eventually list, I have DuckTales 2017. I watched 2 episodes of that one. I like it. Just haven't gotten around to watching any more of it. What else? Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure, The Ghost of Molly McGee, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Haley's on it. I am currently watching, and I really, really like Haley's on it. I think the season 1 finale was on Saturday. I didn't watch it because I'm only on like episode 9 because I just haven't had time to watch it. But I really liked what I've watched, and I'm looking forward to watching more. Okay, I have here. I've written Dragon Prince, Little Witch Academia, and is that a word? W-A-K-F-U, Wakfu? I guess that's a show. I don't know why I wrote that down. I think those 3 are shows that have been recommended that people say I would like, but not ones that I'm, like, actively looking forward to. They're on the list. I don't know. We'll see what they are eventually. My Adventures with Superman. Hilda, again, don't know what that is. Casey Undercover and On My Blocker here. I need to switch to Patrick. What am I doing? I watched the first season and a half of Casey Undercover as a kid, and I watched the first 2 seasons of On My Block in high school. They're on the list because I want to go back and finish them and actually watch all the seasons now that all the seasons are out. White Collar is on here. My dad will not shut up about how much he wants me to watch White Collar. And Family Law is on here because while I was on a flight to visit family over the summer, and while I was on the flight, someone was watching the show in the seat next to me, and I gotta be honest, I actually was watching that screen more than I was watching my own. So I was like, you know, I kind of want to watch the show now. So that's on there. Do I plan on playing and reviewing Sonic Frontiers yet? Reviewing, no. Playing at this current point in time, I have no plans to play Frontiers, but maybe I'll get dropped on my head and I'll be like, you know what? Maybe I should play Frontiers. Maybe that is a good idea. But right now, I don't have plans to do that. How am I doing today? I am doing wonderfully so far. I am playing one of my all-time favorite games and chatting with all of you. Having a fantastic day so far, and hopefully you all are as well. Hopefully you're all excited for Halloween festivities tonight, if you are into that sort of thing. Or if you're like me and you don't care about Halloween, I hope you have a great day anyway. Did I see your message? Yes! I did, I guess I'll take the time to remind everyone. I don't think I said this at the beginning, so I guess I'll say here. Because I'm playing the game, I'm not going to be keeping up with chat as actively, just because most of my attention is going to be focused on playing the game. But I do still have it open to my left, and I can scroll through it whenever I want, so I do intend to try to read everyone's message, at least the best I can. So if I miss it, don't feel bad. It's not a personal slight against you, it just means I didn't see it. So if enough time goes by and I don't respond, feel free to give it another shot to post again. But don't just spam it in the hopes that I see it, because posting your message like a million times doesn't mean it doesn't give me more incentive to read it. Not directing at anyone in particular, I'm not saying anyone's done that, I'm just saying, like, don't do that. That's not going to increase your chances of me actually reading your message. It's not like a lottery. The more things, the more tickets you buy, the higher chance. Can you float over here, you stupid kid? I just want to pop your balloons and strand you in the desert. Okay, well that was probably my best chance to get it and I blew it, so let's read more chat in the meantime. Or I'm gonna get it right there anyway. In Crash 2 they're much better. I have been told that like everything's better. I mean, I played Crash 2 and Crash 2 is better than Crash 1. But specifically in regards to time relics, because they weren't actually designed for Crash 1, they are actually better in Crash 2, which I am more than willing to believe. Because it can't be worse than Crash 1. It can't be worse than they were there. You finished watching the entire Indiana Jones trilogy and had a very enjoyable time. I am glad you enjoyed them, because I love the original Indiana Jones trilogy. I will continually recommend that to everyone I can anyone who hasn't already seen it. I highly recommend checking out the OG Indiana Jones movies. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Which one would you say your favorite was? Because everyone has a different... I think Raiders is the most commonly accepted as being the best of the trilogy. Temple of Doom has its supporters, and Last Crusade was always the one I will argue for being the best, because it has the strongest emotional core to it. Say it with me, everyone. Fuck the high road. Yes! Double fuck the high road, actually. That level just is the spawn of Satan, is what it is. It's bad enough in regular game. Factor in the time relic, and you just want to take your Xbox outside and let the garbage truck roll right over it. What's my favorite Owl House character? Lose. It's a hard question, but I think it's always gonna be her. Have I played Sonic Frontiers? No. Well, actually, I mean, I played it for an hour and I didn't like it, but I might, maybe at some point in the future, I'll get bonked on my head by a fairy, and I'll want to give it another shot. Add Futurama there, I beg you. I'm gonna go ahead and say no for now, but maybe at some point in the future. There's plenty of shows that I never thought I would watch that I eventually ended up watching, like Breaking Bad, for instance. Never in a million years did I think I would ever watch Breaking Bad. Then it happened, and it became the best show I've ever seen. So, you know, never say never, but it's not on the list for the time being. Don't run away from me. Goodbye. Goodbye, Monsoon. It was nice knowing you. Alright, kid, you want to come around for round 2? Have I played the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? No, I have not. I like how, by the way, you pop the balloons and then the kids are just stranded in the ocean to drown. That's one thing I like about Rehydrated, is that instead of just having the kids drowning in the Goo Lagoon, they actually get warped back to Mrs. Puff after you pop the balloons. So that it's like, oh, you actually did... Like, the mission is called... well, I guess we don't... Did I not talk to Mrs. Puff? I guess I didn't talk to Mrs. Puff. The mission is called Save the Children. And it's like, it's just so funny to hear her called out while you're stranding them. Yeah, all kids rescued, as 2 of them are fighting for survival in the lake with no lifeguard. That's my favorite. Now, granted, in Rehydrated, it doesn't really make much sense how they get back to the beach. But at least they got back to the beach, and they're all happily playing in the sand by Mrs. Puff, so you can say that you did, in fact, save the children. Can't say that here. You cannot say that here. Massive storm coming up where you live. Very excited for that. Yeah, I actually recently, well, somewhat recently went through a massive hurricane where I live, so I unfortunately know of the, and even more recently a tornado was in my area, like very, very close to where I live, which was kind of scary, so I empathize with that pain, and I hope you stay safe. Halloween's kind of overrated, especially since people in your area set off fireworks, break windows, and get drunk. You're bunkered down for the night. That's a new one. I have not heard of people setting off fireworks for Halloween. For 4th of July, yes, and for New Year's Eve, obviously yes. That's part of why I hate those. My two absolute least favorite times of the year are 4th of July and New Year's Eve. Because I never get any sleep during them. Fireworks go off until like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I can't fall asleep because of it. But Halloween, around me, no one really does that for Halloween. Like, honestly, my hatred of, because I also haven't experienced any of that delinquency that you've described right there. My spin stalling stalled out. I don't dislike Halloween, but my apathy, I guess, towards the holiday kind of just stems from, it doesn't really appeal to me, I guess. Like, I'm not really into the general scary horror vibe that takes over everything. It also doesn't help that trick-or-treating as a whole isn't something. I mean, I liked doing it as a kid, but not for the candy, because as you may or may not know, I'm allergic to dairy, which means that a lot of candy I can't eat. And even for the ones that I can eat, like Smarties, Sweet Tarts, Starburst, things of that nature, I'm not a big candy person anyway, so the appeal of Halloween was never like, you get candy by dressing up as a character you like. In fact, I would always take advantage of the thing that my orthodontist did, where it's like, if you bring us your candy, we'll give you stuff, and I'm like, sure, have literally all of it. Oh no! Saved it. I sure as hell don't need it. I'm not gonna eat it. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't need it. And it was cool being able to dress up as characters for Halloween, but it's just, I guess it's not really something I'm super into anymore. I've always, on the whole Halloween versus Christmas debate, I'm always much more partial towards Christmas, because that's the time of year when I get to spend time with a lot of family members that I don't usually get to spend a lot of time with, and I always have every year I make very fond memories. And one thing I don't know if I've ever talked about this on the channel, but I have a yearly tradition with my grandmother where every year we meet up in December and we go Christmas shopping for my parents.
Hello, Gary.
And
What's new?
Every year is a new adventure in terms of driving all around town into the city and just looking every which way for things that they would like. We've gone to some pretty obscure places and jumped through a lot of hoops to try to figure out where we can go and what to do to get things we think they like. And it's always very fond memories that I make. But of course, I also acknowledge that for a lot of people, the holidays are not that chipper and bright, because not everyone has a family that they want to spend the season with, I guess is the gentlest way I can put it. So I totally understand and empathize with people who don't really feel that same sense of holiday spirit in the months of December. Still haven't watched the Indiana Jones movies. You, my friend, need to fix that. Coldest stage isn't eye-bleedingly bright. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why the sand is, like, blinding with how goddamn bright it is and rehydrated. But it is. Your favorite was a tie between Last Crusade and Temple of Doom. Interesting picks. Usually, people who are willing to include Last Crusade as a contender for the favorite will usually say it's between Raiders and Last Crusade because there's a lot of crossover between the structure and I'm dead, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not. I live. I thought for sure I was dead there, but I wasn't. We'll usually say either Raiders or Last Crusade because there's a lot of structural and tonal crossover between those two. Temple of Doom is the odd one out of the trilogy. So usually if someone likes Temple of Doom, that's the only one in contention for their favorite. Temple of Doom, Last Crusade, that's a new one. How much of my 6.5-hour Owl House video will be about Lumini? Don't die by the thing, please. From memory, I think it's about a half-hour long section. Okay, fell. Let's not fall off here. That'd be great, thanks. I think it's roughly half. Saved it again. We are not dying today. Let me cross this jump and then I'll look at chat again. Futurama is one of the few adult cartoons that's actually good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of love Futurama. I honestly don't know much about it. By which I mean I don't know anything about it. Except that a lot of people love it. Do I prefer bad movies, bad shows, or bad games? Interesting question. I guess it depends, because, like, usually bad games are things that are just broken, like Security Breach. Security Breach is a broken video game, and there's not much enjoyment to be derived from it, whereas something like Cars 2 can be viewed, and you can, that was almost bad. I can derive a lot of ironic enjoyment from it, because it's so laughably terrible. In a similar way that some parts of Danganronpa 3, the show, can be watched and viewed ironically. But then you have things like the Halo show, which are miserable to watch. You have things like Toy Story 4, which are miserable to watch. And then you have things like Last of Us 2, which are miserable to experience, but also kind of funny in some instances, so I don't know, I guess I don't... if I had to pick one, I guess more often than not, bad movies can typically be more ironically enjoyed, because you don't have to actually engage with it on a mechanical level, whereas you can't really run away from a poorly designed video game. If the controls are fighting you, then you're just... I don't know what level of ironic enjoyment can mask that. Crash 2 also wasn't designed for time relics, but because the movement is better, it leads to better relics. That's something, at least. You like how this game and Spongebob in general has water within water? Hey, if we're underwater, how can there be a... When the fire goes out. Yeah, it's one of those things just like... I have no idea. I don't know how to explain it. Halloween isn't really that celebrated here or in Europe. People here just go party for a day to get drunk. Yeah, I guess Halloween parties are also a thing, but I've also never really been that big on parties anyway. Can I make it to the thing in time? Yes, I can. Made it all the way back. Cool. I've always been much more like there was a big New Year's Eve party that was happening in my middle school that we were invited to, and I just like, I don't want to go to this. I don't like big noisy organizations like or what's the word I'm looking for here? Gatherings. Big noisy gatherings. I'm not big on. I much prefer very close-knit, private, social interactions with a small group of friends, and that's what we did. I got together with two of my friends on New Year's Eve in 7th grade, and we just hung out at one of their houses for the night. And that was way more enjoyable than I would have. I probably had a lot more fun there than I would have had I gone to the big party. Anyway, skip.
Sorry.
Little skip, but a skip nonetheless. You can jump across this gap, and it'll teleport. It'll warp you into, because you entered the zone that you need to be in to talk to Mr. Krabs. It'll warp you in front of him, so you can kind of skip going around the gap. This I can never do. This is a thing where you have to, like, destroy these, pick this... I've already blown it. If you pick that up, and then, like, run off the edge as you throw it, it'll do a similar thing that I did at the beginning of the game in Jellyfish Fields, where you walk off the edge as you trigger the cutscene, so that it'll skip the cutscene, and you can load it back in right away. Did not do that successfully here. I don't think I've ever been able to do that one successfully, honestly. Do I genuinely care about Battle for Bikini Bottom's story? I don't play this game for the story. No, I don't most 3D platformers I don't really play for the story. I can't think of any off the top of my head that I do play for the story, as a matter of fact. I guess the closest I came to that was the Galaxy games. More so 1 than 2, I suppose, but the main appeal of a game like this is the gameplay, not really the story. But I guess it's not to say that I don't care about it, it's just that it's not why I'm here. Like, if I wanted a good SpongeBob story, I'd just go watch the show or the movie. Have I watched the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy yet? I did. Forgetful Gal showed it to me last year, last June, when she was in town. I went over to her place, and we marathoned all 3 movies in one sitting. And I enjoyed them. I did not enjoy 3, but I enjoyed the rest. I probably liked 2 the best, but I liked 1 too. Or I liked 1 as well, so as to not get confusing with my wording. You enjoy Indy and Short Round's dynamic, but Indy was very enjoyable to watch. The best thing about Temple of Doom is Short Round, and I will tolerate no Short Round slander in my stream today. But the biggest thing about Last Crusade that I love and that makes me adore it more than any of the others is just the emotional arc that Indy and Henry have going on between them. What's my favorite Owl House episode? I honestly don't know. There's a couple that I immediately go to when I'm asked that question. Thanks to Them comes to mind. Reaching Out comes to mind. King's Tide comes to mind. Eclipse Lake is up there. Even though it's not, that's probably like, that sure is some render distance. You can see the thing, you can see the Duplicatotron spawning enemies, but you can't actually see the Duplicatotron. That sure is some render distance. Anyway, please don't hit me. Ice is my favorite. I don't think I have one favorite episode. I have a couple ones that would be up in that tier, but I've never really... I've tried to figure out what my favorite episode would be, and I failed to actually do so. Cars 2 is hilarious. Yes, Cars 2 is a riot. I know some people are unable to derive ironic enjoyment from it, which is fair, but I sure as hell can. It is just a non-stop train of insanity. And I love myself a non-stop train of insanity. Especially, once the third act begins, it's over. It's actually over. As soon as they go to London, it's done. It's just, they give up. I guess it kind of even begins a little before London with the invisible helicopter that Finn just doesn't see or hear when he jumps to try to get the people on the camera. And then when you get to London and Big Ben and the stupid, McQueen, you don't get it, I'm the bomb! And you just this is so stupid. Oh, I love it. Cars 2 is fun to watch if you turn off your brain. Yeah, it's... Well, I mean, I don't know, I feel like part of... I don't even know if I'd say that, because part of why I enjoy Cars 2 so much is that my brain is switched on, and I'm thinking of how stupid it is, and I'm laughing at how stupid it is. Cars 2 has a story, it's certainly a written story. I think I go a little further than that. I'd say it's a terribly written story. As someone who enjoys playing 06 quite a bit, its story is terrible. Bestiality aside, the time travel is just everything about it is a mess. Which is a shame, because there is some good ideas in there in regards to Shadow and Mephiles being a reflection of himself, and Silver. Silver's character is probably one of the most wasted things about that game's story. And there's some things that I always assumed I just didn't get because I wasn't super knowledgeable about Sonic lore, but when I streamed 06 last year, I found out that a lot of it is actually just, nope, there's just no explanation. Like, for instance, at the end of Shadow's story, spoilers if you care, at the end of Shadow's story, Shadow takes off his inhibitor rings, and he just unleashes the ultimate power on the enemies. And my question is like, so why don't you always do that? And I assume it was just that it was like, it was killing him or something. And that there was a reason why that he can't do that all the time, but people told me that no, there actually isn't a reason for that. It's just, they just didn't think when they were writing the story. And it's a similar thing with Blaze's backstory in that game, where I always, because like, it's so weird. They set up the fact that Blaze knows Sonic. She's like, Blue Hedgehog. And like, it's clearly implied that she recognizes him somehow from somewhere. But then there's just no payoff for that. And it's so weird, and I assumed I was missing something, but no, they didn't. Blaze's backstory is a whole other thing, apparently, because there's, like, retcons in regards to how she was introduced in other games, and let's not get into it. Let's just not get into it, because I don't want to lose brain cells today. Whoa, okay, you guys saw that, right? You saw the Freezy Fruit not activate right away? Gave me a mini panic attack thinking I wasn't actually going to be able to... I was gonna fall into the lake and die. Just making sure I wasn't the only one who saw that. Aw, I should have jumped sooner. Will it warp me? Okay, warps me. It warps me here anyway because I crossed the line. Did I miss anything? What's here? Oh, right. I need to get my reward from Mr. Krabs before I leave. Favorite antagonist of RE7. Ooh. That's a good question. I pretty much loved all of them. I think the section that creeped me out the most was Margaret's old house and the boss fight against her. But I also did kind of like the wannabe saw trap nature of Luke. Is it Luke? I always forget if it's Lucas or Luther. The one whose name starts with an L. His section I also really liked. I think I'm gonna go with Margaret though. Although, I gotta say, Evelyn, like, the thing that creeped me out most in that damn game was that little kid, Evelyn. Man, just going through her room and her just whispering in your ear, "Stay away." I'm never going to forget that and how it made me feel. Ratings of the Spongebob movies from 1 to 10. I need to rewatch. Why do I keep... Oh, wait, no, I need to switch one over here because I need to bash this button. I need to rewatch them to know for sure. Right now, I would say the first movie is a 7 or an 8. Second movie... I don't know. It's like... I don't really like the first half, but so, my experience with the second movie is that when I saw the second movie in theaters, I felt ripped off. Because all the marketing made it seem like the movie was going to be the last third of it. When in reality, it was only the last, like, it was like, sponge out of water, they go to land, and there's CGI, and it's an adventure on the land, and that's not what it was. They only go to land in the last third, even that's, maybe even just the last quarter of them, like, the last 15, 20 minutes, the climax of the movie, basically, is what was in the trailers. Which is, that did not sit right with me. And it still doesn't sit right with me that that's how they chose to market it. So I don't really feel well equipped to judge it. I think I need to rewatch it to know for sure how I feel about it. Like, removed from the false advertising to see if I like it any more or less than I did the first time around. But the third one can go fuck itself. I hate the third one so. The third one is like 50% maybe even 60%. I don't know. Is it unfair to say that the third movie is 60% promotional material for Camp Coral? And just like, they have a whole scene where the movie just stops dead in its tracks to have the characters one by one say, "This is how I met SpongeBob at Camp Coral," and they do that for every single one of them, and it could not be more transparent what the intent of this movie is. I also hate the western section where they go meet floating Keanu Reeves in a tumbleweed that goes nowhere. Literally goes, there's no point to having that in the movie. There's no payoff for any of it, and you're just left wondering what was the goddamn point. Anyway, Sponge on the Run sucks. I give it a is two too generous, or too high? I'll say 2 or 3 for right now. I hate that movie. But, good music. Genuinely, I really love the Secrets of the Formula musical number. I listened that's in my playlist. I've listened to that, and I've rewatched that section of the movie a lot. But the rest of it, no. I hate the rest of it. Don't watch Super Mario Logan, it's awful. Okay, I don't even know what that is, I'll take your word for it. You do dislike how 3 shoehorned Gwen Stacy and split Peter and MJ up with this first second act. It really annoyed you. If you were hoping to have something of an intelligent discussion with me about the Raymond trilogy, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I kind of not purged, but it's been over like a year and a half since I've seen them, so a lot of the specific details are kind of lost on me. So I'm not going to be able to really engage in any level of competent discussion as to how good they are. All I know is I liked 1 and 2 when I saw them. I didn't like the 3rd one, but that's about it. You personally believe Amy will always be Sonic's girl? I don't really have much stake in the whole Sonic and Amy thing, because I don't care. But anything's better than Sonic getting with a human. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking when they wrote that. But they sure did write it, didn't they? They sure did write it. Someone thought that was a good idea. Someone, at some point, was like, you know what would be a great idea for the next Sonic game? Bestiality. And then someone else was like, yes, that is the best. Did that? I could have sworn the arrows were around that. I guess not. Someone else was like, that is the greatest idea to ever idea. That's what we're putting in our next Sonic game. Not only are we putting... Alright, fuck you too. Not only are we putting it in the game, but we're also gonna make an entire... We're gonna have a pre-rendered CGI cinematic that we're gonna spend months and months, like, meticulously crafting, just to make sure this moment hits extra hard. Am I still planning a security breach review? No. And I'm going to forever hate myself for making that promise, and that's part of why I'm not really gonna say that I'm making this anymore, because it's gonna follow me to the day I die. It's just like, you said you would make this thing and you didn't. And it's like, yeah, I did. I did say that, and I shouldn't have said it because I can't deliver on that promise. I just don't really care enough to do it anymore. And also, it's been done to death. Like, everyone's made very comprehensive videos explaining how broken security breach is, even if you ignore the bugs, so I feel like there's not much I can add to the discussion anymore. Inhibitor rings are something from Sonic X that is mostly there to justify why Shadow dies at the end of the SA2 arc while Sonic doesn't. You don't remember the specifics of how it works, but you assume it works as I describe it. 06 put it in with no prompting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember having, like, reading a similar message to exactly that when I streamed the game last year. For you, Sponge the Run is ironically enjoyable. I can see it being ironically enjoyable. I think if I watched it with the Space Rangers, we would laugh our asses off at it. Although, I say that, but, like, so much of it is so goddamn boring. Like, the entire desert section, there's no point. It's just a waste of time. So I don't even... I mean, obviously I can't... If you enjoy it ironically, you enjoy it ironically, and it's not like... I can't... No, there's no point in trying to deduce why. If you enjoy it that way, then that's all that matters. But thinking about whether I would enjoy it that way, I'm like... It's just boring. I don't know. I don't know if we'd be able to have that level of reaction to it like we have for other things. And I pissed off about the halftime show, Sweet Victory. Yeah, that was like the easiest W in the history of W's. I don't know why they didn't. I genuinely can't wrap my head around why they wouldn't have just gone with Sweet Victory. That seems like the easiest thing you can possibly do. And then they didn't. And it's kind of annoying that they didn't, honestly. And in fact, it was so annoying that after the Super Bowl happened at school, our class president was so annoyed that they didn't play Sweet Victory that he actually did it in school for our halftime. And he did it during the assembly as a tribute to Steven Hillenburg. Like, other people picked up the slack because the actual Super Bowl, for some reason, just didn't do that. So, yeah, okay, can I not miss, please? Thank you. I was very upset when they didn't do that. Let's scroll up here and see what else I missed. The Marvels is going to suck hard. Yeah, probably. I don't think it'll be worse than Quantumania, though. I don't think it'll be worse than Quantumania. Yeah, I know, famous last words, but, like, really, though.
Oh, thank you.
You guys saw Quantumania, right? It was, like, one of the worst things ever made. I don't think Marvel's can be worse than that. Speaking of Indiana Jones, you're going on holiday soon. You and friends are going to watch Crystal Skull on Discord. You put some distance and we did in Last Crusade, focus on ironic enjoyment. The thing with Crystal Skull is that, like, it's kind of weird in that it front loads probably the stupidest thing, which is, of course, the infamous fridge nuking scene. But a lot of it is, like, I don't want to say boring, but, like, you're almost tricked into thinking it might be a good movie. The stretch between the end of the nuking scene and then the camp scene, I'm not going into specifics because you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it for you, but in between those two scenes, you're like, oh, there's some stuff here. This is like a movie. There's interesting things going on here, and there's moments where that you almost want to praise, but then like, every time I watch Crystals, I did this happened twice. I watched it before Dial of Destiny came out, and I was like, yeah, this isn't that bad. Maybe I was too hard on it. And then I get to the point, there is a point where you cross a threshold where it stops being meh/okay and just flies off the rails and becomes a completely incomprehensible mess. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's why I hate this movie, because the entire second half of it exists. Great. So yeah, it's a bit of a mix where, like, half of it you'll be like, okay, when's it gonna get funny? I'm waiting for the part where they lose their minds. But you'll hit it, trust me, you'll know when you hit it. You will know when you reach that point. Anyway, the only thing we're missing here is the cruise bubble thing. Same here, got everything there. I think now we're good to go start touring around the second part of Bikini Bottom. Can you watch the Indiana Jones movies in reverse order? I wouldn't recommend it. That's for sure. Top 5 Sony animation movies in my opinion. I need to look up a list of Sony animation movies. Let me try to find that real quick. Sony animation movies. Let's see. Okay, not now. Now we got a timer to do. I'll look at the list after I grab the spatula on top of Shady Shoals. In the meantime, I'll get back to your top 5 Sony question in a second once I look at the list. In the meantime, completely random thought. If Mario Galaxy 3 would have happened, would I like if it was a darker game like Subspace Super Paper Mario? I don't think I'd be inherently opposed to it. Well, but I mean, the main appeal to me for the Galaxy games has always been the sense of space exploration and platforming around the gravity-centric platforming and how creative they get with the level designs. So, as long as that's intact, I'm pretty much cool with whatever, if I'm being honest with you. So that's like my one, just maintain that, and you can do whatever you want with the tone and the story. Alright, now then, Sony. So, Cloud Chance Meatballs obviously up there. Love Cloud Chance Meatballs. It's one of my... I don't know if it's still in my top 20, because I've seen a lot of really great movies recently, but it is still a movie that I think very highly of. So that would definitely be up there. Is that all of them? Am I missing? I think I'm missing one little robot. Oh no, I'm missing 2 of them actually. Make that 3. Let's see. Cloudy's there. None of the open season movies are there, so we got 1 so far. So 1. This is in no particular order. I'm just gonna list the ones I find. Like, while I'm just going through the list. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Arthur Christmas, I think, was actually pretty good and pretty underrated. Hotel Transylvania. Let's see what else we got. Oh, duh. Spider-Verse, of course. Okay, Spider-Verse is there. That's only 4. So we got Cloudy, we got Arthur Christmas, we got Hotel Transylvania, we got Spider-Verse. That's only 4. If I had to pick a 5th one, I think I remember enjoying the Pirates Band of Misfits. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. You love Helluva Boss, but don't watch it. Its world building will make me lose brain cells. I have heard such things.
Checkers.
I don't really have much interest in it, though. Surf's Up, am I a joke to you? I have not seen Surf's Up, so I can't comment on it. Well, I guess I'm not sure. I watched, like, the first 10 minutes of it as a kid, and we turned it off because I wasn't into it. But maybe I've heard a lot of people sing its praises in recent months, so I might be inclined to check it out at some point in the future. Okay, let me see if I can do this little glitch real quick. If you store the Spongebob, well, not like that. Basically, if you don't actually move when you touch, like if you jump as soon as you touch the ground and don't give the game time to activate that animation, you can store the Spongebob a little longer. Well, I want to see if I can glitch my way into the 3rd part of Bikini Bottom. I'm not very good at this, so I'll give it one try, and if I don't do this, then we'll play the rest of the game. But I want to at least see if I can pull this off. Nope. All right, worth a shot. You can, you know, I'll give it one more try. Why not? You can glitch your way into that part if you're good enough, and I used to be able to do this pretty consistently when I was trying to speedrun the game, but those skills have been lost to time, so I will, I do not expect success out of this. You have to, like, get yourself into the corner, like this, pin yourself there, flick yourself down, and then flick yourself back up, and then ride the wall over it to jump the gap. Okay, one more. I promise I won't get stuck here. I just want to give it one more shot. One more try, and then I'll move on. Have I seen Mitchell vs. Machines? No, but everyone I've talked to says it's amazing. So there is that. I think. Okay, that's it. That's done. It was worth a try. I think, was Alex Hirsch part of that team or not? I feel like I remember him talking about saying in a talk he gave that he was at least somewhat involved with, like, creative consultation, I think, on Mitchell vs. Machines. Let me look up on IMDb if he had anything to do with that movie, or if I'm just totally pulling that out of my ass.
Of Rock Bottom, home of strange creatures and
miscellaneous crew, maybe?
t-shirts.
Okay, he's not in part of miscellaneous crew. Art department. Nope, nothing there. Thanks. Nope. No, but he is listed as thanks for the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Can't forget that. Okay, I can't find anything about him for Mitchell vs. Machines. But I'm pretty sure at least Dana Terrace has something to do with Mitchell vs. Machines. That's a more vivid memory I have.
Oh, SpongeBob, I'm actually glad you're here.
Okay, she was in the art department of Mitchell vs. Machines. But beyond that, I don't know anything. Oh, and she was a storyboard artist, and that's why, which makes sense. She was a storyboard artist on Gravity Falls and Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure. Anyway, where was I? Rock Bottom. Yeah. Hey, remember this part from the show? That's neat. All right, let's see if I can not screw this up. Made it on top of the restrooms, and then you slam him. Easy mode. Easy mode. Would I ever make a review about Suits? Maybe someday. But then again, until this year, I probably would have told you that it's kind of underrated, because even though it did have a very successful 9-year run, most people I've talked to don't know what it is. But that's not really true anymore, because ever since it came out on Netflix, everyone knows what Suits is now. So it's not really underrated anymore, and in fact, it's so well known that anytime I would see it trending on Twitter, the only thing that anyone would ever talk about was, man, isn't Meghan Markle hot? And then you see a bunch of tweets like, I watch Suits for the plot. Suits for and then the plot is just a picture of Meghan Markle, and I'm just like, can we, why are you picking, like, her? There's so much else about the show. Why are we hyper fixating on, why? So if ever I do make a video on Suits, it would probably be like, you guys know that there's more than just her to the show, right? Like, there's, like, so much else going on than just her. Well, why have you picked arguably the worst part of the show to focus on? Because Suits is genuinely phenomenal, and it was quite and I'm sure some of it was tongue-in-cheek, but there was a lot of people being like, man, Meghan Markle is really the unsung hero of the show. She's the reason I'm watching, and I'm like, what do you got? What are you talking about? So I maybe one day I'll be like, all right, I've had enough. I'm gonna make a video talking about how amazing the show is, but it's not. I don't have any plans to do so right now. For a while, I contemplated making a video talking about how shit Season 8 is, but I kind of have lost some of the drive to do that. Maybe if I make a video talking about why the rest of the show is great, I'll be like, now let me tell you why Season 8 sucks. Because boy, howdy does Season 8 suck. I mean, I wouldn't call it one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, it's not, like, unwatchable, but it's not the show at its best, and it is kind of painful to watch at times. If I made my worst 20 movies today, what would I change? A lot of things would change. I've watched a lot of really crap stuff recently. I think I might have screwed myself. I don't think I can make this jump. Yeah, no, I've screwed myself over here. The Amazing Spider-Man movies would probably be there. Yeesh. I mean, obviously Dial of Destiny's on there now. There's a lot. The thing is, for best movies and best games, I can point to you pretty quickly, like, these are the things that would be there now. Resident Evil 7 would be there. Tropical Freeze, Amori. For best movies, you have Interstellar, you have Whiplash, you have Top Gun Maverick. There's a lot of stuff that is there that wasn't. Spider-Verse, Batman, Everything Ever All at Once. And that stuff sticks out in my mind because I tend to... The stuff I love strikes a much stronger chord with me than the stuff I hated, and I screwed up the spin stalling there. But for worst stuff, I'm like, I sure watched a lot of shit. I need to sit down and remember all the shit that I watched. Top 5 worst Sony animation movies. Boy. Hotel Transylvania 3 is the one that comes to mind immediately because that's I actually like that one really annoyed me. I didn't even see it in theaters. I rented it for like $2 at Redbox. It was still a waste of money and time. Let's see. Oh, Emoji Movie, obviously. Open season. Which one do I pick from the open season? Which of the shit do I pick? I think I'll go with the fourth. No, the third. Third one. Third or fourth open season. Cloudy 2, obviously. Did I mention Smurfs? If not, then Smurfs 2 is there. Do Hoodwinked double feature commentary. They're free to watch on YouTube, please. I don't really have any particularly passionate feelings about the Hoodwinked duology. I watched the second one as a kid. I don't remember much about it, other than that I watched it. Can I do an Emoji Movie audio commentary? What's next? You're gonna ask me to do a Shark Tale audio commentary? Oh wait, people already do that. People already asked, hey, well, you guys should watch Shark Tale. It'd be great to see you watch Shark Tale. And yeah, maybe one day I will be like, actually, I kind of hate you guys. Let me make you watch Shark Tale, and then we'll watch the Emoji. That's the dream. Emoji Movie, Shark Tale double feature. There we go. Now we're cooking with oil. Shark Tale followed by the Emoji Movie is the cherry, and then as the cherry on top. Let's see. Well, what third pile of shit should we watch on top of it to complete the holy trinity of garbage? What should we? How should we close this off? Turbo? I don't know. Is Turbo on the same tier as Emoji Movie and Shark Tale? I don't know. I mean, I generally don't, because I've only watched Turbo once as a kid in theaters. So, I don't remember much. Except that Paul Giamatti has a really long speech where he's like, I faced every threat to snail known to snail kind. There's a twist villain, which is bleh. But that's all I got. Oh, and also the line, because this was in every trailer, I'm fast, like a shadow. And then Ryan Reynolds is like, but shadows are not inherently fast. I remember that. And I remember, especially because I was at a New Year's Eve party. Remember earlier when I said I didn't go to the New Year's Eve party in middle school? Well, in 6th grade, I actually didn't have a choice in the matter. It was a neighborhood New Year's Eve party. My parents took me to, because reasons. Well, actually, I think it was partly because, hey, it's the neighbors. We like our neighbors. Even though we actually didn't like most of our neighbors, if I'm being perfectly honest. We liked some of our neighbors, but a lot of them not so much. And some of them, actually, remind me if I forget. Once I'm done telling this story, I'll tell you another story about one of our neighbors that we had a thing with. But for now, I'll focus on this story. I think the main reason why we went through is because we needed to. I went to school. At my middle school, one of the people on the board of trustees lived in our neighborhood. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I live to fight another day. One of the people on the board of trustees lived in our neighborhood, and they wanted me to go to that party so I could talk to them. And the reason why they wanted me to talk to them was because during lunch one day in 6th grade, the ceiling fell. Like, no joke. You know those, like, push-up ceiling tiles that you see in, I guess the clearest example is in Toy Story 3, the things that Woody pushes up to get to navigate through the ducts of the ceiling. One of those fell and almost landed on a student's head. Like, I watched this happen. I watched it fall out of the ceiling and nearly crush someone. And then the deafening sound of it slamming onto the ground. And then the whole room fell silent. Why? I didn't want to push this, I still need to do stuff over here first. And so they wanted me to explain to the board member what happened, so that was probably the main reason we were at that party. But at that party, there was one of the kids there. We were running around the house doing kid things, just being stupid and running everywhere. And he said, I'm fast like a shadow, quoting Turbo. So then I continued the quote and I said, but shadows are not inherently fast. And then instead of actually finishing the quote, he just decided to say, who cares? And then he slid down the stairs on the railing. Anyway, the thing with the neighbor. So I was outside with, I was like 11 when this happened, and the other kids there were either late middle school or early high school. They were teenagers, basically. I was hanging out with a bunch of teenagers, just because, why not, I guess. And while we were there, we were outside in the family Jeep, just like chilling, talking about whatever. And then one of the adults came out and asked us why we weren't inside talking to all the girls. Like, no joke, that's actually something that someone asked us. And someone said they just weren't interested in, like, they want to talk with their friends. And then I was like, I don't know if I meant this seriously or as a joke, but I was like, well, because I was the only one there who wasn't a teenager, I was like, my hormones haven't developed yet, so I'm not really interested. It's like, hey, I'm the one guy, I'm like 11 years old and everyone else is in their teen years, and I'm like, I'm not into that stuff yet, so it was, I think I meant it as a joke, I don't know, or maybe, I mean, knowing me, I either meant it as a joke, or I was being just matter of fact, like, I have no reason to be interested yet because I'm super young. But whatever the case may be, the guy who was talking to us did not like that at all. He was very, very mad that I said that. He said, don't you ever talk to me like that again. I don't want to hear you ever talk with those words again. I didn't realize that the word hormones was a dirty word for an 11-year-old to use, but he spoke to me like he was my dad when he wasn't. In fact, I had no fucking idea who this clown was that was talking to me. But he certainly felt like he had some level of authority over me. And, we didn't like most of our neighbors. Yeah, that's just one story. I got plenty more, but that's the first one to come to my mind as far as some of the trials and tribulations that we went through. Anyway, Monsters vs. Aliens?
Someone better make this all
Maybe. Home Alone 4. I suppose Home Alone 4 might be an interesting movie to watch for an audio commentary one day. But, I mean, if we did that, we'd probably have to do, like, all the Home Alone movies, because it'd be weird for us to just do Home Alone 4. And I don't know if I'm willing to watch all 6 Home Alone movies. That seems like something only a crazy person would do. You really think I'd be willing to subject myself to all 6 Home Alone movies? A massive Home Alone marathon? The hell would ever do that? Anyway, ever heard of Batman the Animated Series? I've heard of it. I don't know much about it. I've never seen it. But I know it's beloved by those who have seen it. Please don't hit me, Chuck. Goodbye. Minions is the movie we should watch. See, I've seen Minions, and while it's not good, I don't think it's the worst thing to have ever been made. So I don't know if that would really fit the thing we're going for here. You thought Hotel Transylvania was okay? Well, the first one's good. The first one's like genuinely a 6.5 or 7 out of 10. Definitely a good movie. Hotel Transylvania 2 is alright, I think. Again, a lot of the stuff I would need to watch again to know for sure how I feel about it. But I'm pretty sure my thoughts on Hotel Transylvania 2 are that it's decent, like maybe a 5 or 6. But the third one was just too bad. It was too crap for me to actually endure. It was so bad that I didn't want to watch the fourth one, and I still haven't. I refuse to watch the fourth one because I just don't care anymore. Not that I was ever that invested in the Hotel Transylvania characters, but it was more about the quality of the movie. Like, if the third one's this bad, and people tell me the fourth one's even worse than the third one, apparently, why would I even bother at that point? Does Suits Season 8 have the destruction of characters? You know, it doesn't... So it's not... It's... The way I would the usual way that I describe the problems with Suits Season 8 and kind of like where the problems stem from is that because they no longer have all the characters to work with, the dynamic of the show has been shaken up drastically, and so in order... They want to maintain the dynamic of the previous seasons, but they can't because they don't have all the characters that they're used to having. So to compensate for this, they try to shove other characters into roles that they definitely don't belong in. And it just, like, it leads to... I think at one point one of the characters even has lines like, you know, this is usually the sort of thing that this character would do. And you're like, you can point out the issue all you want, still an issue. And then there's some plot lines that just actually make you want to gouge your eyes out, like the entire Katrina Bennett. The Katrina thing with Brian is just like, what are we doing? What in the name of the perfume are we doing right now? And it's just some questionable decision. I don't know, it's not, like I said, it's not unwatchable, and it doesn't, like, piss me off to the same degree as other things. But it's still, like, when I rewatch Suits, I'm like, man, I really don't want to watch Season 8 again. I just, like, I want to skip Season 8 to get to Season 9. But the reason why I don't skip Season 8 is because there is one thing about it that's actually redeemable, and it's everything to do with Lewis. Lewis is don't fall over, drink, is the shining star of Season 8. He's like... the thing, like, whenever they cut to Lewis, you're like, thank goodness, I can breathe a sigh of relief that we're actually gonna get good content, because what Season 8 does for Lewis's character is actually enough for me to say, I'm glad this season exists just for that. However, we didn't need to have the rest of Season 8 to get what they do with Lewis's character, so... yeah, you know, it's that, I guess. Yeah, that's my brief thoughts on Season 8. Saved it! I probably shouldn't have saved it, but I did. Can I hit you from here with a bubble ball? No. I think in Rehydrated you can hit this guy with a bubble ball from that distance. but because I mean, you probably shouldn't be able to do that because he's floating above the ground, so it shouldn't work, but it does in Rehydrated, because Rehydrated is a bit of an interesting game. But yeah, that's how that works. Ugh. Well, have I ever seen Super Sentai? No. King Bob! Yes, King Bob indeed. I do very much remember King Bob. Like, I really don't think Minions is the worst thing. I think Rise of Gru annoyed me more than Minions did, which is weird, because I'm pretty sure, isn't the common consensus that Rise of Gru is actually better than the first Minions movie? I don't know where that comes from. The Rise of Gru really, I did not like that much at all, actually. Uh-oh, I've blown it. I was trying to bubble bash my way up top of the tiki to get that blue shiny object, but that wasn't gonna happen. That was very much not gonna happen. I completely screwed that up. Alright, this is the worst jump right here, because the thunder is coming after you. Okay, we made it. If you get unlucky, sometimes the lightning will hover over you as you're trying to make the jump, and it'll screw up your trajectory, but we got lucky this time. Thoughts on the Trolls movies? I feel like I've answered this question a lot, because the exact answer that I'm going to give feels like something that's just muscle memory at this point. Like, what you're about to hear me say, I feel like I've said it a million times, but I'll say it again. I've never seen the Trolls movies, but I do like the True Color song, and the Can't Stop the Feeling song by Justin Timberlake holds a very special place in my heart, because that was the song one of the songs that played during the slideshow montage during my 8th grade graduation. If I watched the Trolls movies, I probably would be like, this is meh to bleh. But I can't bring myself to fully hate them for that reason alone. Alright, let's go mop up the sock I missed so that you can... I think there's a way to get it with Spongebob, but it's easier to get it with Sandy.
Well, what do you know?
Alright, it didn't save my thing. I need to go change to Sandy outside and then jump back in. You remember learning something about one of the SpongeBob games that changed it for you forever? What might that be? Don't watch Monsters vs. Aliens. Isn't that DreamWorks? I think it's, I'm pretty sure it's DreamWorks, in which case I will have to watch it someday, if I ever do a DreamWorks ranking, which I probably will. It's pretty, if I do a Pixar ranking, a DreamWorks ranking is kind of inevitable, and I do want to do a Pixar ranking. But it can't be, like, it can't be among the worst of DreamWorks' catalog. I'm dreading, as far as DreamWorks ranking is concerned, I'm far more hesitant to engage with the Boss Baby stuff than I am with Trolls or, Trolls is DreamWorks, right? I think it is. Or, even Monsters vs. Aliens. I didn't hit, you know what? I didn't hit the box, is what I didn't do. So now we're gonna get to do all this over again. I should have hit the box, but I didn't. And now I shall suffer the consequences of not hitting the box. Yeah, like, because I watched sadly, I have seen the first Boss Baby movie. I wish I hadn't, but I have seen it, and I can't, I certainly, the second one can't be, I guess it could be a Puss in Boots thing, where the first movie is, but the second movie is, like, amazing. I somehow doubt it, but hey, I don't know. Maybe it's an underrated masterpiece. Apparently, the Home Alone movies stopped being good when they stopped having Macaulay Culkin in them. I wouldn't go that far. But, I don't know. The Home Alone movies are something I would elaborate on a bit more if I ever did any kind of coverage in the Home Alone movies, that's where I would want to save most of my thoughts for that. But I wouldn't say that Macaulay Culkin is the defining thing that drives to the quality of the movies. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's go back to the Church of Darkness. You wouldn't believe me if I told you? Try me. Have I read Percy Jackson? No. I have not read Percy Jackson. I actually don't know anything about that. Third movie could be Norm of the North or Pinocchio, A True Story. Is Norm of the North... I don't know about Pinocchio, but... Is Norm of the North on the... Because remember, we gotta find something that's on... That's the same level of bottom tier, borderline unwatchable sludge that is Shark Tale and the emotion. We gotta find something on that level. I don't know if Norm of the North would fit the bill necessarily. Although honestly, I kind of forget that even... I don't remember seeing like any promotional material for it. I feel like it just... Like, someone went back in time and retroactively changed something to where it existed when it never did. Because I really don't... whatever marketing it got just completely passed me by. Hello, Dr. CF. Welcome to Rock Bottom. Which is a fitting name because this is probably my least favorite level in the game. Not that I don't still like it, of course, but... I like other levels quite a bit more than this one. And I need Sandy for this. Even if the core part of Mario Galaxy is the gameplay, an underrated part of it is the contrast between Rosalina's found family plotline and Bowser's materials and almost destroying the universe. Sure. I never really gave much thought to the story, the narrative aspects of... Well, I can't say I never gave thought to it, because if there's one thing about Galaxy, putting aside the fact that the second half of the game is a bit of a decline in quality compared to the first half, with Gold Leaf especially just being like, what if Honey Hive was mirrored? And a lot of the late game levels not being the best. Narratively speaking, the whole universe resetting itself, there's a lot of like logistical elements about that I'm like, what exactly do you want me to think happened here? But so I can't say I never gave thought to it, but I haven't. Beyond that, it's not been something I've sunk too much time into properly. Oh boy, properly breaking down. Rock Bottom is your favorite episode? I don't think I liked Rock Bottom that much. I mean, I remember watching it. I think I just... Maybe I'd like it more as an adult, but I remember just being bored and or creeped out by it as a kid. Which I get that that's the intent, just to creep you out, but that's probably why I never liked it as a kid. But honestly, I just need to revisit... But I should probably add that to the list of shows the list of, in fact, I'm going to do that right now in this cutscene right here. I'm going to add SpongeBob to the list of shows I want to revisit. Because I don't think I've ever actually sat down and watched seasons 1 through 3 back to back. I just kind of watch them sporadic. That's why I have a really hard time whenever someone asks, what's your favorite episode from this season? I can't tell you because I don't remember what goes. Like if you ask me about Phineas and Ferb, I can tell you what season any given episode comes from. I can't do that with SpongeBob because I never watched them see. I just had you know the random DVDs that they would have that were just collections of random episodes with no real connected tissue in terms of seasons. Sometimes it'd be like, this is the Halloween disc, it's all the scary episodes, and also some other random ones. That's more like what they would be, how they'd be categorized on DVDs, not so much by seasons. And I never got the seasons 1 through 3 discs that actually laid them out like that. So I don't really know which episode. I don't know off the top of my head which episodes go with which seasons. So I wanna watch the 3 seasons back to back one day to figure out like which is my favorite of each season, which season is my favorite. Do I think it gets better and better, or is it middle in quality? I don't know. I honestly can't tell you. And it's kind of this. I also just don't even really. I don't really have a solid list of like favorite SpongeBob episodes either. I have a somewhat stable list. I think. Let me pull up. I have a list. I actually got this list ready because I was expecting this topic to come up at some point, and I wanted to have it ready to go because I don't have it like off the top of my head. Let me get it. Okay, so in no particular order, some of my favorite episodes are Krusty Krab training video, Pizza Delivery, Band Geeks, Graveyard Shift, SB129, Club SpongeBob, Dying for Pie, Idiot Box, the camping episode, and Krusty Towers. I feel like a lot of those are obvious picks that everyone says. Like, everyone says Pizza Delivery, everyone says Band Geeks. But I also think some of those are ones that I don't usually see get talked about as much. Like Krusty Towers, for instance. I don't think I've ever seen anyone be like, yeah, Krusty Towers is my favorite SpongeBob episode. And then Idiot Box, again, I don't know. That might just be a me thing, but I really love that episode. The same thing with Club SpongeBob and SB129. I watched those again and again and again as a kid. And then Graveyard Shift, the hash-slinging slasher. Oh, just that one line alone just instantly brings back a whole tidal wave of memories. Have I watched Lucifer? No. How do I feel about Across Second Dimensions ending? I think it's perfect for everybody's characters. Not only does it give you a little tease of the Phineas and Isabella payoff that they had been, like, building toward for a while. They give you what you want, but then they rip it away from you. So it plays off as both a joke and a payoff, which is great. But the main thing I love about it is that like, you could say it, you could easily argue as it being a cop-out for it never actually it may as well never actually happen because no one remembers it. But that's not really what the movie's about, because the main appeal of that, also that's another glitch I remember how to do, or exploit rather, where you jump on top of the spatula, pull R to trigger the gate so that you grab the spatula as you hit the gate so that you skip the spatula animation but still get the spatula. Anyway, the main reason why that movie works is because it's reinforcing the bond that Phineas and Ferb have with Perry, and that even through all this crazy adventures, you have the awesome adventure, and then the end of it is like, yeah, it was awesome, but what's more important is that we get to keep you in our lives, and we don't want to sacrifice that for being able to hold on to this memory, and that's the valuable takeaway from that experience. So I really have nothing to complain about in regards to Across Second Dimensions ending. Thoughts on Amazing World of Gumball? I have none. Except that I think, you're gonna correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't the thing that you did in Blue's Big City Adventure where you're like, we're on our way, what, was that Gumball? Or was that something else? I think I remember you telling me it was Gumball. But if that is, that's the only exposure I have to Gumball. And I edited around it, even not knowing what it was. I just edited it anyway. No, Chuck. Bad Chuck. Goodbye. I feel like I'm missing a sock. No, I'm not. I got them all. Okay, let's go bring the art back to Mrs. Puff. What about Sharknado being the third movie? Now there's an idea. Sharknado, the definitive capper to complete the holy trinity of shit. There's an idea. If I revisit it, will I make a tier list of the episodes as I go? Maybe. I feel like that might be a good idea to kind of figure out once for all how I really feel about the early SpongeBob episodes. I think I would do that. Okay. Someone mentioned the bus gag in Rock Bottom that makes up the majority of the episode was absolute gold. Well, boy howdy, do I have a surprise for you. That gag made it into this game, and it's awesome. I kind of wish they let you actually interact with it. Like, the bus would pull up, and then you could run up to it, and then it would pull away. But the reason they probably don't do that is because they don't want you to see that the bus just disappears and despawns when it goes that way. But I feel like they could still lock the camera here and let you run up to it. But I don't know. It's more of a minor thing that I wish they did, but not a deal breaker by any means. SpongeBob did time travel better than Endgame. Well, it's not very hard, but... I mean, I actually don't know if that's true, honestly, because, like, thinking about I love SP129, but thinking about the mechanics of it and, like, how Squidward glitches himself out of the time stream by, like, destroying the fabric of space-time, and then somehow miraculous... Like, what even... He, like... So he breaks the time machine because he flicks the switch up and down too many times, and then the time machine destroys itself and he's in the void somewhere, like outside space and time. Then he crashes through the floor, lands in the time machine somehow still, and then gets back to the time. I can't explain to you what happens at the end of that episode, but it's a funny episode. I like it, but I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that they really did time travel particularly well. I think that might be a bit too generous to it. You like the prison episode, but I think it's a summer camp. I think I also remember liking that as a kid, but I don't know for sure. Did I know that Pixar's movie Elio was delayed from March 2024 to June 2025? Yes. And as long as they take the time they need to make it good, that's fine by me. It also makes things less stressful for me because I was kind of worried about having to cover Elio right before covering Inside Out 2. So I'm very happy, actually, that it's from a purely selfish perspective, I'm glad it's getting delayed because it helps me. But also, from perspective of the movie, it's like, it's good that it's getting delayed because it gives them extra time to really polish it up. Now, I say that, I haven't actually seen any trailers for it, so I don't know what it really looks like. Like, I've seen some people say the trailer looks kind of bad, some people say it looks good. I still have not seen the trailer. When I went to go see, The Lion King, I think it was The Lion King. It was either The Lion King or Lego Movie that I went to go see recently when they brought them back to theaters. That they showed, I caught like the tail end of the trailer for Elio as I was walking into the theater, but I don't really know anything about what I saw specifically. I just kind of saw just vague imagery. So I still don't really know what the trailer is like, because I want to... And if at all possible, I want to avoid looking at the trailer, because I want to go in blind when I see the movie. So I don't know if it looks good, if it looks bad. I really don't quite know what to expect as of right now. But as long as we get a good product at the end of it, I'm fine with waiting an extra year. Plus, Elemental was good, so... It's taught me that Pixar hasn't lost their stride entirely yet. Although I'm not confident in the quality of Inside Out 2 by any stretch of the imagination. I don't really have any faith in that being good whatsoever. Just from purely I mean, there is good stuff you can do from it. There's potential in kind of carrying the same thematic and emotional weight from the first movie into the second, as Riley gets older and things get more complicated. But the problem is from perspective of world building, I don't know how they're going to explain where the new emotions came from just out of nowhere. And there's also a lot of ways you can really easily screw it up, so it's more of a thing where it's like, I'd rather we don't. But if you're gonna, you can do good things. Even if I'm not particularly confident that you will do those good things. Okay, let's not hug the edge this time. Me. Favorite Owl House season? Season 2. I want to be able to say Season 3, because Season 3 has some of my favorite payoffs in the entire show. In fact, it has, like... I think most of my... a majority of my favorite payoffs in the entire show come from Season 3, but it's hard for me to earnestly judge Season 3 in the same way that I judged the first two seasons, because seasons 1 and 2 are actual seasons of television, whereas season 3, it's really not a season. Like, it's framed as season 3, and it was released as 3 hour-long episodes, but it gets a lot... It functions a lot better if you treat it as the Owl House finale movie that was released in 3 parts. It functions much better, it flows much better, and it functions better if you consider it as that. And that's kind of how I envision it in my head rather than the actual third season of the show, because I don't know that I can honestly call, like, 3 episodes of television as a full season. That's really stretching it. Sponge Hedge is the episode that stands out to you because of how much of a mindfuck it is. I do not... That episode... Remind me again what that episode is? Because I should also mention, I call myself a SpongeBob fan, but I haven't seen most of SpongeBob. I've seen the first 4 seasons, most of Season 5, maybe a bit of Season 6, and sporadic episodes from later seasons here and there. But I have not watched most SpongeBob content that's available. I haven't consumed. Oh no. Well, now I'm dead. I haven't watched most of the show, I haven't played most of the games, or any of that stuff. So, when I say I'm a fan of SpongeBob, it's mainly just, like, the first 4, maybe 5 seasons, and a couple of the video games. Not really the whole show. And it kind of raises a question of, like, is it disingenuous of me to say that I'm a SpongeBob fan when most of the SpongeBob content available is stuff I either haven't watched or don't like? I don't know, but I can at least say I'm a fan of the early SpongeBob days. So because of that, I don't really know. If it's from a later season, I probably haven't seen it. If it's from the early seasons, then I have seen it, but I may not remember it because it's been so long. So let's see. Sponge Hedge is the one where SpongeBob becomes the last person alive and kids build a giant statue of himself. The ending is also a downer. I feel like I remember people talking about that episode, but I don't know if I've seen that. Or actually, I might have caught the tail end of it. Hold on. Sponge Hedge. I might have caught, like, the last 4 minutes of that on TV. I don't remember. Oh, it is Season 5. Okay, so I probably have seen it then. I honestly don't know. I need to check it again to see if I mean, I probably have seen it, I just don't remember it. How would I react if Inside Out 2 Miraculously ended up being good? I would be like, bravo, Pixar, you proved me wrong. You actually made a really good Inside Out 2. And I'd be happy, because I really, really like Inside Out 1. It means a lot to me. I would prefer if they didn't destroy it with a sequel, so I have everything to gain by the sequel being really good. I don't have any faith in it actually being good. But I am more than willing to be proven wrong by Pixar. Because Elemental was another one I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't go into it expecting it to be terrible. Like, the rest of the world had pretty much already made up their minds that Elemental was gonna suck. I didn't. I just didn't really have any feelings on it at all. I was like, sure, I will give it my earnest, I'll give it a shot and see how it is. And I was pleasantly surprised. I ended up really liking it. So Elemental surprised me. Hopefully Inside Out 2 surprises me as well. Top 5 best DreamWorks movies. Over the Hedge is up there, because I love Over the Hedge. It's one of my favorites. I need to look at a list of DreamWorks movies to know for sure. Kung Fu Panda 2 is probably there. Megamind, I think, would be there. Shrek 2 would be there. I'll look at a list after I pay the clam and get the spatula here. Spatula. The other thing is that, excuse me, I haven't seen every DreamWorks movie. I've seen every Pixar movie because I grew up with Pixar, but I haven't seen every DreamWorks movie, so I'm less familiar with a lot of their movies than I am with Pixar stuff. Oh, I don't have enough? Alright, well, time for... cheat codes! Maybe I'll show off SBA later just to show you what it's like. But, yeah. I prefer to use cheat codes for right now. Okay, let's see. DreamWorks Animation. No, I don't want their website. I want just the Wikipedia list of all their stuff. Okay, let's see. Shrek 2 would be up there. Over the Hedge is up there. Maybe even Flushed Away. Honestly, I think Flushed Away is pretty underrated. I'll keep that there as a tentative maybe. If we're talking strictly personal favorites and not, like, best made movies, I really love B-Movie. I really, really love B-Movie. Just because it's so outlandish and so hard to take seriously, I love it so much. I also like Jerry Seinfeld, so maybe there's a bit of bias there. I don't know, I need to think a bit more about what the top 5 would be, but for sure it would be Shrek 2 would be on there, Over the Hedge would be on there, Kung Fu Panda 2 would be on there. I think Megamind, but then there's a lot. I don't know. I'm going to abstain. The ones I like a lot would be Shrek 2, Over the Hedge, Kung Fu Panda 2, Last Wish, Megamind. Those are the ones that I like. I'd cite as among their best, but I really don't know. There's a lot of really, really good stuff, so I can't nail down a definitive list of 5. I apologize. They confirmed the new emotions, and Riley felt them in the first movie, and their emotion you can still feel as a child. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, I imagine they've had to have had this conversation. Like, surely in the writer's room, when they were thinking of new emotions, they'd be like, well, how are we gonna explain this? Because we showed in the first movie that Riley's parents don't still have the same 5 emotions. So, how would one explain the presence of the new ones in Riley's case as a teenager? Unless they exist only when you're a teenager and then they die horribly when you become an adult. I hope that's not the direction they take it. That would be my point is, I don't think Pixar is ready for the implications of whatever explanation they're going to come up with. But I feel like they would have had to have these conversations at some point. So I don't think they're just going to, like, not address it entirely. I just don't know if the explanation we're going to get is going to be a satisfying one, is the big concern. So, who knows? What have I considered for future movie commentaries and reactions? A lot of stuff that I am not going to tell you because I don't want to spoil anything. But we have lots and lots of things that we want to do. And there's also lots and lots of stuff that has been recorded but not edited. So, we got a lot of plans. I'll just say that. You really want to watch Owl House and Infinity Train? I can't speak to Infinity Train, but Owl House... Why did I switch to Patrick? Owl House will have my glowing endorsement to the ends of the earth. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. And it's kind of insane to think that one of my, like, all-time favorite things came out of nowhere randomly at the beginning of this year. It's hard to imagine a time when I didn't know what this show was, considering how much it's, like, dominated my everything. But, yeah. There's that. Still going to the FNAF commentary, despite it being bad. Like, the logical part of my brain is telling me that it would probably make for a good commentary. But the emotional part of me is telling me, I don't want to watch that again. So, but regardless, right now I don't have time. I genuinely don't have the time in my schedule to actually, like, make a commentary. My schedule is jam-packed as is with all the other stuff I need to get done by the end of the year. I just don't have time to do it. But I'm not going to write it off entirely. So, there's that. Do I know about the Splinter episode? Yes, and you cannot, if I ever decide to take the plunge and watch episodes beyond seasons 1 through 5 or whatever. Actually, is Splinter in season 5? I don't know. Maybe it is. If it's in season 5, I haven't seen it, but if I watch all of SpongeBob at any point, you can't pay me to watch that. I'll take the money and just burn it. I'd rather, that's a better use of it than trying to pay me to watch it. I refuse. You couldn't do it. You could not do it. Opinion of season 9 of Suits. It starts out okay. It doesn't start out great. It starts out decent. It gets better as it goes along, and then by the end, the final stretch of episodes leading up to and including the finale is phenomenal. And while I do think the show could have ended at season 6 and been fine, I wouldn't have wanted it to, because you'd miss out on Lewis's stuff in seasons 8 and 9. And I think season 9 ends the show in a better place than season 6. So it's worth it for that. Even if it's not like, it's still not a great season, like compared to the heights of seasons 2, 5, 6, even 4, to a lesser extent, and 3. It's not up there with like the best of Suits overall. But it is a great note to send out the show on, and for that it has my respect, and also I'm low on health. The worst episode of Spongebob is one course meal where Mr. Krabs drives Plankton to suicide, then laughs when he learns of his suicide attempt, and not exaggerating joking as it happens. I think I have heard of that. And the name sounds familiar, but I feel like the name makes me think that I've seen it, but also if I have seen it, I don't think I'd ever forget it, and that doesn't sound familiar. I think I might be confusing it with One Last Bite. Okay, I know. There I know. This is season 7. I haven't seen it. I think what happened is the one in the name made me think of One Last, or is it One Last Bite or One More? It's the one where no, just One Bite. It's just One Bite. I think it's the one where Squidward wants to eat a Krabby Patty, but also desperately tries to convince himself that he doesn't want to eat a Krabby Patty. I think I mixed up Just One Bite with One Course Meal because they both have one in the title. No, I haven't seen One Course Meal because I would not forget it. If I had seen something like that, I would not forget it. But I have seen Just One Bite, if that is what it's called. And that episode I actually like. I don't know if that's a controversial opinion in the SpongeBob community, but I do like the one where Squidward wants to eat a Krabby Patty and just is like adamant that he doesn't really. You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? Have I seen that clip of a game journalist failing a basic puzzle in this game? Yes, I made fun of it in my Rehydrated playthrough. Literally just take a few steps back and problem solved. Like, okay, Rehydrated had many problems. I wasn't quite willing to accept them at the time because I was so swept up in the hype of getting to play Rehydrated for the first time. But Rehydrated has problems, and yeah, I'm more, like I said earlier in the stream, as the years have gone on, I've become more, I've noticed more and more things about the game that I'm like, yeah, you could have done this a lot better, couldn't you, if this is not up to snuff. But man, the ball puzzle isn't one of them. Oh, I think I did this too, yeah, I did that too late, way too late. Okay, let's try again. How surprised was I by The Last Wish? Very. I said in my Best Movies video that I expected the second one to be shit because the first one was not great. And I got a lot of comments when Last Wish came out saying, boy, this aged poorly because Last Wish was amazing. Like, that's a majority of the comments on that video are, this Last Wish was actually great. Or like, wait till he finds out Last was actually good. And my reply to all of them is, yeah, it was great. I'm happy to have been wrong because it means that we got a really great Puss in Boots sequel when I had no... Like, I don't think it was that controversial to me to say that I didn't think Puss in Boots 2 was going to be good. Like, did anyone actually have faith in it? Didn't everyone agree the first one kind of was either mediocre or sucked? I feel like that was a general consensus, so... I don't think it was that out there for me to say that I didn't expect great things of the sequel. But you know what? They proved me wrong. I was more than happy for that speaker. Okay, this is where I start failing because you need to be like quick on the draw with this. Okay, we got it in there. That's the hard part, and then okay, so not first try, but almost first try. I screwed up the part with the first time you have to roll the ball into the suction cup thing over there that I'm looking at right now. I screwed up that part, but I'll take second try. I will accept a second try for the ball puzzle. I will gladly accept a second try for what many people consider to be the hardest part of the game. Voice actor Saphira and Disgust will apparently not return. Yeah, I'm not happy about that either, because I love all the performances of all the emotions, but I especially love Bill Hader as Fear and Mindy Kaling as Disgust. I mean, so I should clarify, I know, I think some people had reasons not to like Mindy Kaling recently. I don't remember what they were. I think I remember Mindy Kaling walking out on stage for a talk show and no one applauding her. So I'm strictly talking about Mindy Kaling in the context of her performance as discussed. And as discussed in that role, she was great. And it's unfortunate that she won't be coming back for the sequel. But I don't know anything beyond that as far as real-world controversy she got into. I'm not commenting on any of that. I'm only talking about her as an actress in that role, which I thought she did very well. B-movie commentary? Mayhaps. Do we plan a Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs commentary? No plans to do so at the moment, but it could be a good idea to do a double feature for the first one and the second one back to back. I'm not against it entirely. What do I think of Nasty Patty? I liked it as a kid. I mean, it wasn't one of my favorites that I would go back to again and again and again, but I know I liked it as a kid. I don't know if I still like it as an adult, though. Did you see the clip you put in the server describing how you felt leaving the theater? I don't know. Maybe? I'll say probably not. I don't know for sure.
Well, the security system has been shut
What's the
down.
first video I ever made? It was the very first video that I ever made that you can't find anymore. Was a Let's Play of Minecraft. Like one of my first times playing Minecraft. That video has long since been taken down, just because it was really, really old. And I kind of wish I didn't take it down, because that was technically my first ever thing. Was an attempt at a Minecraft Let's Play. But the first proper video I made was like I made a couple things. I made a couple videos in early January 2014 of playing Minecraft and Terraria, but it didn't go very well. I didn't really know what I was doing, so I took them down. The first proper video that I ever stood behind is like this is what I want to do with my channel moving forward was in June of 2014 when I made my Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings walkthrough. That's like what has kind of been accepted as the canonical beginning of my channel's catalog of content. So the true answer is a Minecraft video you can't watch that has been lost to time. Ow! Okay, alright. Let's not get bashed by the hammer, please. But the accepted answer is the Indiana Jones and Staff of Kings video. Now, as far as what my first, proper analysis video was, that would be my Dragon Slayer 3D critique praise thing that I made in November 2020. That was the first of its kind. And considering it was the first of its kind, I'm still remarkably proud of that moving forward, and if ever someone asks what's so good about the game, I can still confidently point to that video and say, this is why. I'm really, really happy with how that turned out. And which is unfortunate because it's one of my worst performing videos, all things considered, because obviously the more heated Toy Story 4 and Incredibles 2 stuff are more popular with people, but the ones I'm much more happy with are things like Dragon Slayer 3D. Not only because it's something very close to my heart that I feel very strongly about, but also because it's just, I think I did a pretty... Okay, hold on, let me go quiet for a second.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
I gotta focus to actually nail that pattern consistently. Those are the things that I'm most proud of as a piece of analysis on my channel. I'm most proud of that. And it's why if the Owl House video does well, which I'm hoping it does and doesn't just get buried like the Dragon's the 3D one, that it would justify me making more of those types of videos, because I would love to spend more time talking about why I love the things that I do. Somebody asked the question of how one would write the FNAF movie. You wrote one on the fly. Did I see that? I think I saw you wrote it. I didn't read it extensively though. But there's a lot of things. I mean, really, it shouldn't be that hard to make a good FNAF movie. It really is not like I know this is gonna sound so cringe, and I accept that. I'm fully aware of that. But I've actually read fanfiction creepypasta that is better told than the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
We'll seek
And I know that that's a common thing to say, like, oh, the fans could have written a better thing, and, like, usually that's not true. Usually, if you give someone the reins of that, they will not be able to
Squidward.
actually deliver on the execution. But I mean it sincerely when I say that literally, like, the day or two before the movie came out and I went to go see it, I actually went back and listened to some of the older, like, the early days of FNAF, the earliest Five Nights at Freddy's creepypasta fanfiction horror story kind of things. And while of course they're not, like, they reek of being fanfiction, they have the same little idiosyncrasies that you can tell it was written by a fan, it still feels like it has a better understanding of why people like the games and what the story of them are than the people who made the FNAF movie. So I would genuinely say that some of those things are better made than the movie we actually got. Also, I need to do this again because apparently it's not gonna work.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
Because Sand Mountain price gouges you into oblivion with the amount of things you need for the Bungie one, and then accessing all 3 of the lodges. You need a lot of shiny objects in order to get through this level. And I don't feel like grinding for them, so we are just going to cheese our way to the top, like we've done for the rest of this. There's also the iconic Game Journalist Cuphead tutorial video. Yeah, I don't actually think I've ever listened to. I think I just, like, saw the clip of that one section of, like, what was it? Was it dashing? Was that the thing that got him? Was not knowing how to jump dash or parry? Well, refresh my memory. Which part of the tutorial did he get stuck on? Was it dropping to the platform? Was it the first dash jump? Or was it parrying? I think it was the dash jump. But I don't remember, because I think I only watched it like once when the game first came out. Jumping dash. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was the first dash. That's what sounded right to me. Like the first dash jump. But I wasn't confident in that answer. Because like the Battle for Bikini Bottom video, I gotta admit, I've watched that a lot. Not the full GameSpot review. I think I might have read the GameSpot review if there was a. I think they usually post a written review along with the video review. So I think I read the review, but I didn't watch the full video outside of the one clip where he couldn't roll the ball properly. But I have watched that multiple times because I do find it somewhat humorous. But I didn't do the same thing with Cuphead because I just don't know, it just didn't really. It was the thing where I watched, like, yeah, that was dumb, and then I moved on with my day. Almost fell. That might have cost me the time trial. I'm not sure. I did not want to get stuck on the lip of the thing like that. Favorite Suits season is Season 5. Close competition with Seasons 2 and 6, though. But Season 5 is the peak of my investment in that show. I literally marathoned the entire second half of Season 5 in a single afternoon, because that's how intensely invested in the story I was of that show. Nothing could have possibly pulled me away from the TV at that point. Oh no. One-course meal originally named Plankton Gets Served added salt to the wound. That's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of videos are like, top 10 times children's cartoons got unintentionally dark. And it's like, sometimes it's not quite as intense as the video will lead you to believe. But that sounds just straight up messed up. In fact, it sounds like a fake episode one would make up for like a creepypasta. Like, this is the lost episode of Spongebob where he murders. Actually, I think it was actually, there was something like that for Blue's Clues, where someone was like, the creepypasta being, this is the lost episode of Blue's Clues where Steve murders Blue and finds her body on the floor in a puddle of blood. because kids and whatever. I don't know, something like that. That's the kind of thing it sounds like. But no, yeah, that's a real episode. Yeah, that's a thing. I can't believe it is what it is. Also, I don't want to leave because I need the spatula from Mrs. Puff. Gimme. Didn't dislike Puss in Boots 1, but it was where the Shrek fatigue setting in. It was sadly generic. Could have been really good. It was just passable. The thing is, I wouldn't say it was like some unwatchable piece of garbage. It's just I don't remember anything about it except for the twist with the egg and like going into the beanstalk in the sky kind of thing. It's just not a very. It didn't. Like, I'm never gonna forget the story of The Last Wish. That's gonna sit with me for a while. But Puss in Boots 1, it left my brain as soon as I watched it. And that's as a kid, because when you're a kid, you're a lot more accepting of things being bad or subpar. You're just kind of like, ooh, bright colors, shiny entertainment, me like. So it's the reason why I was able to watch stuff like Chicken Little as a kid and not want to blow my brains out. So. And it's also why I still have a very personal attachment to that movie, even though I know it's terrible. I can never truly hate Chicken Little, because when you're a kid, you're more forgiving of that stuff, so... And because I liked it as a kid, it doesn't hold up as an adult, it's terrible, but I like it, and I still enjoy watching it, because of the memories I made with it when I was younger. But even as a kid, I watched the first Puss in Boots, and I was like... Yeah, I could have just, like, not gone to the theater today. Could have done a lot of other stuff in my time. But, oh well. You don't find the first Puss in Boots movie to be as bad as people say it is? Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't say it's unwatchable or anything. But I don't think it's very strong. I'm interested in seeing, if I ever do make a DreamWorks ranking video, I'm interested in revisiting it and seeing what I really think of it. Seeing if it's... So I remember one person's DreamWorks ranking video treated it very harshly. I think it was the every DreamWorks movie reviewed in the 10 words or less kind of thing. I feel like I remember his Puss in Boots ranking being, like, really, really harsh for how low it was in the list. But I don't know. I feel like I remember more of the Puss in Boots video game than I do of the Puss in Boots movie. Most controversial thing I've ever said? Probably something from my Sonic Adventure 2 Let's Play. Most of which I'm not particularly proud of looking back. Honestly, the specifics of what I said there has kind of been lost to time. Because I don't know, it just didn't... It was... The whole Sonic Adventure 2 experience is just a blind red vision of rage in my head. But I know I said some things that that I've disowned since then. Is Croods 2 the worst DreamWorks movie? No, but it's probably the one that pisses me off the most. I don't know. Okay, let's not. I shouldn't have done this. Okay, that worked. That was a bit risky. I do not think Croods 2 is the worst DreamWorks movie, but it does... It's one of my least favorites. It is for sure. Like, again, when it comes to ranking studios that aren't Pixar, I need to actually sit down and watch all their movies to really give you an idea of how I feel about them. Because I either haven't seen all of them, or it's been so long since I've seen them that I can't... Like, the How to Train Your Dragon movies, for instance. I know I liked them as a kid, but I can't tell you much beyond that because it's been so long since I've seen. I only watched the third one once when it came out in theaters, and my experience watching that was not great because there was a giant. There was something wrong with the projector in my theater. There was a giant blue light shining on the screen the entire time, so it was like watching the movie underwater, which is kind of annoying. The second one I also remember watching when I was sick, which didn't help. So, yeah, there's a lot about that I need to really revisit to figure out how I feel about them. Kung Fu Panda I'm more confident on. I'm more confident on Kung Fu Panda in that its first one's like... First and second are 8s or 9s, and the third one's like a 6. But I struggle with figuring out whether I like the first or second one better, because the second one I feel like has a stronger emotional core, but the first one I think has better action sequences, and I don't know how they really stack up against each other. When you weigh the pros and cons of both, I don't know which one I prefer overall. It's rough. The video is wrong because Over the Hedge of 4. Yeah, I also remember that, and I'm like, nah, Over the Hedge ain't. I can see someone giving it a 7, even a 6, but a 4, nah. Over the Hedge ain't. Like, I can see how one could come to the conclusion that Over the Hedge is decent and or fine, but a 4 is a bit harsh. There's legit good creepypastas out there. Yeah, oh, I went on a creepypasta binge in middle school. I watched / read so many of them. In fact, even recently, every now and again, I'll remember channels like Clancy Pasta or channels like that just have creepypastas on display, or I'll search online for stuff like that. Because the thing is, sometimes channels will just copy something they found on Reddit and they'll read it in a video. And while I appreciate them adding their own spin on it with narrating it and like adding a sense of performance to it, I do also kind of feel like I'd rather just read the article on my own time, at my own pace, in my own voice, in my own head. And also, that's just kind of how I would feel about doing that. So, yeah, the point being, every now and again I will slip back into my middle school creepypasta addiction phase, and I'll just read a bunch of them. In fact, recently, leading up to the release of the FNAF movie, I kind of fell into that again. Just thinking, like, because I rewatched and listened to the FNAF ones, and I'm like, well, I've already done this, so why not go all the way and read even more? Also, am I missing a snowman? No, I'm not. I thought I might have been missing a snowman, but I got him. I got them all. Okay, let me pause here and scroll up a bit, see what I missed. Who carried suits on their back? Hard question to answer. Also, am I missing anything here? I think, are there 3 socks in the... I think there's 3... Yes, okay, I'm good. I'm not missing anything in this level. I can return to, the ski lodge. Who carried suits on their back? My gut answer is to say Lewis, because I feel like he's the unsung hero of the story, and that watching him grow and develop over the course of the 9 seasons is probably the most stark contrast and the most satisfying. But also, at the end of the day, it all kind of falls back to Harvey and Mike. Until it doesn't, but that's a topic for a different day. So, I don't know, I mean, Suits is always... It's not a show where I'd say, like, it all comes down to this one character, even though like, obviously Harvey is the lead character of the show, and him and Mike are what everything revolves around in the early seasons. But at a certain point, like, by the time you get to seasons 3 and 4, it becomes less about them and more of an ensemble show where, like, everyone, Donna, Rachel, Jessica, everyone has something unique and interesting going on for them, and Lewis, of course. So I don't really have a good answer to that question.
I'm built for speed with
Do I like the Madagascar movies? Yes, I do like the Madagascar movies. I know that they're not critically well liked, and I'm not big on the first movie. I like the first act of the first movie, but at a certain point it just kind of devolves into a mess of weird, unfocused, random things that happen. I'm not big on it. You could argue it as being the funniest of the bunch, like with Skipper saying, "We killed them and ate their livers." It's just so out of pocket, so audacious, and so out of nowhere that you're like, okay, that's the humor, huh? Cool. And of course, there's plenty of memes that spawn from it. But the second and third movies are ones that I would actually be willing to go to bat for in terms of praising their quality. Am I dead? Yep, I screwed this up. Second one, some people don't like the third one, but I will readily defend the third one. The chase sequence, the first big action set piece of the car chase is fantastic. The final set piece and the circus rescue, well, the final circus performance and the final circus rescue are both great stuff. I guess if I had to nail something down with the third one that I'm not a big fan of, is that it almost feels more focused on the new circus characters than it does Marty and the gang. Like, the second movie's all about Marty, why did I say Marty is, like, Alex is the lead character. I don't know why I said, I guess I got Back to the Future on the brain. I said Marty first, but the second movie's all about Alex, Marty, Gloria, and Melman. Like, they are, the second movie focuses almost exclusively on their development and how they play into this new society that they've found when they crash land in Africa. And obviously Alex's heritage plays a big role in it. Whereas the third movie is more like all the new circus characters, less so than Alex and the gang. But I do like, I think what I'd say is that the second movie is probably the best of the trilogy, but the third movie ends things off in a really satisfying way and has some of my favorite moments from the trilogy, if that makes sense. But yes, overall I do like the Madagascar movies. Is Spider-Man 3 on the priority list for future commentary or analysis? No, we haven't really talked much about doing, I missed it. Gimme, thank you. About doing the Spider-Man movies. The Raimi ones, that is. I never want to say that we'll never do it, but it's not something we've really talked about before this point. Okay, now let's do the time trial. The game looks cool. It is cool. If you like what you see, I recommend you play it for yourself. I would also recommend that you play the original and not Rehydrated if you can. But if you can't play the original for whatever reason, Rehydrated is still a solid alternative, even if it's not one that I would personally recommend. Like, the best way to experience this is on the original Xbox with the original version, but if you can't play the original even on GameCube, PS2 or something, Rehydrated is an alternative that I can happily recommend, even if it's like, it kills me a little bit inside, if that is the only way you can experience the game. But I think if you've never played the original, you'll probably come away appreciating Rehydrated a lot more. Do I like making praise videos more than I like making videos on my Toy Story 4 series? Specifically on my Toy Story 4 series, I did feel a lot of, not pressure, but like, one of those I need to do this for me things, so it was really easy to motivate myself to make the Toy Story 4 videos. So it never really felt like work, I guess, when I was making those videos, because it was just something that came right from the heart. And it's something I needed to get off my chest for 2.5 years. But as far as like stuff I make nowadays, I do much more enjoy making stuff like my Owl House video and my Dragons of 3D video than I do making stuff like my Indiana Jones 5 video or Incredibles 2 and stuff like that. I'm more motivated to make those kinds of videos, but of course they're not the ones that most people are interested in seeing. So it's kind of a one for you, one for me thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Owl House. Some people tell me that it's gonna do well and people are gonna like it, and I'm like, I don't believe you when you tell me these things, because I saw what happened with the Dragons of 3D video. I think it only just recently passed 20k views. Like, most people haven't watched it. I recommended it, and I plug it at the end of every mainline critique I do that gets a lot of views. But most people still haven't seen it, which makes me a little sad, I gotta be honest. But who knows, maybe because the Owl House is of a show that people actually know about and not an obscure game like Dragons of 3D, maybe people will be more interested in actually checking it out for themselves. But I still don't think it's going to do the same numbers that my Toy Story 4 and Incredibles 2 series did, which does make me die a bit on the inside, but it is what it is. I mean, it's just that humans are inherently more drawn to negativity than they are to positivity. A lot of people find it more entertaining to watch someone rip a terrible thing to shreds than they do to watch someone really speak from the heart about how much they love something. Especially just because, and like, I get that from a level of catharsis. If you watch something terrible, it's cathartic to hear someone else rant about how terrible that thing was. I do get that a lot, trust me. But from a creator perspective, it does sting a bit to know that what I would consider to be my best work is one of my least viewed. Which is unfortunate. The most unwatchable thing I've ever seen. The most unwatchable thing I've ever seen. That's tough. I feel like I gotta go with the Halo show. It's the easy answer, but like genuinely, it's really hard to. There are some things where I genuinely am like, I can't believe this is actually what I'm watching. I wanted to look away from the screen because it was just physically repulsive. Like on a visceral human level, it was like, this is just disgusting. And not even from a gore perspective. Because like, I am a person who gets easily skeeved out by gore. But it's not even, that wasn't even really the reason that the Halo show made me sick to my stomach. It was just what they did to some things with some characters and stuff. I don't know, it's hard to describe if you haven't actually seen it. But I also don't recommend you see it, so, yeah. Guess I'm kind of a bit of a tricky situation there. Apparently with this game, the Xbox version has the best frame rate of the console versions. That is true, because the Xbox, I believe, is the most powerful hardware of the three. Or, if that's not true, then this is at least the version that was the best optimized of the three. It runs at a smooth 60 all the time on Xbox. On GameCube, on the actual GameCube version, I don't think it is that consistent, and not on PS2 either. Of course, on this GameCube version, it's a lot more consistent, but, well, you know how that goes. Anyway, let's get some golden statues. What I regret what I say, my essay 2, I haven't changed my mind. I haven't changed my mind about the game, it's more just like the way I said, the way I presented what I was saying and the level of aggressiveness and hostility is not something that I would want to replicate with any future projects. I still don't want to play the game ever again, but the way I presented myself is not something I'm proud of looking back on at all. Over the Hedge is the childhood favorite of yours, and you will not stand any slander of it. The video game's also really good. Yeah, the video game is surprisingly good. It shouldn't be good, because it's a movie tie-in game, and those almost never work out well. But it's, like, way better than it has any right to be. It's genuinely a lot of fun to play, either by yourself or with friends. So, yeah. And Over the Hedge, you know, again, I don't want to say I'm going to do this definitively because I can never commit to these promises, but maybe one day I might want to make a video about the, wow, I almost said out, yeah, of course the Outhouse, about Over the Hedge, because it gets criticized for quality a lot, whereas I will readily come to its defense. I think one day I might do that just because it means a lot to me, and I think there's a lot of valuable things in there that aren't often talked about. But again, I don't want to commit to that because I said that before and it is almost always fallen through. But it's something that I would be open to doing in the future, maybe. Have I watched DHMIS yet? Yes. I watched the original YouTube series when it came out. Well, not as it was coming out. I watched it in 2016. I don't know why I watched it in 2016. I specifically remember watching it for the first time in 20... Was that, by chance, was MatPat's first DHMIS video released in summer of 2016? Because that would explain everything if it was. I like, vividly remember watching those in summer of 2016 / early autumn 2016, because I remember watching them in study hall I jumped right into that. In study hall my freshman year of high school. So if MatPat's first video came out then that would explain why I suddenly started watching DHMIS. But yes, I've seen those, and I also watched the first official TV season that was actually that aired on TV. And it's really cool to see them be able to tell their story in a much more grand fashion with the increased budget and the more freedom they have. And I am looking forward to more. Are they making more? I imagine they will because it's insanely popular. I can't imagine they'd stop with just those 2 seasons. But I don't know for sure. more than willing to check out more if they do decide they want to make more. Top 10 favorite movie OSTs. It's pretty much just my top 10 favorite, like, my favorite movie soundtracks are very synonymous with my favorite movies. But since you asked, I will also say I want to take the time to praise the Searching soundtrack specifically, because everyone's like, oh yeah, of course Indiana Jones, John Williams is amazing, of course Toy Story, Randy Newman's amazing. Like, that's never a surprise. Lion King, Hans Zimmer, Aladdin, Alan Menken, none of that's ever a surprise to anybody. But Searching has one of the most I mean, Searching itself is insanely underrated, but the soundtrack especially, even within the realm of people who know that Searching exists, I never see the soundtrack get praised as much as it deserves to, because the soundtrack is, like, genuinely exceptional. So I would go for... I want to take the time to praise that. Now, this is where it sucks, because it doesn't land on a platform all the time. So I gotta be quick with the lasso to make sure I don't sink into the goo whenever he does that. Walter White voices the tiger. I only found that out recently. Like, a week ago, I found that out. Like, I always knew he voiced Poe's dad in Kung Fu Panda 3, but I only just found out, like, literally a week ago that Bryan Cranston is the voice of the tiger in Madagascar 3. Like, I can't, most people are shocked when I tell them that he plays Poe's dad in Kung Fu Panda 3, whereas I just know that. My surprise comes from Madagascar 3. Ow, 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 pain. The Owl House is more popular than Dragons of 3D. Yeah, I mean, it broke the internet in 2020, and it continued to break the internet whenever a new episode or special drops, so. But because of, I mean, so on the one hand, the Owl House would probably do better because it is more popular. On the other hand, because it's more popular, it means that more people are making videos about it, which means that mine is more likely to get buried in the sea of everyone else who's already made super long videos talking about how great the Owl House is. Whereas Dragons of 3D, no one else has come to the defense of Dragons of 3D like I have. Like, no one. There's a very small number of Let's Plays and reviews of the game on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure I've seen every single one of them. So it's not, on the one hand, it's like no one would think to look for it because no one knows it exists, but also if you do think to look for it, I'm more likely to stand out in that regard because it's not the juggernaut that some other things are. Favorite Suits characters, Mike. Always Mike. That's why Season 8 pissed me off so much. Mike is the best. Mike's always been the best. Mike will always... I thought I jumped over that, but I didn't. Okay. Did the Amazing Spider-Man movies infuriate me or annoy me in some way? The first one, I don't think it infuriated me. I guess I was annoyed because a lot of stuff wasn't really making all that much sense or was really contrived. The second one, however, the opening scene of the second one was so god-awful that I actually just stopped paying attention for the rest of the movie. That much like the Raimi trilogy, I watched the Amazing Spider-Man movies with Forgetful Gal. She showed them to me is a better way to phrase it. But she also showed me the Batman, so, you know, she made up for it a little bit with that. And when we watched them, we were both paying attention to the first movie. We're like, okay, this is shit, but we know what's going on. The second movie, we got to the first scene with the airplane and the destroying the spiders and all that shit. And it was so just inherent. It was terrible in such an obvious way that you can't possibly miss it, that it just ripped me right out of the experience. Well, actually, no, that wasn't enough. I was still kind of on board at that point. It was the truck chase with the plutonium, where Peter answers a phone call in the middle of this high-stakes truck chase, where I'm like, guys, please, can we not? Can we really not, though? So, yeah, by that point I was done, and we literally, as the movie was playing in the background, we just started talking about whatever else was on our mind. Anything that wasn't the movie was what we were talking about. So I guess you could say that they annoyed or infuriated me in some way. Have I watched Gravity Falls? Yeah, I've only watched it once, and most of my memories of it come from Season 2, because that was, like, that's when I pretty much missed all of Season 1 as it was coming out. I only got on board when Season 2, like, I was there for the Season 2 premiere, and then I watched all the episodes that came out over the years, but I wasn't there for Season 1, so Season 2 is pretty much where all my memories of the show come from. And even though I've only ever watched it once, I intended to watch it again earlier this year because Avert watched Gravity Falls for the first time, so I wanted to keep up with it as he was watching it. The problem is that he watched it in 0.2 seconds, so I didn't have to, like, he said day one, he was like, alright, I'm starting watching Gravity Falls. So I said, okay, that gives, I'll keep that in mind, I'll probably start watching it sometime this week to keep up with him. A day or two later, he's like, hey, I'm already at halfway through Season 2. I'm like, fucking how? What do you mean you're already halfway through Season 2? You just started like a day. Okay. So I did not end up keeping up with him as he was watching Gravity Falls, unfortunately. But I do want to revisit it sometime because I've only ever seen it just the once. And I would like to see if it holds up as well as I think it's going to. You plan to watch Driving Sim 3D video and force you play the game? Good idea. I would rather you experience the game for yourself before you watch my video. Although my video is constructed in such a way that as long as you skip the story section, you can watch the video without ruining, because I made that video knowing full well that I was going to, it was going to be watched by a lot of people who hadn't seen or hadn't played the game before. And so with that in mind, why am I still going this way? I don't need to be here anymore. With that in mind, I was like, okay, I need to make it such that this can be enjoyed by someone who hasn't played it, and also should encourage them to want to play it, rather than solely being designed for people who have played it and wanted to hear about how good it was. That wasn't really the intent of that video. Was, hey, this game exists. You don't know it exists. I'm gonna make you know it exists. And why did I switch to Sandy? I don't know. And now that you know it exists and you've heard me talk about it, doesn't it sound so great? Don't you want to play it for yourself? I sure hope so, because I just made this whole video about it, so I hope you want to play it for yourself now. And that was what the point of that video was. So, it can be enjoyed by someone who has no idea about what the game is about, and that's kind of what the idea is, to get you to want to play it after you watch it. But I would, if you're gonna play it anyway, then yeah, I would say play the game first and then watch the video. Whereas my Owl House video, the first 20 minutes or so are made operating under the assumption that the viewer has no idea what the show is, and trying to convince you, like, hey, this is a show you might want to check out. So if it has captivated your interest, go watch the show, then come back and watch the video. And then the rest of the video is built in mind, expecting that the viewer has already seen the show. Is there a show or movie that ripped me out of the experience the most? Nothing that's so blatant that it would make me think of it immediately above anything else. Because there's a lot of times where something will happen in a show or movie or anything that just rips me out of the experience and makes me aware I'm watching something that was constructed by a team of people, rather than just being immersed in a world. But I have no clear examples of that to where anything would stand out more so than anything else, I guess. So, no. Regarding Amazing Spider-Man 2, do you think Gwen's death is the most annoying and contrived to you? Maybe? I don't know. It's worth noting that, much like with the Raimi trilogy, a lot of it has escaped my memory because I haven't seen it in about a year. Especially in the case of Amazing Spider-Man 2, because, like I said, it was so bad that I literally stopped paying attention to the movie. That's how terrible it was. So, I won't be able to offer much in terms of insight, because after the plutonium truck chase scene, I was like, let's talk about anything else. And then whenever I did like momentarily draw my attention back into the movie, I was immediately greeted with some new bullshit that made me want to stop paying attention again. So I don't really know much about the circumstances around her death, although I will say that for as intensely flawed as No Way Home is, and there's like No Way Home is not a functional film. None of it makes any sense at all. It's really, really bad. There are still moments of quality, and one of those moments of quality is the moment where Andrew's Peter saves Gwen. Or, sorry, saves MJ, Zendaya's MJ. That's so good that even when I was watching it for the first time, not having, because when the first time I saw No Way Home, I hadn't seen the Raimi trilogy or the Amazing Spider-Man movies. It was so good that even though I hadn't seen them, I still was like, yeah, that works. That works for someone who knows what this is about. To the point where I didn't even know that Gwen died, or like, actually he might have mentioned it. I think, I don't remember if he mentioned it in the scene where Raimi's Peter and when Toby's Peter and Andrew's Peter talked to Tom on the top of the roof. They might have mentioned it there, but regardless, I didn't know the circumstances surrounding it. And yet I was still like, oh, this happened, and that's why he's doing that. Okay, that's a good payoff. Bird has no restraint except starting your trades. Ha! I didn't even know that was a thing, but he certainly seems to have. Oh, I clipped into the ceiling there for a second. He certainly seems to blow through things a lot faster than I do. Like a lot faster than I do. I literally blink, and all of a sudden he's blown through one of the shows in like half a day.
Phew, you had me worried there.
100% wonder 4 times in a week. He's clearly fallen in love with the game. It has taken hold of him, that's for sure. Which, what I've heard makes sense, because a lot of people are singing its praises to the ends of the earth. Have I watched Amphibia? Yes. Ow! That was mean. Did not like that jellyfish. Can you gonna join the stream? I was kind of intending this to just be one where I would chill and chat with people by myself. I didn't intend this to be one where people would jump into the call. I mean, technically I could, but it's not something nothing against him personally, of course. I planned this to be a stream where I just kind of play casually by myself and talk to people in chat, not so much like the first time I streamed Rehydrated. First, last year when I streamed Shadow the Hedgehog, I wanted to throw up, and I'm like, this game is too shit to continue, so I played Rehydrated instead, and I jumped in a voice call with people in Discord, and we just kind of talked about whatever. That was, to be completely transparent, while it was partially because I wanted to vent about Shadow and just kind of talk with the people to calm myself down after experiencing that shit, it was also because I was kind of drained, and I wanted there to be more people there so that we could. It wouldn't all fall on my shoulders to have to continue the conversation moving forward because I was just so completely beaten down after playing Shadow. But so yeah, that was part of the motivation that went into that. Okay, like, can I do this glitch where you jump on a little lip here and then Y bash up? I can. Okay. You don't need to do the wall jump there if you know what you're doing. You can jump on a little lip right there, bash into the ceiling, and grab the golden spatula. You don't like Wonder quite as much, but it's still really good if you're a 2D Mario for sure. That's one thing that everyone says, is that like it's reminded them that 2D Mario can be good and it's way better than New Super Mario Bros. U. Which, it does sting a bit to hear that because I like the New Super Mario Bros. U. New Super Mario Bros. Wii and U I like quite a lot. So it does kind of sting whenever I see praise of Wonder get packaged together with it's great, and it's so much better than the new Super Mario Bros. Games. So I was like, okay, well, I guess that's how this is being presented, but what can you do, I suppose? Have I played Wonder? No, I have not played Wonder. I have not played Wonder yet. Okay, so we got 3 zones left: Kelp Forest, Dutchman's Graveyard, and Spongebob's Dream. And we're about 3 hours in, I think. So, it's a pretty good time, I'd say. Out of all the new Super Mario Bros. Games, you've only played the first one for the DS. I recommend, if you can, I recommend checking out New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe.
Here we are in the Kelp Forest, an interesting area with many sights to see, for those that don't get hopelessly lost first.
I've awakened a Vert from his slumber by saying I haven't played Wonder yet. For all your nostalgia for Wii, DS is a much better game. I am happy to believe that DS games are like peak Mario, the best things ever. I haven't played them, so I can't say for sure. All I know is the console games that I played, and the console games I played were great. Alright, let's see if I remember how to do this. Gotta sneak, and do a little jump, and then another jump, and I think we're good. Nice. Also, Kelp Forest is my favorite area in the game, which I know is something of an unpopular stance to take, because a lot of people have PTSD from this level because they played it on the GameCube as a kid, and they just have horrible memories of traversing the darkness. But when you aren't worried about traversing the darkness and you just experience it at its fullest, I believe this is the game at its absolute peak. Alright, now let me not screw up this if I can manage it. Gotta get perfectly lined up. Is that gonna hit him? Yes, it is. Cool. And final question, have I heard of Sniper Wolf? I think at this point, if you are a YouTuber, or even if you just vaguely consume YouTube content in your life, like just at any point, I think it's impossible for you to have not heard of Sniper Wolf. And I think YouTube, what she did is deplorable, and it's also YouTube's handling of the situation is also deplorable. It actually genuinely pisses me off how YouTube handles the situation. Especially when they're like, behavior on both sides isn't what we want to see on the channel, or on our platform. Like, bitch, did you just equate someone making parody videos of Sniper Wolf to Sniper Wolf literally doxing someone? I know you didn't do that. That's not a thing you said. You didn't try to equate that, did you? You would never do such a thing, right? Surely you would never imply that both sides are at problem when one person criticized someone, the other person fucking doxed them. Surely that was never a thing that YouTube ever did. Surely that no one would ever do something that stupid. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Mario. The new Super Mario Bros. Games are good. The problem is that they're all similar, but by the point of view, Fellflower, which people don't like it as much. I mean, we and you are, I guess there definitely are similarities to be drawn in terms of they both follow the same world layout of grass, desert, snow, water, jungle, rock, cloud, lava. But even then, I'd say that there's definitely some variety in terms of the general design of them. In terms of the new Super Mario Bros. U has all the lands themed around some kind of food, which is nice. And the power-ups also allow the level designs to be more uniquely themed around stuff like the water wing suit as opposed to the propellers or the penguins from Wii. And while they certainly are very similar, I wouldn't say that they're so similar that buying one is basically like experiencing them all to where there's not, to where some of them start to fall flat. Which is not to say, like, I know people are saying Wonder is, like, just an unbridled force of creativity, and I completely believe that. I believe entirely that it was just the result of being able to tinker around with new ideas for as much time as they wanted before they actually had to make something, and there were no strict deadlines on the matter, and that's great. But it's unfortunate seeing the praise always coupled with, yeah, but New Super Mario Bros. Wii, though. Or you, I guess. Thoughts on Zade Magenta? So interestingly, Zade Magenta was in my Discord server for a while, and I never really thought much of it, but recently someone brought to my attention that they had been making a bunch of burner accounts to harass people, like with violent death threats and things like that. And that was not something I was happy to hear at all. So as soon as I found out that was the thing, I banned them from the server immediately. That's not something I want to be a part of this community at all. As far as their content, I haven't watched their content, except there was one video I saw last December, I think, where they praised my Toy Story 4 and Incredibles 2 stuff. But unfortunately, at the time I was like, oh cool, someone liked my stuff, like another creator liked my stuff. But now I'm like, that praise doesn't mean much to me, knowing the kinds of things you've done, so it's unfortunate. DS has the minigames, including gambling your life savings away with Luigi. Did not know about that. Biggest problem with New Super Mario Bros. Is the bosses are so, samey. For Wii, I don't know that I'd say that, because the Koopalings always do something, like, all the Koopalings battles are unique from one another. As far as Boom Boom, while the boss himself is certainly copy and pasted again and again and again, I can't say that they didn't, like, they at least have him do a new move and do something unique each time you fight him to justify the additional fight, as opposed to something like the Warden Eternal in Halo 5, where it is literally just the exact same boss, the exact same moveset, except, oh no, this time there's 2 of them. Oh no, this time there's 3 of them, because fuck you, that's why. 3 of them, also instant one-hit kill turrets pop out of nowhere, because we're 343 and we don't know how to make Halo games. But that's an exaggeration. I can't say that in earnest, because Infinite was great, but I thought I landed on a leaf there. I guess I didn't. But Halo 5 was... the team responsible for Halo 5's campaign had no idea what they were doing. What did I think of what little I played of Sonic Frontiers? I didn't like it that much. I originally wanted to do a series on the channel of it, but what I played I did not like. A lot of the specifics have been kind of lost to me, but I remember finding the cyberspace controls somewhat frustrating. I think I couldn't change the options until I either got into the cyberstage or until I got out of the cyberstage. I also remember finding the combat to be not that engaging, because I was able to just spam that one attack where you, like, hover in the air and press right trigger, and then Sonic unleashes an armada of energy blasts at the enemy and it just obliterates them instantly. But like I said, maybe one day I'll give it another shot and see if I like it any better. Who knows? Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Too boring then? I don't know what the main issue was, honestly. I can't really peg down one specific reason for, like, what is it about Frontiers that made me, I need a watermelon for this, that made me come away not particularly enjoying it. Hello, Sam Does Stuff. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the anniversary stream of Battle for Bikini Bottom. I missed the actual anniversary, which is annoying, because I could have streamed on Sunday. There's no reason I couldn't have streamed. I didn't because I didn't want to, because Superstars burned me out so much. But beyond that, there was no reason I couldn't stream, which is a shame, but, you know, I still am happy with how the stream's going so far. Having a very fun time. Nothing spooky to Spongebob. Hey, I mean, a lot of people have very horrific memories of playing this level in particular, because it was so dark on GameCube they had no idea where they were going. So, you know, from a certain point of view, it works as a horror game. Well, not a horror game, but like a spooky thing. I don't know, you know what I mean. Let's see. It'd probably be best not to touch Frontiers for any of the 3D Sonic games. Yeah, what I think I've come to the conclusion is that I just don't like... I'm happy to check out 2D Sonic games moving forward, but 3D Sonic games, I'm just like... more often than not, I've only gotten frustrated by them. But, anyway. Remember I saying I didn't know where to go in story objectives? I do remember having no clue where the hell I was supposed to go. I don't remember what the quest was, but I just fumbled around for a bit until I fought a giant... I found a guy, like the first boss I fought was a guy who you have to run on his back. It's like a, I don't know, like an eel thing. You're running along his, a road is appearing along his back. You're running alongside that. I gave him on that almost immediately. I don't know, it's, the specifics of it, I played it all the way back in January, and pretty much right when I finished recording it, I realized that I was really sick with something. It felt like I had COVID, but every test I took told me I didn't. So I don't know what happened. It was a very, very weird sickness. But recording Frontiers was actually what made me realize I was sick, because I had to use my voice a lot, and that really killed my throat. And there's a difference between your throat hurting because you're talking so much. Like, right now, my throat is kind of starting to die because I've been talking for 3.5 hours straight. But there's a difference between that and, like, strep throat, to where your throat feels like it's inherently swelling up and getting sore, and that's a different, it's hard to articulate, but it's a very different type of uncomfortable than just your voice getting worn down from talking so much. And so because I was putting so much stress on my throat, I was like, something doesn't feel right. And then I went to the doctor and got all that sorted out, and that knocked me out of commission for a while. In fact, I actually remember editing stuff for the channel while I was, like, sorry for this disgusting image, but while I was, like, hacking up saliva and just vomiting. That was not a pleasant time in life, but yeah, that was, and I couldn't get any sleep because I kept, like, choking on my own saliva. So I remember I binge-watched the entirety of Suits Season 4 in one night, because I was like, well, I'm not falling asleep, so I may as well just watch something, and that's what I did. You think you used to play this game on the PS2 when you were 5 or 6? I recommend revisiting it. I think you'll find it holds up really well. Really, really well, in fact. I don't know how many times I've played this game through to completion, but I have come away loving it every single time. You talked about the franchise a lot. What are my thoughts on the Doom series? I want to play Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal one day. I've heard really good things about Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, and they're on Game Pass, or at least they were. I think they still are. I don't know why they wouldn't be, because Bethesda, but, like, I do want to check them out one day, because I've heard nothing but good things. But I haven't played them yet. They're on my list of, like, one day I should play this, which is growing longer by the day. You'll make me play Frontiers one day? Possibly. You'll make me play Wonder one day? Possibly. I mean, we tried last night, it didn't work, because we were foiled by the curses of cloud services, but an attempt was made. An attempt was indeed made. Which is a shame, because I absolutely would have played it for that. But things didn't exactly go according to plan. So anyway, that's how you do the, let me not choke on my words real quick before I choke this, but yeah. So that's how you do the tiki thing without really breaking a sweat. And what you can do one counterclockwise loop around the island to get all 3 tikis in one fell swoop. Easy mode. Easy mode. Of course, we're not done yet. We still have socks and stuff to get, but that's the bulk of the challenge for this level. Where was I? Okay. One of the people that didn't like this level, although you don't think your enjoyment would be much higher even if they made it brighter. I find that surprising, because this probably has some of my favorite platforming challenges. This whole area, I love the atmosphere of Kelp Forest. The final slide is the most challenging in the game and my favorite of the bunch. I love the puzzles inside the Kelp Caves. The flow and the way it balances platforming, puzzles, and sliding, and the challenge of it all, combined with the atmosphere and the music, makes this my favorite level in the game. Anyway, let's go get some songs. Okay. You thought Frontiers was good? Oh, I know that everyone loves Frontiers. I'm fully aware of that. It just, very much did not like what I played. But maybe if I was in a better headspace and I wasn't sick, I would like it better. But I have no plans to revisit it. But I did buy the game. It would be a shame to waste the $60 I spent on the game. So perhaps one day I will cave and revisit Frontiers. Thought I remember saying I played Doom 2016 before I didn't like it. I did say that, however, I was referring to the multiplayer, because I recorded a bit of Doom 2016's multiplayer for my Halo Infinite video as a point of comparison, and I did not like what I played of the multiplayer, but I would never be interested in the I didn't hit the button. This is probably a dead run. In fact, yeah, I definitely can't make this, okay. This is... I'll risk it once the ice wears down. I don't know if I can make this in 17 seconds. I'm gonna try my damnedest. The multiplayer isn't really what I would be interested in for the Doom games anyway. I'd be interested in the campaigns, and there's plenty of times where I don't like the multiplayer or something, but I like the campaign. Namely, Halo 4. Halo 4's multiplayer sucks, but the campaign's really good. So I don't want to judge the game on just the multiplayer. It just means I won't play the multiplayer. You did have problems with Final Horizon DLC. The difficulty display was too high for anyone. The common thing I've heard people say about the DLC is that people who don't like it because it's too hard and have skill issue. So I mean, I have no skin in this game because I haven't played it. But the general sentiment I hear is that the base game is too easy. It's either that the base game is too easy, or that the base game is too hard, or that the DLC is finally an appropriate amount of challenge, and that people who don't like it just suck. So I don't know. Oh my god. Let's not fail. I'll have to redo all this. That'd be great. I don't trust myself. Given my love of Halo, you think I'd quite like Doom 3. It's much more strategic and atmospheric than the other games. Maybe one day I'll check out the other... I at least want to play Doom 2016 and Eternal, since those are the most easily accessible. Although, actually, are all the Doom games on... I think there's more games than just Doom, Eternal, and 2016 on Game Pass. Is it all of them, or just a couple? I don't remember which Doom games are on Game Pass and which aren't. But if they're all on Game Pass, then maybe one day I will take the plunge. Why did I buy it in the first place? Because I wanted to try it. Generally, you can't try out games to play them unless you actually buy them. I didn't anticipate playing it and then never touching it again. I bought it because I wanted to do a series on it. Because I had taken the plunge with all the other Sonic games. I may as well finish it out with Frontiers. It just didn't end up working out. I didn't buy the game with the intention of dropping it immediately and never touching it again. That was just what happened. How do I feel about Bluey being... used to be the most highest show on IMDb? I haven't seen Bluey, so I don't really have any strong feelings on it. Although it was shocking to me when I saw that it had the exact same IMDb score as Breaking Bad. That was like a moment where I went, it's what now? It has what now? You say it's the one with the what? Okay, if you say so. I mean, I think, like, I've heard from everybody that Bluey is amazing. And I'll take your word for it. I'm sure it's great. I don't plan to watch it, but I will take your word for it. I don't believe it's as good as Breaking Bad. I'm sorry, I don't. I can't. Maybe it is. Maybe it's maybe it's like a hidden gem that just got discovered, and it's secretly the greatest piece of fiction to have ever fictioned. And I can't judge it. I can't know for sure unless I actually watch it. but can you at least understand my skepticism when I see that it has the same score? Just a smidge. Just a smidge of, like, eyebrow raising. Are we sure about this? Did you miss anything? Talking about a bunch of stuff. Movies, games, Spongebob, Sonic, anything in between, really. We're in the final third of the game right now. We got 3 zones to go. Kelp Forest, Dutchman's Graveyard, SpongeBob's Dream. Those are the 3 zones, and then we have the final boss. Final Horizons platforming is doable with no problems, except for one instance where you're better off reloading, but you don't need to. The boss rush has some problems, so both sides is correct to a certain extent. Gotcha. Bluey is like the children's gateway drug to Breaking Bad. Introduce them with the Bluey stuff. I mean, the thing, so it's like, I also don't want to make it sound like it's impossible for a preschool show to be really good, because while I would never make a video in style of my Toy Story 4 series for a preschool show, I also would never ascribe to the idea that you can't criticize / you can't praise them for being well made, because there are absolutely good and bad preschool shows. While you can show kids pretty much, by kids of that age, you can show pretty much anything. They'll have their preferences and they'll have things they prefer, but generally it'll be like, you can show them whatever and it'll probably be enough to keep them entertained. But there is absolutely a distinction between well-made preschool content and poorly made preschool content. Like Sesame Street and Blue's Clues are quite a cut above some of the other stuff you can find that's aimed toward that demographic, and the reason why is because those shows, like, take the time to do their research and figure out what's most beneficial for kids to be learning about that age, and also what's the best way for them to learn it. Like, what would resonate most with a child of that age. Like, they put in the legwork to make sure it really resonates and really will stick with them, which can't be said for all shows. So I don't want to outright dismiss the idea that Bluey could be really well made. It's just, I'm surprised to see it get the reputation that it does. Bluey is fine. Your brother is apeshit over it. He's 13. I can see kids falling in love with it.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Isn't there a monsoon in here? There is. Okay, where is he? Oh, he's over there. Gotcha. Oh, no. How about we don't with the lightning? Is this too tight a turn? No, it's not. It's perfect. It was, in fact, not too tight of a turn. What's the worst preschool show I've ever seen? Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like any really bad preschool shows are ones I wouldn't remember because I put them out of my mind when I watched them as a kid. And I haven't really gone out of my way to seek out any additional shows aimed at preschoolers as an adult. So I don't know. That's a tough question. One that I don't really have a good answer for, unfortunately.
Do laundry.
Interested in Disney Channel's KIF? Not really. I don't know anything about it, but it hasn't, for that reason, it hasn't grabbed my interest. The Disney Channel shows I want to want to watch are ones I mentioned earlier, those being DuckTales, Rapunzel's Tangled Adventure, Ghost of Molly McGee, Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur, and Haley's on It. Two of which I'm currently watching, those being Haley's on It and DuckTales 2017. You need to dress up as Bluey for Halloween. How about I don't? How about I sit inside and watch Hereditary while people come to my door and pick candy out of a bucket? Although it wouldn't surprise me if someone is dressed up as Bluey. That wouldn't surprise me at all, actually. Do I know that Eggman has a daughter in Sonic Frontiers? I don't know anything about the story of Sonic Frontiers. How far am I in DuckTales? I watched 2 episodes. So I watched... Well, I mean, I was going to say the 2 episodes I watched, but, like, I watched the first 2, so there's no point in me describing them. But I like them. And Dana Terrace directed the first one. I don't know if she directed the second, but her influence is certainly felt. Why did I come back here? Why, actually, why did I come all the way back there? Just imagining kids knocking on the door to get Halloween candy, and then they look on your TV and see Hereditary. Yeah, that would be something of a whiplash. Especially if they were dressed as Bluey, like that's the biggest ton of whiplash you can imagine. Okay, what was I doing? I need to get the thing from here and then take it out, because this is only to activate the beanstalk. Favorite DuckTales character so far? I mean, I feel like it's gotta be Scrooge, but also I haven't been with the characters long enough to be able to differentiate between the 3 kids. I mean, there's 4 of the three boys. I don't know their personalities well enough to be able to have a favorite. They all kind of blend together in my head right now. I'm sure at some point, like the further into the show, I'm sure, of course, at some point I'll be like, you're that one, and that'll be how I can differentiate between them. But right now, they all kind of blend together. Thoughts on YouTube Kids? YouTube Kids as an app is good. Kappa was not good. I mean, I will say, it didn't end up being the platform-destroying apocalyptic thing that everyone thought it was going to be. But it's still not great, especially when, I'll never forget when DHMIS was labeled as being made for kids by YouTube's automatic COPPA system, which is like, you didn't watch this video, did you? You didn't do that. You didn't watch, you saw Sesame Street Puppets and you're like, oh, kids show, that kids will love Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Especially the part where the duck gets his insides eaten out. That's my favorite TV program for the younglings these days. That was a very well thought out decision that I'm sure wasn't immediately backfiring. But, so, it's also worth noting, while it wasn't the end of the world for YouTube, it does kind of suck seeing things like a collection of Nick Jr. theme songs or theme songs from kid shows that you can't really... There used to be like really wholesome comment sections of people sharing their experiences of what the show meant to them when they were younger, and that's all gone because you can't comment on videos marked as made for kids, which is unfortunate. Your favorite DuckTales character is Shovel Knight. Yeah, that his pogo stick move from DuckTales sure does seem to have his influences, does it? Although which game came out first actually? I genuinely don't know whether Shovel Knight or DuckTales, the DuckTales remastered game, came out first. I mean, I know that there was a DuckTales NES game. I just don't know. I don't know if the moveset was the same there. Kids like FNAF, so anything goes. Hey man, FNAF was good. There was a point in time when FNAF used to be good. It's not anymore, but it used to be. You'll have to take my word for it. There used to be quality that could be found within the franchise. Can't say the same anymore, unfortunately. But hey, I don't know, maybe Help 1 and 2 will be amazing. One of them is voiced by Ben Schwartz. I didn't know that. Also, is this just my brain associating Blue with Sonic, or does he actually voice the one with the blue shirt? I feel like he voiced the one with the blue shirt. You believe he does indeed? Yeah, okay. That's the only reason why, that's like the one I remember the most. For that reason alone, it's like, oh, you voice Sonic, you sound like Sonic, and also your shirt is blue. There's no correlation there because I doubt by the time that they would have been working on this, I don't think that they had him in mind for Sonic, but it's impossible not to make the connection. Is there a difference between interactive kid shows and kid shows that are condescending and patronizing? Well, I mean, yeah, so like something like Blue's Clues makes the viewer feel like they're a part of the experience, and they're like Steve obviously never figures anything out for himself because part of the experience is the viewer being able to point things out and be like, there it is, Steve, you dumb fuck, turn the fuck around, it's right there. And that's like a major part of the appeal, and clearly I don't think they realized what they had on their hands with that show, because I've seen footage of like test audiences of kids watching the pilots and them all getting really, really emotionally invested and like jumping up and yelling at the TV like it's right there, turn around. And so there's a difference between being able to present something in a way that is understandable and palatable for kids, and being like feeling like you're intentionally talking down to someone. A thin line to walk, maybe, but the distinction is definitely there. Do I like Dr. Robotnik in general? Yes. I don't dislike him. I like Jim Carrey's performance as him in the movie, and I've always liked him in the games. And I think I'm good. Yes, because all that's left is spots at the end and then the slide. Where does this box take me? It takes me up there, okay. Don't know why I forgot that. I don't really have any strong feelings on Sonic characters in general, though. Like, people ask me my favorite Sonic character, and I can never really answer that. I guess, I think my default answer is usually Tails. But also, I'm not that passionate. The only one I'm, like, passionately against, I guess, is everything to do with Elise. And her role in 06 just sucks. But beyond that, I don't really have any strong favorite or least favorite Sonic characters. Okay, there's a glitch you can do here where you can like trigger the thing, like jumping out and turning back. If you jump out far enough and then you turn back, you can activate this like that. Okay, you can do that and then jump back. You have to trigger the box at the bottom of the slide first to do this. So you have to activate. You have to glitch your way out of... Let me restart this. You have to glitch your way out of the opening area of Kelp Forest by jumping up to the ledge. I'll show you the ledge you jump onto after we're done with the slide. You jump onto that ledge to go to the bottom, like going through the level backwards, and then jump into the box down there, which automatically opens the box up here, and then you can do what I did to activate the slide early without jumping on the slide, and jump in the box, jump down there, and then get an easy time win. But obviously we can't do that because I don't have the box down there open, so we're just going to do this the regular way, which is also the hard way. I remember when I was a kid, this took me, like, hours to do. I've gotten much better at doing it since then, but it's still a very, very tough slide, and, okay, well, especially when I miss easy jumps like that. Is Shark Tale ironically bad or infuriatingly bad? I think it's ironically bad based on what I've been told, but I also haven't watched it, so I don't know. I'll have to watch it someday. I know it is an inevitability. Okay, we're gonna be here a while. It is an inevitability that I will have to watch Shark Tale at some point in my future, I'm pretty sure. But at the moment, I don't have to. At the moment, I can dodge that bullet. What are the worst games in 2023? I think whatever that Gollum game was that everyone hated. That was like security breach levels of broken, if not worse than security breach. I've seen clips of that game, and I almost don't believe it's real. I feel like that's the game people will point to for like worst of the worst. Beyond that, I don't think I have any good examples. 2023 has been mostly really well-received games. I haven't played I haven't played the Dead Space remake, haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, I haven't played Wonder, I haven't played Spider-Man 2. So I'm not really the authority on 2023 games. I've played so few of them. Also, I apologize, I'm not going to be reading chat here until I fall off, because this is a very, very difficult slide that requires me to be looking at the screen at all times. I will check chat once again when I fail or when I beat this, whatever comes first. These turns are so tight. God damn it. Let me jump over here. I think this way's easier. I think this route is easier than the other one, and I have very little time to get to the bottom. This is gonna be close. Oh boy. Oh no. I could have done that if I didn't... Damn it. If I didn't stall myself on the last little jump right there, I could have done that. Oh well. Well, the good news is that this one will be easier because going after the sock is the slow way to do this. So if you aren't focusing on trying to get the sock, then you can actually do this. You can save a couple seconds. So hopefully this one will be easier when I don't have to worry about going after that sock. Because the sock takes you out of the way of the optimal path to the end. Oh, this is another thing about Rehydrated. I don't know if I like this in Rehydrated more or less. I mean, slide controls in general I'm kind of iffy on in Rehydrated, but specifically this slide. On the one hand, I like the dense forest, and it kind of gives you a greater sense of speed of like zipping through the forest, not knowing what's around every corner, as opposed to being able to see the slide in its fullest extent here. On the other hand, I like how open-ended this feels, and just, it gives you a better sense of how twisted and interconnected all the vines are. So I can't really decide whether I prefer the original kelp vines or the remastered kelp vines. I go back and forth on that a lot, damn it. Hi. Okay, we're fine. We saved it. We saved it. Let me take, is this a shortcut? I think it's a shortcut because it means... I probably should have taken... Yeah, that's what I should have done. So, yeah, I get 20 seconds to spare after all that. I probably should have jumped off the vine right there and taken that shortcut. I probably could have done it last time anyway. Okay, so what I was talking about, if you go backwards to the level right here, and then you activate this box to warp yourself up to the top, then you can do the trick I showed you to activate the timer without hitting the slide, and then warp down here, and then jump out like this to trigger the end hitbox of the slide, and then warp back and collect your reward, so you don't actually have to do the slide when you're speedrunning. And I'm playing on hard mode. There is no hard mode in this game. There is one difficulty. By which I mean you don't choose difficulty, it's just the game, as is. Audio commentary will happen by whatever means necessary. You think Gollum game got topped by the new King Kong game? I don't know anything about King Kong. I only know of the horrors of Gollum. You can't wait for Mario RPG? I might try that. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's the ledge you can jump up to, by the way. There's a leaf here to jump up to it now, but this leaf wasn't here before. You can do some cruise boosting, you can actually get up there early and go backwards through the level. What's my favorite stage in this game? Kelp Forest. I love the balance of platforming, puzzles, and sliding. I love the atmosphere, I love the music. I love all of it. Why does the stage look like Maple Treeway is at night? I can see how you would come to that conclusion. It does kind of look like that. With the vines and everything. Is it possible to take shortcuts? Yeah, I showed off a couple of them. A couple of jumps. The problem is that it's risky to make those jumps because the turns are so tight and you have so little time to adjust your trajectory after you make the jump. But there are shortcuts you can take in that. And I took whatever ones I could. Hello, I have been waiting to ask for my thoughts on the FNAF movie. Do I recommend it? No! No, I don't. I hated it. It was really disappointing. You know, maybe I should add Aladdin screaming no to one of my Stream Deck hotkeys. I need to get rid of one of the buttons on my Stream Deck. But I could... I should probably... That should be one of the things that I can pull up whenever. Favorite lyrical SpongeBob song? I think it's gotta be The Best Day Ever. I think that's the one I'm gonna go with. Oh, I should probably Go get another one of these from Mr. Krabs. We got one more spatula of his to go. Now it's time for the graveyard. F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere at any time and all down here in the big blue sea. That's another. There's a lot of. Because now I'm thinking of like Sweet Victory.
Somewhere.
Now That We're Men. Ripped Pants. I don't know. And of the campfire song, sing of course the Let's Gather Around the Campfire and Sing Our Campfire Song. I feel like I still gotta go with The Best Day Ever. But it's a lot hard. It's very, very tough question. I don't know. No, hey, don't shoot that at me, please. I don't like when you do that. I will say, The Grill Is Not a Home, never been that big on it. It's a good song, but I don't quite get the hype for it that everyone else has. Oh, I also love The Very First Christmas. I'm just thinking of all the songs now, and I'm like, man, how would one pick? Imagine the Patchy scene where he feels betrayed. That's me. Yeah, minus the part where I destroy all my merchandise because I don't actually own any FNAF merchandise unless you count this. That's the sound of me flipping through all the pages in the Silver Eyes book off my bookshelf. I have the original trilogy of FNAF books. I have the Freddy Files. I have a couple of Fazbear Frights, and that's I think it. I guess except for I think some old pajamas I had from middle school. Oh, this. Okay, hold on. Power of cheat codes.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
Is Sponge on the Run funny bad or insultingly bad? I would say insultingly bad. I kind of talked about this a bit earlier. I don't really get much ironic enjoyment out of Sponge on the Run. It really, that movie really pissed me off when I saw it. Is this hard or normal mode? I think I already answered your question, but there is no hard mode in this game. There is only one difficulty, and it's just the base game. So there is no hard mode. Most overhated movies. I would say Parental Guidance. It has very mixed reviews and a very bad Metascore, but I find it to be very endearing and very charming. And while I would never cite it as like one of the best movies that's ever been made or anything, the stark negative reaction that it generated makes me want to come to its defense more so than a lot of other movies. Thoughts on Sponge Out of Water? I need to revisit it to know for sure that it'd be better for me to watch it removed from the false advertising to see if I still don't like it as much as I did back then, or if I was just burned by the fact that I was straight up lied to by the trailers. But right now my thoughts are that it's, I don't know, the first half I feel it's like I didn't like it when I watched it. First half didn't really grab me. And by the time we got to the action I was promised, I was kind of already out of the movie. SpongeBob movie triple feature commentary. That might happen one day. That's one that I think would be a good one. But no, nothing's set in stone right now. You didn't destroy any merchandise either. You have the motion tree not to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's framed as a joke in that episode when he, like, destroys his entire bedroom of SpongeBob merchandise, and then he, like, puts it all back when he realizes that it wasn't actually the full thing. But also, it's just like, you spent money on it, and you're not gonna get your money back by destroying the merchandise. That's just dumb. I don't get it. And of course, sometimes there's situations where, like, something happens to where you even just thinking about something that you used to love brings you, like, actual emotional pain because of circumstances beyond your control. In which case, it's justifiable to get rid of them. But I still think there are more healthy alternatives to get rid of them than to just outright destroy them. Like, you know, you donate them, sell them, not just outright fucking annihilate them. You ask us the last slog race looked really tough. Yeah, it's certainly very challenging. But honestly, I think the one I just did right there is harder because you have such a narrow platform you have to land on to get that. That's probably not how you're supposed to do that. You're probably well, no, you're definitely supposed to do it by coming back here with Sandy. Especially because you can no longer do that. Like, in Rehydrated, they patched it so that you can't actually make the jump that I made to get that, so you definitely aren't supposed to do it that way. But it's a lot more convenient to do it the way I did it than it is to come back here with Sandy and have to redo everything again. Have I played and seen Atlanta Squarepants, the game in the episode? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people really hate the Atlanta Squarepants episode. I do not. Well, at least I didn't when I watched it as a kid. I don't know if I would change my mind if I watched it as an adult, but I liked it as a kid. As for the game, I haven't played the game. I can't speak to it. Toy Story 3, the merchandise, give it to somebody else. Yeah. That or sell it. Have I finished Cosmic Shake? Yep, I finished it a couple months ago, and I liked it. Overall, a solid game. Would recommend. On sale, I wouldn't recommend it at full price. I think it's a bit overpriced. But I would still say it's good overall. I might replay it now that the Series X version is out. Thoughts on fan songs? Like in concept? Fan songs are great. When it comes to fan games or fan songs, it often allows people to kind of get familiar with writing, with expressing their creativity within the confines of a story or world they're already familiar with, which then serves as a nice stepping stone to be able to make their own original stuff later, which I think is awesome. As far as specific fan songs, I guess I need specific examples, but generally speaking, I like them. How many audio commentators do I have in the studio at the moment? Oh boy, that is a question and a half. Let me check. Let me pull up my spreadsheet and let's see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 that have currently... Oh wait, no, I think it's one that actually, hold on. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are 13 things that have been recorded and not edited. Yes, that is as insane as you think it sounds. We've been very busy over the last few months. Have I watched Mickey, Donald, and Goofy Three Musketeers? No, I remember seeing trailers for it, but I haven't actually watched it myself. Although it's funny that you mentioned it right now because I'm actually in the midst of rereading the Last Musketeer trilogy by Stuart Gibbs. I just finished up the second book last night. You drank a bottle of water while watching the FNAF movie, had to pee for the entire second half of the movie, and you uselessly held it knowing you wouldn't be able to live knowing you peed at FNAF. I'm glad I read that message. You've heard this song in so many videos you didn't know it was from this, you thought it was Banjo-Kazooie related. Interesting, I didn't know this song showed up in a lot of videos. In fact, I think Battle for Bikini Bottom soundtrack is often very underused. I don't really hear it at all, unless the video is specifically about Battle for Bikini Bottom. It's not one of those games like Undertale or Sonic Mania or Dojo Literature Club or Persona 5 where the soundtrack shows up a lot on YouTube. Persona 5 especially. Why do I keep switching? I keep just like instinctively switching characters even though I don't need to. In fact, I actually shouldn't because I need to use Spongebob to wall jump up here. Let's not fall, please. Oh, that's one thing about, another thing I can mention about the, about Rehydrated. I don't like some of the remastered sound, tracks. Especially, Kelp Forest is especially, like, the beauty of the original Kelp Forest is that it was really reserved. It wasn't bombastic, it was kind of quiet and restrained in its instrumentation, so it felt more appropriate for the atmosphere. Whereas the percussion is a lot more bombastic. They're remastered? Yeah, okay. Gugonic, listen, go ahead and search up Kelp Forest original stereo, and then search up Kelp Forest rehydrated stereo. Listen to them back to back. They are not the same track. It's easy to, I also thought at first I thought the soundtrack was the same, even though it sounded like a little off to me. I couldn't figure out why. It's similar enough to where it will fool the average person into thinking that it's the same. But the way in which it's orchestrated and played and recorded and performed is different enough to where I'm like, wait a minute, something's not right here. And then you look deeper into it and you're like, oh, they, yeah, I really don't like what they did to the soundtrack in this game. Some of them are fine. Murmler, I think, is fine. Downtown, I'm not big on. I really don't like Kelp Forest. Graveyard, the Graveyard track also, the Graveyard track is mostly the same, but like, the beginning comes out too hard, too fast. I cannot wall jump to save my life today, apparently. Where it's, the original has a nice build-up. Oh, he lives? And then he almost blows it, but he lived, he saved it somehow. He lives, okay. That was almost, I don't know how I saved that, but I did. There was a much more subtle buildup of the instruments, like slowly giving in more of the instruments and more layers of the track in the original, whereas they kind of just lay it all on you at once in Rehydrated. Rehydrated looks really soulless and too polished. I don't know if I'd say it's too polished, especially in Graveyard. Graveyard almost looks like an unfinished level in Rehydrated. Like, it doesn't... If you look at a side-by-side comparison of Graveyard, Jellyfish Fields looks great, it looks oversaturated, same thing with Goo Lagoon, but it at least looks high quality. Whereas, stuff like Sand Mountain, for instance, Sand Mountain is just like, the sand is the wrong color, it doesn't look like, it's supposed to look like a ski resort, which is why it's snowy, but it's not snowing in Rehydrated. Graveyard, it's a lot harder to, like, it's a lot harder to see everything, I guess. Like, in the next section, we're going to be able to see the entire Graveyard from a bird's eye view. You can't see any of that in Rehydrated. It's just a deep, dense fog. And a lot of the textures, like I said, just actually look unfinished. And what that says to me is, and that it's kind of like that for some of the other later levels, what it says to me is that because the development of the game was so rushed, they did all, which makes sense, they did the early levels first, like Jellyfish Fields, because that's the first level the player is going to play. They put like a lot of effort into making sure that one was great and really, really high fidelity. And then with the other ones, they ran out of time, so they weren't able to put the same level of finishing touches on it that they were for they weren't able to put the same level of effort, time and effort into them that they were for the earlier levels. And it's apparent that the game was under a rush development cycle and they ran out of time. Like, it's very, very clear that it did not launch in an optimal state. Yeah, it's kind of why I was considering making a video talking about this game versus Rehydrated. Kind of similar to the remake or re-break videos that I saw for the Spyro trilogy, and comparing and contrasting the original game to the Rehydrated or to the reignited version. Because there is a lot about these two versions that aren't often talked about by people that I feel like could use some attention. There's a lot of nuances about the games that most people are not aware of. Would I recommend Sonic Superstars? Yes, so long as you never ever touch co-op with a 10-foot pole. Don't ever do it. co-op is a miserable, well, not, okay, it's entertaining for like 30 minutes, seeing how insanely chaotic it is. Then you play the rest of the game, and it immediately stops being fun and chaotic and just starts getting really fucking annoying. Play it by yourself and you'll have a great time. Play it with friends and you'll want to kill yourself. It is genuinely not fun at all. This might be your favorite area. Yeah, I can see that. The only thing I don't like about Graveyard is it's so short. It's probably the shortest of all the areas in the game, with the possible I think SpongeBob's Dream might be a little shorter, maybe, but Graveyard and Dream are definitely the two shortest areas of the game, which is a shame because I really like them. Well, also maybe Sand Mountain I think is also probably on the shorter end, but I just wish there was more because I fly by them so fast. Do I know what medieval is? The name sounds familiar, but I don't know why it sounds familiar. Do I 100% complete Mario games? No, not for the, so I did it for Galaxy and Galaxy 2, and I do that every time I play those games, because I love them so much. I did not do that for Odyssey. Not because I didn't like Odyssey. I loved Odyssey. Loved Odyssey. The reason I didn't do it is because there's just so much, and a lot of it feels kind of repetitive. Like, there's a lot of find Peach in every kingdom, do the Koopa race in every kingdom, and a lot of those kinds of things getting copy-pasted over and over again, which I'm not big on. I think I do still want to 100% Odyssey at some point in my life, just to be able to say that I did it. But I don't have the desire to that I do for the Galaxy games. 64, you couldn't pay me to 100% that, and Sunshine especially, like the blue coins and all that shit, just the thought of it makes me want to die. The only thing you don't like about Sand Mountain is that the third race feels like its controls are a bit wonky. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, so are you referring to the fact that in the last section of the third race, it feels like you can't easily, because in the last section there's a lot of different directions that you can go when you're approaching the finish line. Does it kind of feel like you're it kind of feels like you can't easily change directions, like, and jump onto a different path because the game is pulling you in one way over the other? Because it definitely does feel like that to me. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but that's, I assume, what you are, because that is something that I would say about the last area, that they actually kind of fixed and rehydrated, because you're not locked onto, in the original way it works, that when you pick a track, you pick a direction to go, you're locked onto that track until you decide to leave it, and when you decide to leave it, it takes a while for the game to catch up with the fact that you aren't on that track anymore, so it has to readjust the direction that you're going, if that makes any sense at all. Whereas in Rehydrated, there is no track to lock yourself onto, you have complete free movement of the entire slide, so it's just like your character is naturally jumping from one section to the next. And do I have everything? That looks like I don't have everything. I definitely... Okay, I missed a sock in the last area. It's hiding below the thing. And then there's a third sock that I'm missing. Oh, it's, okay, I know where it is. It's hovering above the other ship. Let me go get that real quick. I don't want to leave the ship until I get all the things. So let me go ahead and grab that sock. Is this high enough to get it? I think so. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's hope I can reach this again. Nailed it. And then the second one is in the other area. I think I'll get that. I think I'll warp to the Dutchman boss battle, and then I'll warp back and grab the sock that I missed. Do I ever have any faith in the FNAF movie sequel? I mean, there's no reason they couldn't make a good one, but the fact that this one has been met with, that the general reception from fans has been, this is a perfect FNAF movie, and it's a love letter to the franchise, makes me think they're not going to actually take any strides to improve on it for the sequel. So, I have no reason currently to believe that the second movie will be any better than the first. Anyway, let's go back to, what's the fast way to do this? It's to go to... probably here, unfortunately. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of back... or actually, maybe not. Let's see how efficiently I can do this. If I retrace my steps with the boat, which I need to summon, I think, where's the boat? Where's the boat? Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. It's literally right next to me. I was looking in the wrong direction. If I go back here, how close am I to a point where I can jump off? Not very. Can I retrace my steps that way? Maybe. Let me jump to go back down there. But Trevor, he said the thing. Yeah, he said the line. He said the infamous line. He said the thing that I wanted him to say. Even if it didn't make any sense for him to say it, he still said the thing. And that's all that matters, right? That's how we judge good movies, by the level of quotability. It's a game where you play as a skeleton knight, and the gameplay is similar to what Dragon's Dogma 3D looked like in my playthrough, followed by, I would not say medieval was like Dragon's Dogma 3D. Well, based on that information and that back and forth, I can only say, no comments. Because I don't know anything about it. Alright, I'm used to making this jump as Sandy. Can I make it a Spongebob? Yes, I can. Easy. Easy mode. Alright, Dutchman time. Also known as the worst boss. I think I saw someone ask, can I name a flaw with Battle for Bikini Bottom? I can. Flaw 1, the shiny object grinding sucks. But that's an easy answer, so let me give you another answer. This boss sucks ass. It's so much just waiting around for things to happen, and it's really, really lame. I mean, the bosses in this game aren't great anyway, or at least some of them aren't great. But they're mostly fine. But this one is just terrible. It's just sidestepping back and forth, and that didn't look that bad. Just sidestep the lasers and then whip his tail and then you're done. You're right, it didn't look that bad. But the problem is that each time he sends more and more waves of lasers out, and it just gets ridiculous at a certain point, so it's a lot of just jump to the left, jump to the right, jump to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Thoughts if they made Madagascar 4? I don't want them to. Because Madagascar 3 ended things really neatly. They don't need to make a fourth one, and I don't want them to make a fourth one. I think they said they were going to a while ago, and they just never did. But if they want to make more Penguins movies, I'm all for that. If they want to make more movies just starring the Penguins of Madagascar going on wacky adventures, I'm fine with that. Even if the movie they actually made, the theatrical movie they made wasn't the best. I'm fine with the idea of them making more of them. But another actual Madagascar film, I'm not as hyped about, conceptually. FNAF movie versus The Phantom Menace. I think Phantom Menace because at least there's some enjoyment to be had from an ironic perspective of the memeability of some of the quotes. And also John Williams' music is great. Whereas I've seen people praise the soundtrack in the FNAF movie. I don't know why. I can't name you anything that wasn't invented by the games, like Foxy's dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. I can't tell you any music that played in that film. There was actually a Penguins Madagascar movie. I know, I just said that I used the one they made as a point of reference. Like, if they make, even though the one they made wasn't that great, it doesn't mean that they can't make a good one, and I'd be happy if they did make more of them. You've seen some players, live streamers, actually show the full grinding on screen, unedited, and needless to say, it's tedious, especially video form. Well, I mean, so there's ways you can get around. Like, you can obviously just do this. what I've been doing, because I don't feel like there's no challenge involved in grinding, so I just do that. But there is a way that you can grind pretty quickly that's actually kind of interesting to watch. It's called skee ball abuse, or SBA. I don't really think I know how to do it, but I might try it on stream before I end the stream today, just to see if I can do it. Anyway, we only got one more zone to go. SpongeBob's Dream and then the final battle. However, before I do that, I am going to go take a small food break, and I'm also going to run to the bathroom. Because on my Sonic Superstar stream on Saturday, I didn't eat anything. I actually skipped lunch because I stubbornly refused to take a break or quit until I beat that game. So, I didn't eat lunch that day, which was not a good decision. But I didn't, and I'm not making that same mistake again. So we're gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna pause, go get some food. I shouldn't be gone longer than like 5, maybe 10 minutes. And then we'll do the last level, and then we will finish the game. So, that's the plan. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Okay. I have returned. My throat is only slightly less dead, but I definitely feel a lot more energized now that I have food in my stomach. Biggest mistake of the Sonic Superstar stream, aside from doing it in the first place cooperatively, was not taking a break at any point. Well, I guess, I mean, I did take a break, obviously, because I legitimately felt sick to my stomach. And I needed to go lie down for a bit, or else I was simply, probably, it wouldn't have ended well, I don't think. Oh no, is the thing not showing up? Is the game not showing up on stream? My screen was black for a second. Can you see the game? My stream was black for a minute. It didn't show anything. I won't continue until I know that everyone can actually see. Because it looks fine now, but I don't know. Click Team has leaked the FNAF product that's in the works. Did they leak it, or did they just say that did they openly say that they are working on something and they need 3D modelers or something? Well, either way, I don't know what it's not a surprise to me that there's another FNAF product that's in the works. A lot of people were speculating that it was going to be that they're making a FNAF World remake, which I feel like Scott wants nothing to do with FNAF World anymore. Because, I mean, even though I and many other people enjoyed it, he took the criticism very, very personally with that one, and obviously delisted it from Steam. And, like, when he made the Android port, he kind of just made fun of the game as itself. I know Docker was pretty, maybe upset's the wrong word, but pretty sad to see when he played the Android port of FNAF World. He saw that Scott kind of wasn't taking the game seriously and just making fun of it. And it was, I mean, it was fun in the update too. Like, he was self-aware that, yeah, the game was poorly received, but he still put effort into making update 2 really, really fun. So, whereas the Android port felt a little more, maybe mean-spirited is the word I'm looking for. It felt a little more, less tongue-in-cheek and more like, man, everyone hated this game, if that makes sense. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, I would be surprised if it ended up being a FNAF World remake. But who knows? See the game? Okay, then let's just jump into it. Nope, don't want to be here. I want to be here. Because this will put me right where SpongeBob's Dreams entrance is. What's the song? The last song was catchy. So the 4 songs that played while I was away were Goo Lagoon's theme. It was the hub area themes for. Excuse me. Can I not interact with? Is the game not gonna let me actually talk to Mr. Krabs? Okay, there it is. It wasn't letting me talk to him for a second. It was Goo Lagoon, Mermalair, Downtown, and Dutchman's Graveyard. I don't know at what point you sent that message. If I were to guess, I'd say you probably sent it during the Mermalair one, because Mermalair is the, I mean, they're all catchy, but the Mermalair is the one that's most likely to get you to want to say it's catchy. Okay, let me do this once to see if I can do it. I'm gonna attempt a cruise boost. I'm not gonna get stuck here all day, I promise. I want to try it once to see if I can do it. And it appears at the moment that I am unsuccessful. I know exactly what you have to. You have to push the bubble ball button and the cruise ball button on the same frame, and then pull the stick to the right. And like, this is technically a cruise boost, but it's not a fast one. It's not one that's in any way viable for speedruns. You have to do it once and then pull the stick to the left or right. Whatever direction SpongeBob is sliding away from, you pull it in the opposite. Whatever direction SpongeBob is sliding towards, you pull it in the opposite direction. And then you do it again. And yeah, I know what you have to do. I just cannot do it for the life of me. And it kind of makes me sad that I can't do this. because I would love to be able to cruise boost around the levels and try my hand at speedrunning this game, but it's never gonna work. But I've watched all the tutorial videos of how to do it. It's not in my wheelhouse, fortunately. And the only thing is that when you do it, when you try it so many times, it loops the bowling sound effect again and again and again and again, and it's just murder on the ears at a certain point. Also, I'm going to reset this so that I can get so I don't fall off the edge immediately. Hell, I completed the hardest long Mario levels: Perfect Run, Galaxy 2, Special 8, 3D Land, Champions Road, 3D World, and Long Journey's End Odyssey. I don't own... Well, I mean, I own 3D World, but I haven't gotten that far. Oh my god, I didn't want to... Okay, I guess we're falling down here now. This is not... I'm just gonna reset. I did not want to fall down. I saved it, but I didn't want to go to Sandy Stream that quickly. I don't own 3D Land, and I have not gotten that far in Odyssey or 3D World, but I have done the Perfect Run. Perfect Run was one of my earliest, like, major moments of, wow, I really just did that when I was playing a video game. I vividly remember the feeling of euphoria. I did not land that jump correctly. The feeling of euphoria that I felt when I managed to actually get through the Perfect Run. Champions Road is your pick for the hardest official Mario level ever created. Alright then. Now, does that include the ones from the Lost... Oh, my mouse is on screen. GameCube version, by the way. Does that include the ones from the Lost levels? I know that's the one that everyone's like, this is the worst thing in the world, or the hardest thing in the world. You would say include Lost levels. Damn, alright. Remind me to never ever try Champions Road. Oh boy. No, well, now I've gone and ruined it. No level in Lost Levels as long as Champions Road. Oh, is it one of those things where you have to... Is it like the Perfect Run where you gotta do it in one shot, no checkpoints? Remind me to trade... I didn't want to... Okay, well, at least I can fall comfortably this time, because I already got the special I was looking for, but I still didn't want to fall in the way that I did. Remember to trade Champions Road for something? Let's not. That would also require me to do the whole 3D World again, which I guess I should probably do at some point anyway. I should probably eventually go give 3D World another shot. But there's just so much else I either need or want to play.
Wow.
Alright. You can get hit in Champions Road, but no checkpoints. Yeah, because that's the biggest sticking point with Perfect Run, is that you have no room for error when you only have that one hit to work with. And I will say, as an adult, Perfect Run is nowhere near as hard as it was when I was a kid. It took me, I'm pretty sure my final death count for Galaxy 2 on my first ever playthrough was over 1,000. And I don't remember, because I played through the Galaxy games very recently. Oh, I need to employ the power of cheat codes to do this.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
That should cover us for a while anyway. But I don't remember what the exact count was on my most recent playthrough, because I played through both Galaxy games in April/May of this year. I had a pretty bad depressive slump in early April, and I pretty much did nothing. Oh, I missed it. Damn it. I pretty much did nothing for a solid month and a half, except just sit on my couch doing nothing except playing video games, and two of the games I played during that slump were Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2. Because I knew that I knew that I could always go back to them as a source of comfort and stability. And during that playthrough, I'm pretty sure it was a little over 100 deaths, I think. I don't know, I'll check. I think I'll check out the stream just to see how many deaths it was. But it was considerably less than my first time. Most people consider Luigi's purple coins the hardest level in Galaxy 1. What are my thoughts? Really? Oh no, oh no. I think I'm dead. I think I might die here. I'll answer your question in a second after I either die or miraculously survive. But things aren't looking good right now. Alright, I require health. I require health. You require... No. 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 Okay. All I need to do is kill Tartar Sauce Boy over here. And then I can live. Alright, that was a lot closer than it probably should have been. If that's any indication of the... What's it? If that's any indication of how hard the enemy gauntlet in Mr. Krabs' Dream is gonna be, then we're in for a rough ride. Okay, let's take a brief break here. Let's see, where was I? Most people consider Luigi's purple coins to be the hardest star in Galaxy 1. I do not think that's the hardest star in Galaxy 1. It is a tough one for sure, but I don't think it's the hardest. The one that, Luigi's purple coins is a challenge, absolutely, but it's a challenge that I respect and one that I feel satisfied in completing. But like I've just mentioned, the stupid garbage minigame speaks for itself. I hate it. It's not a challenge that I feel satisfied in overcoming. It's like, oh, thank God it's over. Thank God I'm finally done. I never have to do this again until I never play this game again in like a year. But until then, I never have to do it again. It's literally garbage. Yeah, it's just I vastly prefer the box destroying minigame in Galaxy 2 because I actually have direct and complete control over where I am throwing my fire flowers, and as a result, I can do it first try without, or at least if not first try, then within a reasonable amount of time. But the garbage one, it's like they give you yellow dots to throw the bombs. Like, yeah, they do, but also I feel like they're not actually, they aren't always the best places to throw them. And if they are, they're only the best place to throw them if you're, like, exactly on them. If you're, like, perfectly precise with where you throw the things. Which isn't that easy given the throwing mechanics of those stupid bombs. I hate it. It's the only... Like, I generally don't like the second half of Galaxy as much as the first half. But the one takeaway is, like, that garbage minigame is just the thing that I actively look forward to the least out of that entire game. And that's taking into consideration, by the way, all the purple coins. I don't really like the purple coin stars. Well, maybe not all. I don't like the ones where they drop you in a world and they're like, no time limit, just explore the entirety of, like, the first level and find all the purple coins. And then there's always that one annoying little purple coin that's hiding in the absolute worst corner possible that you never think to look in. Though I hate those. I like the ones where you have a time limit and they're in a confined area. Those are a nice challenge. The ones where you're exploring a level to find them, I don't like those at all. But yet I would still rather do any of those than I would do any of the garbage minigames. Did I complete the infamous Sunshine levels? Shinko Machine, Lily Pad Ride, Sandbird, Watermelon Festival, example, or etc. I did the Lily Pad Ride. I did have save states to work with, so it was easier than it probably could have been. But honestly, I think even without the save states, I don't think it would have been that bad. I don't think it would have been that bad. Shinko level, however, the Shinko level absolutely sucks balls. I fucking hated that shit. Sandbird was bad on All-Stars, because All-Stars sucks, but when I actually played the GameCube version, I actually did it very easily. Sandbird wasn't bad. You don't know what people are talking about. I think it is just the 3D All-Stars, because the 3D All-Stars version, I hate it. I hated it. It was really, really bad. Like, I felt like I didn't have appropriate control over Mario for that entire game. But the second I actually played it, quote-unquote, natively, I felt like it's like a breath of fresh air. I feel like I could actually perfectly control what I wanted Mario to do at any given opportunity, and as a result, the Sandbird was no big deal. I do not think that would fix the fucking pachinko level, because that machine is actually just broken. Don't ever play it unless you want to 100% it, which, Godspeed in that case. When I get to 3D World, will I do Champions Road? If I play 3D World, I probably will. Well, when I eventually revisit it, if I do it on the channel, I don't know if I'll do it on the channel, but I'll eventually revisit it myself, probably at some point, I don't know. But I will probably want to check out Champions Road. Although honestly, when I see the term Champions Road, I just think of whatever the hell. What's it called in Pokemon? Like the elite, the champ. Is it Champions Road there, or is it Victory Lane? What's the road you? Ow! I just banged my head on my table. That was not great. That hurt. I didn't like that. What's the thing you go down when it's like the final gauntlet before the Elite Four? Victory Road, that's what it is. Okay, so it's combination Victory Lane and Champions Road. Victory Road is what it's called. That's what I think of when I hear the term Champions Road. Do I like home? I don't dislike home. That was what my friend wanted to see. For my friend's birthday party, 7th grade, he took us all to see Home, because that was, I don't know why, but that was the movie he, like, really, really wanted to see, so we went to see it because it was his birthday. But, yeah, that's how that went down. And I will say, that was my first experience with, like, a luxury cinema, which today it's not really luxury, it's just standard affair for most theaters to have the recliner seats. But that was my first time actually getting to sit in recliner seats at a movie theater. And when I did, it was like, ooh, this is fancy. I can recline. It's like, this is great. This is the best thing in the world. So that might have colored my view of the movie experience a little bit. Point being, I didn't hate the movie. I enjoyed watching it. I don't know if that's because of the seats. I don't know if it's because it was my friend's birthday party. But I guess my point being, this same friend also took us to see Batman v Superman the following year for his birthday. And I also didn't hate Batman v Superman when I saw it. But I don't know if that has to do with the movie or the fact that it was my friend's birthday party and we all did it together. / I went in with low enough expectations to where I didn't hate it. But I guess I'm saying I don't really think my experience watching any movie at his birthday parties is necessarily a perfectly accurate representation of how I feel about them, because there's other factors at play that could color my impressions of those movies. So, the short answer to your question is I liked Home when I saw it. I might not like it if I watch it again. Apparently today is the anniversary of Persona 5 Royal. Also, today it leaves Game Pass. Happy anniversary, now get out. I assume it's the Japanese release date, because I think it came out in either February or March. I think it was early 2020 that the game came out in the US. But the Japanese release that I can imagine, I think, was probably earlier than that in 2019. It's hard to. I'm gonna do the thing I do where I don't read anybody's messages until I get through this, because I don't want to screw up at this point and lose all my progress. And yeah. Okay, stream's over. Thanks for watching. I just need to not talk is what I need to do. I need to not say things. I'm terrible at that. I'm terrible at saying things that, like, hey, I hope I don't screw up, and then what happens? I die. Immediately I just fall into the abyss. See, that wasn't so hard. Did I complete the infamous 64 levels TikTok clock and Rainbow Ride? I don't think I made it far enough in 64 to do that. You remember not liking Dreams that much? Really? I'd be curious as to why. Because Dreams, while, I mean, atmospherically, it's probably my least favorite just because it's not, there isn't really an atmosphere. It's just like, you're in Wacky Dream World, and every dream has its own unique theming, as opposed to Kelp Forest or Graveyard, which has a very, very consistent mood to the world, I guess. But gameplay-wise, I love Sandy Slide. I love the platforming challenge. The only thing I'm kind of iffy on is this, the final combat challenge against Mr. Krabs. Because it's definitely the hardest combat challenge in the game. Because they just throw so many enemies at you at once. But I still like the Dream overall. I'm not backing Avert's horse that it's like the best song in the game, though. That, you'll never hear me say that. But the level itself, I'm quite fond of. You need to play some good games soon. The last thing you played 100%ing was Shadow the Hedgehog. Why did you do that to yourself? Why? What? Did you lose a bet? Why would you... What could possess someone who isn't Gugonic to 100% Shadow the Hedgehog? Thoughts on Mr. Krabs' voice in this game? I mean, it's... Like, it's not Clancy Brown, obviously, and that stings, because, like, Clancy Brown is Mr. Krabs, and it's hard to not hear his voice and think, like, what happened to you? However, I am kind of numb to it, just because I grew up with this game, so it seems natural to me. So I don't hate it as much as most people do, but I'd be lying if I said that it sounded wrong to come out of Mr. Krabs' mouth. Mermaid Man, however, Mermaid Man's voice, I just don't mind at all, nostalgia aside, because I don't... Ow! He just spawned right in front of me, didn't he? Because I was never that attached to Mermaid Man's voice from the cartoon, from the show anyway. So, him having a different voice here isn't that much of a bother. I'm just glad that they got all the voice actors here except for that they all... Cause it's always kind of jarring when you hear people that aren't Mr. Krabs, or the people... When you hear in external media, you hear other voice actors trying to play the roles of their mainstream show counterparts. Also, here's another thing that the Rehydrated quote-unquote fixed, is that in Rehydrated you can't use the cruise bubble to destroy all the Duplicatotrons from range, but in this game you can. If you wanted to in this game, you could just climb up to one of the top of these stacks, and then use the cruise bubble to take out all the Duplicatotrons from range like this. I mean, not like that, that's me hitting the thing, but from like not like that either, like this. You can take them out from a distance, but in Rehydrated there's a bubble around the Duplicatotrons that physically prevents you from doing that. Very creative as an area, but it feels kind of wonky to control and dehydrated. I don't know if that was an intentional misspelling or not, but if it was, then props to you. Although I do question what you mean by that, because the controls are the same as they are in the rest of the game. Do not slander me, I never fucking do that. Yeah, but you are, of all of us, you would be the one most likely to be willing to endure that just for the sake of being able to say that you did it. You haven't played Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Does it have any infamous levels reminiscent of the Perfect Run Champions Road? I saw one tweet saying that it has, like, the hardest level in any Mario game. Don't slander me either. You would never 100% games that are a pain to complete. No, never, surely. At no point has you ever done something of that accord. blue coin too? Can other people be in the stream? I mean, there's no rule preventing it. I just, for today, I wanted it to be a me thing. I wanted to do a solo stream, just chilling by myself and playing this game while talking to people in chat. I don't have a vendetta against any of the mods. I just wanted to kind of chill by myself today. Did I get everything? Yep, I think that's... I'm missing 2. 1 Krabs and 1 Patrick? Yep, okay. Ow! Rude. Let's go to Patrick. That's Mr. Krabs. You know what? We're not going to talk about it. It's fine. I definitely... That's exactly what I wanted to hit. Okay.
Cha-ching! 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 Cha-ching!
Patrick's dream should have been him riding the seahorse ride on one episode with a seahorse, right? Yeah. I think that's probably a missed opportunity. I will say, when people say they wish they had gotten the full Patrick's dream, that I'm not on board with. I much prefer that you have one challenge for every core component of the game. You have Sandy's dream, which is the sliding challenge, Mr. Squidward's dream, which is the platforming challenge, and then Mr. Krabs' dream, which is the combat challenge. You don't really need anything more than that. I think it would have felt like it was dragging on a bit too long, because the idea is that the dream is supposed to be at the final gauntlet of levels, like testing everything you've learned throughout the course of the game. I think one more would have offset the pacing of that a bit. I really like how it's like, after you go through all that, you're expecting one grand final confrontation, only for it to just be, here you go, here it is, and that's the joke, that Patrick's dream is just empty. But I do think they could have benefited by having the seahorse there, because that would have actually been in tune with what the show did. Is 100%ing Super Mario Odyssey and Frontier is a similar experience? No, because Odyssey is actually good. Oh my goodness! Hashtag didn't even play the game.
Flash! Authorities have...
Yeah, but in all seriousness, I don't know much about Frontiers beyond like the surface level. I don't, even with that, I still don't think I would say that it's similar to Odyssey from a perspective of 100%ing it. I think they're two different beasts entirely.
Look at that guy. With that big square head and those short shorts.
Will I ever make a video on Cloud with Chainsaw Meatballs 2? You like the sequel and you want to know why I hate it? If you want to know why I hate it, you can check out my worst movies list, which, as the Verts pointed out, is hilariously outdated. But what's not outdated is my thoughts on Cloudy 2. Even though what actually comprises the list is outdated, my thoughts on the movies are pretty much the same. So if you really want to know, you can check that video out.
Yes, it was me all the time! Behold, the Duplicatotron. I registered the name, so don't even think of ripping me off. With this, I can make a robot copy.
Do I want a sequel to the Super Mario Bros. Movie?
To make an army of loyal robots that
well, it's not really a matter of whether I want it, because it's happening whether I like it or not. But I'm happy for them to try again and actually tell a story this time.
But now that Daddy's home, I can fix that!
Behold, the blurriest text you've ever seen. Yeah, it's that's the GameCube version for you. Some of it looks the GameCube version. Some of it's looking a little better than the rest of it.
Hi, how do you do? Allow me to introduce my friends.
You still like the movie, and that is totally fine. I get why anyone would like the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I understand far more why someone would like the Super Mario Bros. Movie than I am of, like, if someone says they like the FNAF movie, I'm like, but why? What about it was so mind-blowing that you're like, yep, I sure did love this. I don't know. Whereas the Mario movie, I know exactly why one would come out of that movie being like, that was good, I like that. The FNAF movie, it's the praise it's getting from fans baffles the shit out of me. You don't like this boss? This is probably my favorite boss in the game. It has the least amount of waiting around compared to all the other ones. It feels the most active and it keeps you on your toes the most. And also, of course, the music helps a tremendous amount. How would I react if 64-2, Sunshine 2, Galaxy 3, all student? Okay, let's take this one by one. 64-2, hey, maybe they can actually make good controls this time. Sunshine 2, hey, maybe they can actually make better controls this time, and also maybe less pachinko shit. That'd be cool. Galaxy 3, yes, please, but not without giving me Galaxy 2 on Switch first. If Galaxy 1 and 3 are on Switch and not Galaxy 2, I'm probably going to break something. That would be dumb. That'd be real dumb. Odyssey 2, I mean, hell yeah. There's no reason not to, honestly. I'll take Odyssey 2 any day of the week. Lost only one attack. Yeah, that poorly aged things.jpg. This match is just about over. That's another thing about the GameCube version, the actual GameCube version and the GameCube version, is that the audio is super compressed, or at least specifically in regards to the music. So you don't really get to hear the music in its full uncompressed stereo glory. So like if you think you've heard the soundtrack of this game through just playing it, you haven't. You haven't played it or you haven't experienced it until you experience the full stereo mix, which you can get, actually. You can buy the soundtrack on Steam, or you can just look it up on YouTube. For the first time ever, they uncovered the raw, unfiltered, uncompressed stereo files when they were making Rehydrated and digging through all the files.
My beautiful bride. We were supposed to get married next week.
Did he say married?
You've seen a scary amount of people praising the acting in the FNAF movie. Fucking, like, what, like, that probably confused me the most. What acting? Who acted? They all just stood around making the same blank expressions.
Spongebob, it is fluid to your head.
Okay, that confuses me so much.
Follow him into my head. I mean, into my robot version's head, which is like my head.
What happened to the video on Ace Senior Appellate Justice?
Go already.
Lost the passion and motivation to make it, but maybe I will revisit it when the game comes to Switch. Who knows? You know it's bad, but it has some cool scenes and it's fun, and that's totally fine. It is totally fine to enjoy something for cool, fun scenes while also acknowledging it has major flaws. That is totally allowed. Minecraft Steve's a better performance. I missed that really badly, actually. Yes, Minecraft Steve would have done a better performance. If anyone was to ask why you like the FNAF movie, you wouldn't have an answer, you just liked it, that's all. And that's all you, I mean, the only time that you really need to justify something is if you actually want to make an argument for why something is good. Because at that point, you can't just say, why is it good? Well, I liked it. Okay, cool, but like, why though? But if you just like something, then you're under no obligation to justify to anybody why you like the particular thing. There are times when I will like something or dislike something and I can't quite put my finger on it. I just know it either did or didn't resonate with me. It's rare, but it happens. And that's as far as the conversation needs to go if that's as far as you want to take it. So that's totally fine. I missed that. Thoughts on Mario being accused of vandalizing and sent to jail by the Delphin. Is that even what they're called? The Delphini. The occupants of Delfino Square and Sunshine. Prologue too long. Must skip. That's my thoughts on Mario being arrested by the if that's actually what they're called, the Delphinians. Oh! That was a last minute course correction. Say something good about Barbie. There were, There's something. Give me a minute. I'll think of it. Ow! Oh, while I'm thinking of the answer, here's one other thing I'm not big on in this game. Or in Rehydrated, I mean. This is supposed to be the final... I'm gonna get hit, aren't I? Nope. the final gauntlet of the game, and there are no checkpoints for this entire... Like, if I jump off right here, or if I get to the end of this section and I just jump off and die, I get sent back to the beginning of the level. Whereas in Rehydrated, every platform you land on has a checkpoint. And I understand wanting to make it so that you don't have to redo everything when you die, but I think the amount of checkpoints they give is excessive in Rehydrated, and it kind of softens the blow somewhat. Oh shit, I zoned out for a second. Bad time to zone out. Real bad time to zone out. Take a hit, please. Thanks.
Would be very prudent about now. Nice move by Spongebob.
This match is just about over. Oh boy. Ow. I only got 2 hits left. Both for me and for the robot head. And it's done. That is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, completed 100% in about 5 hours. Okay, something good about Barbie. The set design in Barbie Land is cool.
SpongeBob, you did it!
What do you do?
What? Oh, yeah. All my plans ruined. That does it. I'm becoming a lawyer. You haven't defeated me yet. I still have lots of robots all over Bikini Bottom. I'll summon them all, and then we'll see. Uh-oh. I'll destroy you. You'll destroy me. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you twice as hard. Oh yeah?
Plankton Ace Attorney confirmed. I would play a Plankton Ace Attorney game. Gimme. I would pay good money to watch Plankton solve crimes in an Ace Attorney game. Gimme.
Who are you calling stupid? I went to community college, you oversized coffee grinder. Oh yeah?
Thoughts on the purple fat Luma in Galaxy 2? His name is Lubba, excuse you.
Well, Plankton, I hope you learned your lesson.
He has a name.
I certainly
You shall learn it, and you shall respect our Lord and Savior, Lubba.
Ouch! We won! Who wants to get ice cream?
I do.
Plankton standing on the fence bench. Actually, he has experience. There was the one episode where he had to defend. He was the plaintiff in a civil case in Krabs vs. Plankton in the show.
I don't know for what, but I'm being
He does have some experience.
There's still work to be done out there.
Thoughts on Ruby Gilman? Haven't seen it.
Barnacle Boy wouldn't stop, and neither will I.
Most emotional part of Cars 2?
Bikini Bottom is safe.
Brad Paisley's song "Nobody's Fool" that plays during the credits. Genuinely a really, really good song. He would easily get bribed, though. Up against Mr. Krabs. So they could both be easily bribed by two very different things.
Who lives in a pineapple under
So
the
this is the
sea?
part where the stream gets taken down.
Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. Hypnotical nonsense be something you wish.
I'm hoping it just gets demonetized and not, like, you know, removed from YouTube entirely because of the theme song.
SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
It's the start music. Yes, it's also the theme song of SpongeBob SquarePants, but yes, it is also the start music of the game. Ah, man. I love this game. And we actually made pretty good time. I added up the amount of time it took me for my playthrough on the channel for this game, and I expected I'd be done by in an hour from now, like 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but we finished about an hour early. And that's factoring in the fact that I actually took a lunch break in the middle, so I'd say we made really good time. Thoughts on the 1,847 pixel and the 76 star on Galaxy 2? 4 out of 10. Needs more water. But yeah, in case I haven't made it clear enough, I absolutely adore this game. I've played it so many times to the point where I can easily do it just in my sleep while I'm talking about pretty much anything else. Which is why I decided to stream it today. I missed the actual anniversary because Sonic Superstars knocked so much wind out of my sails that I didn't want to stream anything on Sunday, which is always gonna haunt me, the fact that I missed out on it. But 2 days away from the anniversary, figure I'd give you guys a Halloween stream playing nothing that's even tangentially related to Halloween, called Spongebob Squarepants Battle for Bikini Bottom. If you haven't played this game, and you've liked what you saw from the gameplay, it has my full and earnest recommendation. It is a fantastic 3D platformer. It withstands the test of time remarkably well, and if you've only experienced the game through Rehydrated, I still recommend you checking out the original, because the original is not the same game as Rehydrated. But thank you all for tuning in today. I wasn't actually sure how well this would go, because I usually only stream on weekends, because I figure more people are available to watch me stream on weekends. But I was pretty happy with the turnout today. A lot of chat interaction, a lot of great questions, had a lot of fun talking with all of you. And, yeah, this has been great. SpongeBob games are really great. Some of them are. Some of them suck. Some of them suck really bad. But the ones that are great are really, really great. Happy 20th anniversary to this game. Happy 20th anniversary to the silly sponge game indeed. It may be a little silly sponge game, but it's my silly little sponge game that I will continue to replay for the rest of my life, and I'm always gonna love it just as much as I did when I was a little kid just exploring the wonders of Bikini Bottom. Do I replay the Galaxy games in Odyssey? Galaxy games, yeah. Odyssey I haven't really gone back to since my LP, but I do want to maybe not replay it, but I want to at least, like, 100% it once. Would be something I'd like to do at some point in my life. What am I doing next? Good question, actually. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing next. I think I might take a little bit of a backseat on streams. I've streamed a lot more this month than I have previously. I might take a backseat on streams in November to focus on A, finishing Ratchet & Clank, Ocarina of Time, and Tales from the Borderlands. B, getting Owl House through copyright. And C, editing the other projects for the main channel that I still have yet to release, that need to be edited in a timely manner. I might do 1 or 2 streams next month, but I don't know what they're going to be yet. I genuinely have no plans for... No current set-in-stone plans, that is, for what's up next. Except I do still need to finish Crash 2. That'll probably be my next stream. I might stream, because I can do that pretty quickly, probably, knock on wood. I'll probably finish Crash 2 next month, but beyond that, I got nothing. If I thought the final boss was bad, I should see the final boss of the second Superstars campaign. Ton of mystical attacks. Oh, I guess I can take the time to clarify. My frustration in the end of the Superstar stream wasn't because the boss was badly designed. There are some things that I'm not a fan of, like the fact that when I know that the blue missiles will appear on the side, whatever side they get launched out of them is the side they'll appear on, but sometimes they'll appear close to you and sometimes they'll appear far away from you, which made it hard to accurately nail down where they were going to appear. But aside from that, the boss itself was perfectly fine. It's just, it needs a checkpoint. It needs a checkpoint between the first and second phases, so that I don't have to redo the entirety of the first part of it. I just got sick of it. I got sick of replaying the same thing again and again and again, which made me more and more frustrated and more prone to making silly mistakes. I'll probably replay it one day when I'm further removed from the stream and, you know, not in a very bad mood while playing it. Did someone ask something about Christmas? I feel like I saw something about Christmas. Might have missed it, though. Well, I streamed the Game Awards this year. Undecided, but probably. I mean, the Game Awards weren't anything super interesting last year. I streamed it in 2021, and it ended up being one of the best streams I've ever done. Because it was so it was a constant string of hilariousness, featuring things like Facebook gaming and the stupid pot from Elden Ring. Just so many memes were born out of that goddamn stream. Last year's was kind of lame. There wasn't really anything, except for the Bill Clinton kid at the end. There really wasn't anything all that interesting that happened during the Game Awards. Oh, and of course, Genshin Impact winning Players' Choice Awards, even though an actual 2022 game, that being Sonic Frontiers, lost to Genshin Impact, which wasn't even It's fine. It's okay. I don't even have any skin in the game, because like I don't play Genshin, and at the time I hadn't played Frontiers. And I was still pissed off, like, man, you just completely scammed Frontiers out of a win, didn't you? Am I releasing an audio commentary next month? I would really like to, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. It is celebrating an anniversary, though, I will tell you that much. It is going to be released in celebration of an anniversary of something. What I say is the worst episode from the golden era of Spongebob. I need to, like I said, I need to rewatch seasons 1 through 3 to know for sure, because it all blends together in my head. Second campaign's really bad. You wouldn't recommend it because it just makes the bosses longer and the stages cheap for the sake of difficulty. Ah, yes, I have played very hard mode in Sonic 06. Or, not very hard mode, I guess. Hard mode in Sonic 06 is just the same levels, except there's extra spikes now. Which is like, okay, I guess that's your idea of difficulty. You refuse to play Genshin ever. FG really, really wants me to play it. She says she's gonna, at her earliest convenience, I'm gonna go over to her place, and then I'll play on her account. I don't expect that to end well. But I'm gonna do it anyway, because I'm me, and I do those things. How much of the Owl House review is dedicated to Hootie? No comment. Did I know Elio is delayed till June 2025? Yes, and I'm hoping that is to the film's benefit. And it is a sign that they are taking the time to make it great, and not a sign that they are struggling. Because The Good Dinosaur was also delayed, and so was Toy Story 4. So I don't know. Trevor would sooner play Genshin Impact than Mario Wonder. I don't know if I'd say I'd sooner play it, but I guess that is something that I agreed to do. Yes, because I am weak. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll try SBA one time, and if I can't do it, I'll call off the stream, but I want to at least see if I can, how do I get there? What's the fastest? Here, I think? I'll try it once. Actually, no, it's probably faster to warp to, Tower Bungee. I think someone asked if there were any plans for Christmas commentaries. Maybe. I mean, I don't currently have any plans to release a commentary on Christmas Day, but you never know. Anything could change. Okay, please don't. Nailed it. What is SPA? Sorry, I meant SBA. SBA stands for Skee Ball Abuse, which basically means that you... Well, I'll show you. We're going to abuse the skee ball machine to try to farm shiny objects. I can do Polar Express or Arthur Christmas. Oh, I mean, well, so... This year it would be at this point, even if we recorded something right now, I don't think we'd be able to. I don't think I'd be able to get it edited in time for Christmas. So whatever, if I were to release something on Christmas, it wouldn't have anything to do with the holiday season, I don't think. But I would like to do a Polar Express commentary one day. Okay, how do I do this again? You think you walk up to the thing, and then you throw it in. Oh shit! I gotta disable the hand. Damn it. Okay, never mind. This isn't worth it. Basically, you throw the tiki into the thing, and then you switch to Spongebob, and then you jump into the skee ball machine and bowl the bubble ball into where it gets stuck in between the tiki and the ball hole, and then just infinitely. Because if you just do this normally, and you bowl a bubble into one of the ball holes, it'll give you shiny objects. Well, assuming I don't just bowl into the wall like that. And it's going to actually land a hit. Which apparently is going to be harder than I expected. Okay, so like that. If you hit into one of the holes, it gives you shiny objects. If you get it stuck between the tiki and the ball hole, it will infinitely generate shiny objects for you. So that's the appeal there. Okay. Even though I have no hope for Inside Out 2, do I think it'll be better than Incredibles 2 and Toy Story 4? I feel like it statistically has to be, but you never know. Did I see Mars Needs Moms? Yes, I did. I liked it as a kid. Even if it falls into the Uncanny Valley territory, I know I liked it as a kid. FNAF movie or Aladdin 2? Aladdin 2. Shorter. Plus it has some music that's not terrible. Do I plan on playing a Yoshi game? People say I need to play Yoshi's Woolly World, so I might play maybe that, because I own Yoshi's Woolly. I have the damn Woolly amiibo for Yoshi. I just haven't played the game. I own it, but I haven't played it. You did notice a lot of plot holes in the FNAF movie that fans just ignore. Yeah, that's part of the major things that just ripped me right out of the experience. Just things did not make sense. Which, I mean, not to say that the FNAF games are completely free of inconsistencies. But, like, the first game's pretty damn tight. Because it's incredibly simple. And the first game's pretty much all that the movie's pulling from. But it overcomplicates things so much that it just leaves so much more room for error, and error is indeed what becomes of it. Anyway, as much as I'd love to sit here and chat all day, I probably should get on with doing other things, so yeah, this is fun. This is really fun. I wasn't sure how the turnout would be because I don't usually stream on weekdays, but I'm happy with how this turned out. So thank you all for coming out today to join the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed watching me play through Battle for Bikini Bottom as much as I enjoyed actually playing through it. If you haven't played the game, then go play it. If you can only play Rehydrated, I'm sorry for your loss, but it's better than nothing. I still recommend trying to find the original game at some point, because it'll be worth your while, I promise. As for what's next, I don't really have any solid plans other than Crash 2 that I want to finish at some point. We'll just have to see whatever comes of it. For those of you who still have Halloween plans today, I hope you have a very fun, very spooky, and very safe Halloween. Enjoy the rest of your Halloween holiday season, and I will see you soon for whatever it is you decide to watch next. Have a good day, everybody.